All of us, including Etha, receive protection from the Order of Light. The story takes us 3 days later to the Order of Light Crater Temple. Adjusting his glasses, Emil said that it would be announced that the cause of this incident was an unknown magical disaster. Otto was forced to apologize for the fact that the Order of Light would not provide any official reward for this incident. Looking at the guys, Emil noted that the unofficial reward for them would not be small. Holding something in his hands, Ryu stated that it was a limited edition item. Taken aback, Addis said that they understand this, adding that this incident is connected with the Great Earth and aliens. Surprised, the protagonist asked if something this big should have been announced worldwide, noting that he could never know what those pathetic worms would do next. Walking forward along the temple corridor, Emil reported that even if Ryu was Walter, he was sure that he had heard about the attack on the goddess 20 years ago. The main character asked if this was where the Great Land tried to kill the goddess and the 4 great heroes protected her. With a serious expression on his face, Otto stated that it was true, adding that after the incident, a comprehensive hunt for the aliens began. Excited Addis pretended to insult the aliens in every possible way. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance to the lower part of the temple. Emil noted that among those who were captured, only 30% were real aliens, reporting that the rest were ordinary people. Going downstairs, Otto said that the nobles were using the hunt for aliens as an excuse to kill countless people, supposedly in honor of cleansing the world from the influence of a demonic god. Passing by a glowing lantern, Emil reported that the Order then realized their mistakes and did everything possible to stop the litigation if there was not enough evidence, noting that 20 years was not such a long time. Looking at the excited guys, Otto stated that the hostility that the Order felt towards the aliens had not gone away. Suddenly, my gaze fell on Ether, who was behind bars. Emil said that this child will go to a hearing in 10 days, and after that he will be sent to the crater camp. Looking at the alarmed Wyvern, Otto stated that there was a lot of evidence against her that indicated that she was working with Alejandro's direct subordinate, adding that if she was indeed Ali's twin, then they would judge that she too had received the blessing of the demon god. Looking around, the main character thought about the mask that hides the level. Ree wondered why the Inquisitors were here, assuming that it was an order from above. The main character noted that they do not protect her, but treat her like a full-fledged criminal. Excited Addis put his hands on Emil's shoulders. Otto said the hearing was only a formality. Outrage. Group member Rada stated that if Ether and Ali had been with him, then he and all the people who were there would have died, adding that this child is important to them. Addis said that a little time had passed since she lost her family. Leaning on the bed, Ether asked what group member Rada was talking about, saying that she had no family. The exhausted Wyvern told him that Ali only looked exactly like her, noting that they were not even close. In complete despair, Addis asked what she was talking about. Wary, Otto stated that he had already talked with this child. Emil reported understanding that this was wrong, adding that this was the only way. Looking at the wary Ryu, Otto stated that if this child had nothing in common with Ali, then the judges would establish that only Ali was Alejandro's accomplice. Reaching through the bars, Addis tried to touch the Wyvern. Otto reported that they could not allow the alien's accomplice to live. Worried, group member Rada asked if Etha was okay. Continuing to reach out to her, Addis was confident that they would find another way to help her. Stretching out his hand, the man said that a member of the Rada group could not go further, adding that he was allowed to come down here only thanks to the patronage of the clergyman Emil. After which, he asked Addis not to cross the line. With a serious expression on his face, the main character stated that he leaves the rest to Emil. Turning to him, Otto asked him not to tell him about. Suddenly, Ryu's hand leaned against the stone wall, after which, he fell behind bars to Ether. Grabbing his sword, the man asked if the main character understood what he was doing. A stunned Ryu stated that he only leaned lightly on the door, suggesting that he suffered a fracture after it broke. After punching the protagonist in the face, Otto asked if these were the consequences of that battle. Taken aback, the man reported that Ryu had been fine for the last 3 days. After what had been said, Emil said that Walter had a strong spirit, suggesting that he simply did not show pain. Otto stated that he could not cure him with his powers right now. Turning to the shocked guys, Emil asked them to help him take Ryu out of there. The agitated man tried to communicate what he needed to protect. Interrupting him, Ether noted that Addis would be there, wondering what there was to worry about. Holding the body of the main character in his hands, Otto announced that they would return in 5 minutes, after which they left the cell area along with Ryu. Closing his eyes, Addis declared that he swore that the main character was too reckless. Bowing her head, Etha called group member Raud and Ryu good people, adding that they are trying to help her, despite the fact that they don't know her at all. Looking at the embarrassed Wyvern, Addis said that he understood her feelings, adding that everything was fine. Ether stated that if group member Rada is so worried about her, then she does not feel as depressed as he thinks. Waving her legs, the Wyvern said that when she thought about everything, they had not known Ani for very long. An image of Lee appeared in her head, hugging her with a smile on her face. Ether noted that they had to go through the worst ups and downs. Tilting her head, the wyvern said that they had to be very careful, hoping every day that no one would find out about anything. An image of Lee practicing with blades appeared in her head. Ethan never understood why they should care about the lives of others when they were fighting. Clutching a magical artifact in her hand, Ether reported that she had heard from Alejandro that she was trying to save the life of a wyvern she had just met. With a smile on her face, Illy helped her wash her hair, after which, the wyvern asked if Hades understood this, wondering if he found it strange. Alarmed, Ether called Illy foolish, adding that she could have lived happily by simply running away. After which, sitting next to her, Hades tried to calm the annoyed wyvern. Holding her close, group member Rada said that a dragon that has transformed cannot take on another form other than its original one, adding that sometimes it is like a curse. Clutching Ether, who was barely holding back tears, Hades noted that this form was reminiscent of what the wyvern wanted most. The image of Ali who had passed away again appeared in her head. Group member Rada said that she was talking about the one that Ether loved most. After his words, uncontrollable tears began to flow from the wyvern's eyes. Leaning on the bench, the main character threw back his head. Looking at the sky, Ryu noted that an old man like Emil was of no use. With a serious expression on his face, Otto stated that he may not be an old man, but he still agreed with the words of the protagonist. Stretching out his hand, Ryu asked if he was a high-ranking cleric, adding if there was anything he could do. Staring into space, Emil said that the hearing was not being conducted by the Order, noting that he could not help her directly. Wary, Otto said that today was the last day of interrogation by the Order, saying that there were 10 days left before the hearing. Emil stated that he was leaving Ether's guard to Ryu and Hades. Lost in his thoughts, the main character suggested that the wyvern should be helped to escape before the hearing. Otto noted that if she ran away, Ryu would be at the hearing. Looking at the inspired Ryu, Emil said that in this case, they need to earn an indulgence. Otto stated that the main character does not have any connections with Ether, adding that since they received a huge number of rewards, completing one mission will give them an indulgence. Stretching his shoulders, Ryu asked if the Order of Light was a place that used people. Next, the main character asked if Otto knew the mission, which would bring him a huge reward. Wary, Emil declared that a spiritualist like him should join them, noting that for now he could not go anywhere. After that, Otto added that everything should be fine if it is Ryu and Hades. Looking at the taken aback main character, Emil thought that they should be able to defeat several ghosts. Gradually, thick clouds covered the evening sky. In an ancient house located in the vast city, the windows were broken. Also, an old torn curtain could be seen there. Beyond the curtain could be seen the terrifying face of a ghost. A mysterious glow emanated from the crack of the magical object. Richard noted that even though it was a blessing from Omplus himself, it was unstable, adding that it was easily absorbed by a 70 level one. Wary, he declared that Alejandro was too greedy. Leslie, sitting next to him, said that it was either good or nothing about the dead, asking if he wanted to tell her anything. Looking at Leslie as she lay there, Richard stated that she had done a great job, adding that he was sure that the Order of Light had thoroughly explored the dragon's nest, but she was able to get it. Smiling, Leslie noted that she was flattered by his compliment. Further, she assumed that the Ratnians decided that it was an ordinary modified crystal ball and therefore did not touch it. Lowering his head, Richard said that the demon god's blessing was very valuable to them, noting that they had been waiting for it for 10 years. He told her that with this they could calm their anger caused by the loss of the dragon's nest. Leslie considered it unknown whether the Order of Light suspected anything, stating that this was their problem. Holding a picture of Ryu in her hands, she noted that they now had a very useful dog. Leslie suggested that they began to actively dig under the great earth. With a serious expression on his face, Richard said that they were lucky that the Order of Light was doing this, adding that if they were inquisitors, they would have already been taken. Approaching him from behind, Leslie told him that in the past the Ratnians were afraid to death to even pronounce the name Great Land, noting that now they are like the fallen off tail of a lizard. Raising the magic ball, she wondered why they had to be that tail. Afterwards, she asked if he spoke like that when they had this thing in their hands. With a stony expression on his face, Richard was lost in his thoughts. Rising from the couch, he asked Leslie not to misunderstand him, telling him that there were countless other aliens who could replace them. Hearing this, Leslie's expression suddenly became dissatisfied. Richard noted that they chose them because they could control their urge to kill everyone. Turning in her direction, he said that it would be best to quickly clean up the place before the Order suspected anything else. Next, Leslie asked if he was planning to just run away because he didn't want to get beaten by that dog. With that said, she wondered if they needed to do this. With a smirk on her face, Leslie stated that they could just pull his teeth out to prevent him from biting them. She noted that if they need to restore order, then they should propose a mission that will bring together all these teams so that they can deal with them at the same time. Suddenly, the hands of a ghost appeared from the wall of the room. Leslie said that she leaves the guests to her, after which she turned to the ghost, whose hair hung on the floor. A heavy fog rose in the vicinity of the abandoned house, a dilapidated estate that was sold by a bankrupt family. It was located near the village and was famous for its ghosts. The huge capsules contained unknown contents, but in fact, the Great Land conducted its experiments here. This place hid many secrets. The room of the abandoned house was littered with many different traps. In order to keep these secrets secret, the place was full of traps. These traps were hidden in every corner of the mansion, like hidden masterpieces of art. Suddenly, due to the triggered trap, a strong splash of blood appeared. The only thing I regret is that the world will never see these masterpieces, for whoever sees them will not live. Smearing paint on the wall, the ghost thought that it was not fitting for an artist like her to fight her enemies herself, which is why Leslie knew her better than anyone. Floating in the air, the ghost declared that fear is art and despair drives it. The undead noted that they could not sleep, thinking how the victims would shake in fear. The plot takes us to 4 days later. Having stopped, the ghost froze in one position. Lost in his thoughts, he assumed that something had gone wrong during the preparation of the mission. The undead wondered if she should check out the location. Pouring the contents of the buckets onto the walls, the ghost could not tell which was blood and which was wallpaper because they were so late. After which, the undead said that this was a blow to her pride, adding that she should redraw everything. An image of a path leading to an abandoned house appeared in her head. The ghost wondered if this place was difficult to find due to the fact that it was in a desert area. He suggested that this might be very likely since that was the whole idea. The undead noted that there were many trees around the mansion and it was not visible from afar. Holding a hammer in her hand, the undead said that the exterior decoration was as important as the interior, adding that she needed to prepare the main gate. The story takes us 2 days forward. The rays of the morning sun fell on the face of the sleeping ghost. Turning to the main character, Ether stated that they were late because he insisted on killing all the monsters on the way here. Having woken up, the undead began to closely watch the guys passing by. Addis noted that this helped Ether level up her and restore her dragon core, which is why everything was fine. Wyvern stated that the high level would not help if she went to prison, asking if he knew that. Smirking, Ryu said that she had been buying clothes and equipment non-stop on the first day. Indignant, Ether stated that on the second day they were late because of him, because he needed to carry such a long thing with him. The main character said that this was so, adding that he got dressed faster than her and Addis had to help her, despite the fact that he is a guy. The angry Wyvern stated that girls' clothes were difficult to wear, wondering how Ryu knew that, noting that he liked to walk around half naked. With a smirk on his face, the ghost wondered how they could make him wait so long, asking them not to faint. A sign appeared in front of the guys' faces, which depicted the frightening face of the undead. Seeing him, the main character fell into a stupor. Smiling, Addis called it a cute warning sign. Etha felt this was reckless, stating that she had no idea what its creator was thinking. The Wyvern said that it looked amateurish. Watching them, the ghost was sure that a lot of effort had been put into this. After which, the main character invited the guys to move on. The eyes of the undead filled with hatred. Looking at the smiling Etha, the ghost declared that he would take her corpse first, adding that he would kill her when she ran away in fear. Clouds rose above the gloomy sky of the old house. Addis noted that it was good to have a spiritualist on the team when dealing with ghosts. Raising a finger, he stated that they had a skill that attracted immaterial monsters, adding that since they did not have spiritualists, they would have to find the ghost themselves and deal with it. Encouraged, Etha asked that if they didn't have much time, then why don't they split up and look for him separately. Group member Rada noted that it sounded good. With a horrified face, Ryu assumed that they didn't know since they had never seen the movies, asking if they knew that they were a cliché. Looking at the guys who were taken aback, the main character asked them not to worry, saying that it was just a ghost, adding that he would take care of it. Afterwards, Addis reported that this was the case, asking if physical attacks were useless against ghosts. Ryu's gaze fell on the bloody wall, where a request for salvation was written. The stunned protagonist asked them to look around, wondering if they thought it looked normal. Ryu asked why the guys were so calm at that moment, suggesting that there was a hidden camera somewhere. The main character noted that if this is so, then he does not consider it funny at all, adding that he is not surprised by this scary house. With a scared face as he glanced at the door, Ryu added that it wasn't like he could use any of the 4 powers, suggesting that he would just have to wait. The main character said that he would wait outside, asking the guys to shout if they found a ghost and be sure to greet him for him. Etha's finger slowly touched Ryu's body, after which, the main character screamed in horror. Taken aback, Addis asked if ghosts were different from them. Laughing, the Wyvern asked not to tell her that Ryu was afraid of ghosts. Indignant, Ryu stated that he was not scared at all. Ether noted that he looked bad, asking if he was going to cry. After which, an angry Ryu raised the Wyvern up. Frightened, Ether said that some robber was pestering her, asking him to let her go. Having set off, Addis said that he would go in this direction, asking the guys to go in the other when they finished. At that moment, all this was observed by a ghost whose hands were leaning against the wall. Group member Rada stated that Itha would tell Ryu about the ghosts. In despair, the main character asked how Addis could leave him here. Smiling, the undead continued to observe them. The voice of the undead was heard in the vastness of the abandoned building. Afterwards, the ghost asked why they came to her house. Frightened Ether, in a trembling voice, said that they had come to find flowers. The angry undead asked what flowers they had come to find. Terrified, the wyvern declared that they had come to find roses. Indignant, the main character asked her to shut up, noting that she had better stop after this song. Next, Ryu asked if Itha was there to play. Taken aback, Itha said that she was trying to calm the atmosphere, noting that she had also seen quite a few ghosts when she was a wyvern. Heading further, Ryu asked her to talk about the undead and not waste time on this strange song. After which, Ether told him that these are low-rank monsters that take away the health of their victims, adding that they are quite annoying because they can fly. The wyvern further noted that they usually live around the remains of monsters or in damp places, reporting that they are very active in the summer. Ether added that this is the reason why people who cannot use the 4 powers buy holy water from the Order of Light, as it can banish ghosts. Grinning, the protagonist suggested that the ghosts were local mosquitoes, saying that where he was from, every summer, usually early in the morning, he used an entire bottle of F-Killer to get rid of these parasites. Ryu explained that it was holy water, noting that it was a physical version of it. Suddenly, a huge ghost appeared before the guys, whose body was shrouded in an aura. The protagonist noted that in any case, since they are on the battlefield, they must be careful not to be caught off guard. Seeing the undead, Ryu fell into a stupor. With a malicious grin on his face, the ghost thought that the guys had been caught, saying that a huge number of undead were waiting for them there. On their way, there was a huge number of ghosts that were heading in their direction. The undead noted that these ghosts were just bait to lure them deeper into the mansion. A plan emerged in her head according to which the traps were set. The ghost stated that the moment they take a step forward to get rid of the ghost, the traps hidden there will kill them. Looking at how the main character's foot froze a step away from the trap, the undead declared that it was time for them to activate her masterpieces. A worried Ether informed Ryu that there was a trap there. Suddenly, scared to death, the main character rushed through them. As he ran past the ghosts, almost all the traps began to activate. Seeing this, the undead fell into a stupor. Raising her blades above her head, Ether prepared for battle. Powerful streams of mana from the wyvern's weapon headed towards the ghosts. With lightning speed, Ether pierced the bodies of the undead. Heading towards Ryu, the wyvern stated that if he ran like that, he would activate all the traps, noting that for a second, he scared her. Indignant, the main character asked her to shut up, saying that he was not afraid at all. After his words, Ether asked if he was aware that he was sweating now. Heading further, the main character stated that it was all because of the ghosts, asking the wyvern to go back because he was worried about Addis. Smirking, Ether was confident that group member Rada could easily deal with ghosts of this level. The main character was sure that Addis would suffer because of all these traps. Smiling, Etha stated that she really thought that Addis would not fall into any of these traps, adding that the traps were in obvious places. The undead face was filled with indignation. The wyvern noted that these traps were also disposable, saying that this place was easy to clear. Etha believed that Ryu was the only one who fell into these traps. The angry protagonist again asked her to shut up, saying that she should apologize to the hunter. The undead were amazed that Ryu destroyed all the traps. The body of a ghost hung behind the frightened Ether. Beside himself with rage, the undead declared that he had destroyed all her masterpieces. Looking at the stunned protagonist, the wyvern asked if everything was okay. Suddenly, the frightened Ryu rushed towards the barricaded wall. Frozen in one position, the main character reported that his sword was stuck. Seeing something, Ryu was shocked. Turning around, Ether asked if it was Addis, asking the main character not to joke like that. The wyvern's face was filled with fear. Knocking out the remaining boards, Ryu landed on the floor. Finding himself in the same place where the main character tried to escape, he froze in one position. While in his thoughts, Ryu noted that there were 4 days left until Etha's trial, reporting that they were stuck in the estate. There were blood spatters on the walls of the mansion. Looking around, the main character stated that the corridor was endless, adding that the ceiling was the same. Afterwards, Ryu assumed that they had fallen into a trap. An undead body hung in front of the guys' faces. The main character was amazed that they were stuck there with a fake ghost. After asking for forgiveness, Etha asked if everything was okay with the magician from their team. Taken aback, the undead asked if someone like that was with them, noting that she didn't think that there was someone like that in this place. Surprised, the wyvern asked the ghost not to say that he was also stuck. The undead stated that she could leave whenever she wanted, adding that since they were trapped, they had no choice but to do as she said. Leaning over, Ryu assumed that Addis was fine for now. Ether noted that this was the first time she had heard of the house becoming a dungeon, saying that it was very similar to the process of its creation. The main character thought that this meant that even if there is no clearly marked exit, there is definitely a way out somewhere. An image arose in his head of how a hunter, raising his prey above his head, climbed inside. Ryu stated that once he found the source of the dungeon, which was the artifact, he could clear everything there, noting that the people inside would be instantly transported outside, meaning they wouldn't have to look for a way out. Smirking, the undead said that the rules were simple, adding that she had prepared tests in each room. The ghost noted that all they had to do was complete them to go to the next room. The undead stated that they just needed to clear each one. Opening the door, Ryu fell into a stupor. A room appeared in front of his face, things in which were chaotically scattered. The undead told them that somewhere there was a key that could open the door on the other side of the room. Ghost noted that there were also clues hidden around, adding that she wished them luck, calling them losers. Taken aback, Ryu assumed it was a quest. Inspired, Etha stated that it was a treasure hunt, noting that she finally felt like a real hunter. At that moment, the main character asked what was wrong with this, saying that where he was from, something similar was arranged on a regular date, calling the wyvern a child. Smirking, Etha asked if Ryu was talking about dating him. The main character stated that she would become a corpse if he found the key first. Watching them, the undead thought they were in big trouble, wondering if they thought they just needed to find him. Continuing to think, the ghost noted that in every wrong place chosen for the search, a death trap would be activated, declaring excitement. The undead were glad that they would be able to witness their suffering as they tried to overcome all the twists and turns of its tricks. After crossing, Ether's blades were covered in streams of mana. The undead suggested that it would be difficult for the hunters to cope with this since they would have to use their brains. Rejoicing, the wyvern reported that she had found the key. Surprised, the main character asked how she did it. Etha stated that she could use her power to find metal objects. Indignant, the ghost called it cheating. The wyvern noted that the undead had not spoken about this. Ordering her to be quiet, the undead declared that if she said it was against the rules, then it was, declaring that she would not let them leave. Ryu's hand went to the door that led them to the next area. The ghost noted that the next test would not be so easy, adding that if they wanted a clue, they needed to look at the clock. Suddenly, the main character tore the door open, asking if he had won. Seeing this, the ghost fell into a stupor. With a serious expression on his face, the main character said that this is how adults fight, calling the ghost and Ether kids. The indignant wyvern and undead reported that he could not break down doors. Next, the guys began to undergo many tests that the undead prepared for them. Etha attempted to remove her swords as Ryu's body gradually entered the barrel. The protagonist's face showed the diligence he was putting into passing the test. With a smirk on his face, Ryu and the ghost spun the log Etha was on in an attempt to avoid the monster in the water. The wyvern's face was filled with fear. From what he saw, the ghost laughed. On the way, the guys met a huge snake that made a terrifying roar, after which they rushed into battle. The percentage of magicians from hunters is less than 10%. Cracks appeared on the walls of the ancient mansion, and those who exceed the 40th level are less than 2%. Most are hired by hunters to earn money to study and join the Thinkers Guild of Magicians. A mysterious glow was visible from the open door into the room. The Thinkers are a top-tier magical research organization that recruits talented mages who specialize in magicology, regardless of their combat ability or level. After Addis picked up the documents, he began to study them in every possible way. If you become part of a guild, you get the opportunity to move to the Kingdom of Magicians and access to all the latest magical theories. For this reason, Addis was confident. Rod, a member of the group, picked up the document and noted that he had never seen anything like this when he was a thinker. Looking at them, Addis wondered who created this in the first place, not understanding why they needed to place this magic on an abandoned mansion. Group member Rada suggested that they separate rooms and move them into different dimensions. While recording, Addis said that it was perfect as long as the working tool was present, adding that the magic would continue to work even if the magician who cast the spell was not around, just like a dungeon. He was sure that if this was the case, then nothing and no one would be able to get out while the magic continued to work. Holding the pen in his hands, Addis noted that she was unstable, suggesting that the magician had made such a mistake. Suddenly, group member Rada immediately began to climb up the stairs. With an excited expression on his face, Addis noted that this was not a mistake, adding that everything had been calculated. Group member Rada believed that it would be activated as soon as the intruder tried to leave. Coming outside, Addis thought that he knew this. Looking at the confines of the abandoned mansion, group member Rada thought that it would soon cease to exist. Looking at the brightly burning fire, the undead said that these people were the only ones who accepted her, while she was driven out from everywhere and she was dying of hunger. The elusive man noted that they were the only ones who needed him, deeming it unimportant whether they were devils or murderers. Holding the plate where Ether had placed the piece of meat in her hands, the undead were amazed that she could finally live as a human after giving up all hope of doing so. With tears in her eyes, the wyvern stated that she did not need to be human to live like humans, noting that she understood her. Throwing a piece of meat on the floor, the ghost wondered what was happening. With an indignant look, the undead asked what kind of atmosphere the Boy Scouts camping trip was like. It seemed to the main character that they were almost finished, adding that they were a little hungry. The undead stated that they had not faced the boss yet. Beside himself with rage, the ghost asked who they were, not understanding how they could be so calm. The ghost noted that he was trying to kill them. Smirking, Ryu noted that those traps were rather weak for someone trying to kill them. The main character reported that there was no poison on them, and they did not cause fatal damage. The undead claws latched onto Ryu's neck. The angry ghost ordered him to stop deceiving himself, adding that he was level 35. The undead noted that even if the main character is incredibly strong, he is only at the 5th level. The ghost stated that the only reason they are still alive is because he wants to have fun. With a smirk on his face, Ryu asked how long this would last, guessing until the undead stopped feeling lonely. Taking her hand, the protagonist noted that she was still not a ghost, but a normal person, stating that she felt lonely when she was alone. Ryu believed that she wanted to be recognized by others for her hard work. The main character said that as long as she had an artificial conductor, if she had killed before, she would not have been able to resist the temptation to attack them openly. Holding a plate of meat in her hands, Etha stated that the pathetic worms from the Great Land are different, noting that to them human life is like a midge. With a serious expression on her face, Etha said that it was still not too late. Looking at the surprised undead, the wyvern invited her to leave together from there. Hearing this, the ghost fell into a stupor. Holding his head, the undead let out a strong roar. Approaching her, the worried protagonist asked if she was okay. Suddenly, Ryu stepped on a stone, which activated one of the traps. Suddenly, the dungeon floor began to collapse. The excited Ether turned to Ryu and asked if the dungeon was closing in this way. The main character noted that it felt completely different, adding that something was wrong there. Entering the bowels of the mansion, Addis called out to Ryu and Ether. A worried member of Radha's group said that the place was a trap, adding that they were waiting and had everything prepared for them. Surprised, the main character asked why he went inside. Addis said that in order to stop the destruction, they need to find a working tool, they need to find and destroy the source. Looking at the stunned Ryu, Addis noted that he was disappointed watching them from outside, stating that this was the reason he decided to enter. Group member Radha could not understand how they could not find the source in just 2 rooms. Hearing this, the main character wondered what he was talking about, noting that they had gone through a large number of rooms. Remembering how the guys moved, Addis said that they moved from one room to another along with the source. Turning around, the main character again asked what he was talking about, adding that if there was an artifact there, they would have closed the dungeon long ago. Indignant, Addis noted that he had received a strong signal. Wary, Ether said that he was right, adding that he was there. Her gaze fell on the undead, whose body hung in the air. The wyvern said that the only thing that moved with them all this time was one person. Holding his head, the ghost suggested that they were going to get rid of her too. The undead believed that Richard and Leslie abandoned her. Raising a pile of stones above his head, the ghost declared that it was all a lie. After which, the undead threw stones towards the guys. Grabbing Addis and Ether, Ryu attempted to dodge the projectiles. Next, he threw their bodies away from the pile of stones. Smiling, the main character apologized to them. Then, at the sight of the attack, a powerful explosion was heard. The excited wyvern turned to Ryu and asked what they should do. Taking out a magic wand, Addis asked her not to worry, noting that there would not be a scratch on him. Group member Radha said that the main thing for them is to destroy the source. Wary, Addis froze in one position. Looking at the floating pile of rocks, party member Radha wondered where the undead were, stating that they couldn't let them get away. The silhouette of the main character was visible in the rubble. Approaching him, Ether was extremely glad that everything was okay with him. Afterwards, the wyvern asked what they should do, wondering if there was another one. Suddenly, with a perplexed look, Ether stared at Ryu. With a malicious grin on his face, the main character used a vertical strike. Ryu's blade was rapidly heading towards the wyvern. After the main character was hit, an incredibly strong explosion was heard. While in his thoughts, Addis noted what he knew about magic belonging to the Great Land. Holding the magic wand in his hands, group member Radha thought that while they could create something like a guideline, they were not thinking about turning the artificial guideline tester into a working tool. Wary, Addis noted that they needed to find her as quickly as possible in order to prevent the destruction of this place. Group member Radha suggested that the undead were trying to stall for time by hiding in a safe place. Horrified, Addis thought about a safe place. He asked not to say that. His gaze fell on the main character, who is trying to pierce Ether with his blade. The stunned wyvern fell into a stupor. Dust kicked up after Ryu's attack. Preparing for the blow, Ether closed her eyes. Holding her in his arms, Addis asked if she was okay. Ether reported that she was simply thrown back by the shock wave, asking a member of the Rod group what was happening here. A powerful stream of mana emanated from Addis' feet. Group member Radha told her that he had customized an artifact that Ryu had in the past, adding that it only had a few uses, thinking it was better than nothing. With a wary look, Addis was shocked that the main character had become possessed. After hearing this, Ether reported rumors in which only children become possessed. Looking at Ryu, who was frozen in one position, Addis said that this is basically the case, noting that only children do not have any awakened of the 4 powers. Further, group member Rada stated that their enemy was not an ordinary ghost, but a test subject with consciousness. Wary, Addis suggested that this may not be an ordinary obsession, noting that the undead are trying to take over the body of the protagonist, completely taking possession of his soul. Turning to Maiden, Ether asked why she was doing this, saying that if she continued in the same spirit, they would all die. The excited wyvern asked the undead to let him help her, adding that they would get out of there and live together. A distraught Maiden ordered her to shut up, stating that if they wanted to live, they would have to kill her in Ryu's body. After which, the undead struck the main character's body. After which, just a step away from the blow, Ryu's body suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the guys fell into a stupor. Looking at how the main character showed his thumbs up, they assumed that Ryu was currently controlling the body. Encouraged, Addis noted that a highly trained physical body could actually suppress magic. Next, Etha asked if group member Rada was sure that it wasn't just Ryu's muscle power that was taking over his brain. At that moment, in the hands of the main character, one could see how his soul was fighting the invading Maiden. Addis stated that they should not have given up, adding that Ryu was still fighting. Looking at him, Ethan noted that it looked like Ryu was dying. In the unimaginably huge room there was a huge bookcase with books. The plot tells us that the actions take place in the head of the main character in a library of memories. From an incredibly powerful blow, Ryu flew to the side. Looking at the stunned protagonist, the undead called him the one who is redder than blood, calling him the demon of darkness. After her words, Ryu asked her to stop. Maiden ordered him to swear on her blood. The plot informed us that the battle was taking place in the head of the main character. Screaming with all his might, Ryu begged her to stop. With an evil grin on her face, Maiden ordered him to fall into a deep sleep in this fantasy world. They shared their memories with each other. Even Hanbin had a dark history. Stretching out the hand that held the sword, the main character used a vertical strike. Directing her hand towards Ryu, Maiden pierced him with a powerful stream of mana. This pass caused Hanbin pain. After the attack of the undead, the main character let out a scream of pain. The damage increased Maiden's power over Hanbin's body. Ryu's body was enveloped in an incredibly powerful undead force. In addition, he spent 22 years alone in the Rocky Mountain. So, of course, there is bound to be a dark history in this period. Taking the mysterious book in hand, the undead assumed that everything was ready. Next, the undead asked how the main character thinks, where he looks. After which, Maiden fell into a stupor. But it also worked in Maiden's favor. For someone as dark as her to be locked in a mansion. Taking a pen in hand, the undead began to make some kind of record. Rushing towards Maiden, Ryu asked not to tell her about this. Was her own dark history. After landing countless blows, the protagonist stated that tears came to his eyes when he thought about the undead against the backdrop of a starry night. The main character wondered where his loved one was. Ryu asked her to simply call him in this gaping void that dispels his voice. Trying to dodge his blows, Maiden begged him to stop. The main character stated that she was the one whose voice was like the stars that he could not reach. Next, Ryu asked where she was, wondering why she wasn't answering his call. Concentrating all his power in his fist, the main character declared that she was a star without a name. After which, Maiden's body, due to the colossal attack, flew to the side. At that moment, the main character was talking about a love letter that was written to her imaginary lover. Black blood gushed out from the undead's mouth. Smirking, Ryu thought about how a high damage attack would have a strong recoil. The main character said that the shame was for the onlookers. Holding her notes in her hands, Maiden said it was for him. Holding the torn sheets in his hands, Ryu declared that this was the end for the undead. At that moment, the main character found Maiden's fanfic about 4 great heroes. After the hands of Ryu and Maiden touched, a powerful glow appeared. A strong spark appeared between the protagonist's fingers. Due to the force of the spark, a powerful whirlwind arose in the vastness of the mansion. Watching him, Etha wondered how serious the battle they were having there was. Heading towards Addis, the wyvern asked if the device, which was assembled from garbage, would work. Continuing the construction of the device, group member Rada stated that since the Great Earth used it to create this place, it should work. Addis believed that the problem was that. Interrupting him, Ether asked about the root of the problem. Wary, group member Rada revealed that the problem was that they were using magic from another world through their guiding line, stating that the basic principles were unknown to them. Addis told her that they could not create it themselves. Continuing the work, a member of the Rada group was sure that there was a spy for the Great Land in the Thinkers. Suddenly, the magic seal on the stone cracked. In Addis's hand was a mysterious magical artifact. The plot told us that it was a magical device consisting of 2 parts. If one breaks, the same happens to the second. Leslie suggested that they could finish what they started since the other side had taken the bait. With a serious expression on his face, Richard suggested that with this they would not leave any evidence. Smirking, Leslie noted that they had many useful magical devices, adding that she was sorry that they would lose them all. Richard stated that they don't need to worry about this when it comes to completing missions. Taken aback, Leslie said it was true. Her gaze fell on the city, the walls of which were shrouded in bright light. Richard's partner stated that this was the holy land of magical tools. The story takes us to the magical kingdom of Runna. With a smirk on her face, Leslie asked if they would go shopping, noting that it had been a while since they had done so. Unwinding the magical artifact, Richard said that they would do this after the task. Suddenly, a thread consisting of a stream of his mana grabbed onto the roof of the building. Putting the mask on her face, Leslie asked if they really needed to look like that when they were just going to report on the creation of the Ampla's blessing. While climbing the rope, Richard said that there was nothing special about it. He noted that the Symposium of Magicians was about to begin, adding that there would be many eyes there. While climbing the rope, Richard stated that the man did not want to be seen. The light from the lanterns illuminating the city fell on the walls of the huge building. The plot tells us that the events take place in the Thinkers Guild of Magicians in the First Division. The Symposium of Magicians began as an ordinary lecture, but only noble people began to collect magical tools created by the Thinkers as luxury items. The Thinkers began to become popular and the symposium also aroused their interest. Members of the local nobility were actively engaged in conversation. Thus, it became a place where new magical tools were shown and where nobles came to socialize and show off their acquisitions. While guarding order, the knight was at the entrance to the guild. Richard and Leslie were on the roof of the guild. Once inside, Richard asked her to be quiet. Looking around, the man asked if he heard it. A security guard standing nearby assumed it was from a party. The man thought it sounded closer than it seemed. Running down the corridor, Leslie stated that they could just kill the guards, calling them pathetic worms. Richard said that they did not need to leave any traces, asking her to follow him. Frozen in one position, Leslie wondered what was in front of them. A huge magical golem appeared before their eyes. Suddenly, a magical seal was activated on the golem's head, after which it announced an invasion. Blocking his blow, Richard assumed that it was a golem. A projectile flew out of the golem's hand with lightning speed. Next, Richard chopped it into small pieces. In his hand was a weapon, thanks to which he used the aura blade. Then, with unimaginable power, Richard used a diagonal strike. Holding the golem's head in her hands, Leslie noted that there could be no monster there, finding it obvious that it was an artificial golem. She wondered why Richard, knowing this, would ruin his sword. Upon entering the room, the girl stated that they had come and destroyed the product they were going to show at the symposium. At that moment, the guys' faces were shocked. The girl noted that they also destroyed her laboratory in the past. They took a knee and apologized. Smiling, the girl noted that it doesn't matter if what they want to tell is worth it. The plot introduces us to the archmage of the four heroes, Zenobia. Maiden looked around in confusion at the scarlet space into which Eric had carried her out of her head. She turned her head from side to side, remembering that just a second ago she had been fighting with her arms bent at the wrists, like a ghost. The computer screen showed that she was standing on a platform in the middle of the mountains, from which a huge sword was sticking out, concluding that after death she had gone to some strange hell. Sitting on one of the stones not far from the giant blade, Maiden reflected on what a useless life she had lived, suggesting that if she died, then the trio managed to get out of the mansion. Hugging her knees, the girl lowered her head on them, realizing that she would be sorry if the guys died, and was glad that she had fun and did not die a painful death while the dog came sniffing her. Maiden was distracted from her thoughts, following the retreating animal with her gaze. The dog walked measuredly, stepping on the wooden platform with his paw pads. Realizing that a dog had passed by her, the girl began to be perplexed. The dog turned and, with a narrowed gaze, humanly spoke to the girl to stop whining like a child about her death. After that, the animal continued to remove, adding that it was all over if the girl stopped moving forward, and she grinned questioningly, sliding towards the edge of the platform, under which fanged, bloodthirsty demons were waiting. Maiden looked down in shock, noticing the horrific sight, and her hair stood on end. Remaining behind the moving platform, the girl did not collapse towards the demons, realizing that this was not hell, but still Eric's consciousness. The ghostly-looking girl flew out of the guy's head with a scream, still not believing what was happening. Maiden turned in horror at Eric, whose pupils were rolled up and her mouth was slightly open, concluding that the guy was dangerous with his injuries in his head. The girl stood next to the lying guy, being with him in a magical turquoise circle, and Addis and Ether were nearby outside of it. The blonde screamed when she noticed Maiden, and the concentrated magician replied that he saw it too. By placing his hand on a small magic circle connected to a larger one, Addis activated the operation, and the opponent began to rise into the air. A girl with corpse-colored skin began to scream heart-rendingly. Having broken the dilapidated roof, a magical turquoise ball appeared above the old mansion. It began to expand and fill the space of the night street with dazzling light, and debris of the roof rose around it. The magic ball continued to expand, turning into a large bright dome over the wooden mansion. In the rubble on the ground where the building had once been, a red rag could be seen wrapped around his thighs and muscular body. Eric, with a mad look, rose in his arms, and under him lay the living but beaten Ether and Addis. Getting to his feet, the half-naked jock shook his head, not understanding why he was standing among the rubble and what happened to the mansion, while the magician happily told the blonde that the magic worked, despite the loss of consciousness. Addis noticed with panic that it was already morning and the whole day had passed, remaining before Ether's trial, and the girl at that moment laughed, declaring that the last step was hers. Maiden, with normal skin color, looked at her hands in panic, trying to figure out who she was. Addis seriously replied that due to the spatial trap, he was able to nullify her role as a working tool, and now she became an ordinary person. The girl screamed, questioning why the trio didn't just kill her, and the magician protested that he would have done so if she had completely taken over his friend's body. Addis began to angrily say that because of Maiden, Ether would not have time to get to her own trial, but she still wanted to save their dark-haired opponent. After this, Maiden burst into rage, declaring that the girl was crazy to show useless pity for someone like her. Turning to Maiden, the main character displeasedly remarked that it was rude of her, and Ether shared that the Great Land used her nigh in exactly the same way, which is why the wyvern in human form was sentenced to trial. The green-eyed blonde looked confident, declaring that this was her way of fighting, and even if she went to prison, she would do anything to survive. Maiden's fervor turned to a pitying look when Ether said that by staying alive, she would be able to win battles. When Eric said that prison was not such a bad place, the hot-tempered blonde hit him on the nose, and Addis said that they would not allow the girl to go to jail. Looking at the boys' squabble, Maiden stated that there was still a way out, and all three looked at her in surprise. She pointed to a carriage that was driven by a mechanical engine. Due to the lack of mechanical performance and power, the engine uses magical power from mana stones. In front of the stunned heroes stood a glittering, multi-legged golem carriage, with the horse's shape retained for aesthetic purposes. Addis clung to the mechanical horse, glad that they could get there quickly, while everyone else stood at a distance and watched his reaction in amazement. The mage's face changed to a sad one, and Eric worriedly asked what happened, and Ether from behind wholeheartedly thanked Maiden for her help. Closing his eyes, Addis said in frustration that due to the unique speed of the carriage, a high-rank mana stone was needed to charge the engine, but the guy couldn't do it. The mage continued to tinker with the engine, growing more and more frustrated as Eric realized that all they needed was a powerful mana stone. He took out a fragment of the unfinished Umpala's blessing, hoping it might work. A carriage rushed among the mountains at full speed, raising a thick cloud of dust behind it. While the mechanical horse accelerated to high speed, Eric screamed, and Addis's hair flew back from the resulting wind. The magician drove the carriage with excitement, Ether was very seasick, and Maiden was indignant at why they took her with them, to which the main character replied with a malicious smile that she had nowhere to go. Holding the reins, Addis was shocked by how powerful the fragment was, realizing that it could not be put aside if it was connected to the thinkers, and Eric asked if he could simply report to the leader. Addis countered, stating that the leader of the group was one of the four heroes, Zenobia Archmage. Besides her various strengths, the woman was also the queen of the magical kingdom of Rune, and with all the aristocrats dreaming of marrying her, someone like Addis would not be able to get close to her. After this story, Eric was very interested in the age of the legendary woman, and Addis explained that the four heroes were blessed by the goddesses for their deeds, which is why their bodies did not age. Hearing the mention of the four heroes, Eric recalled that he had heard something about them from Ether, and the magician kindly offered to tell him more about them, because it was a well-known fact. The strongest of the four heroes is the Sword King Berold, and thanks to him, the current situation of the Walterians remains the same. However, no one has seen him for several years. The second of the four is the ultimate spiritualist Halion, who was once the strongest nymph and considered the beauty of the spirit species, but is now the queen of Elendia, the spirit kingdom. One of the four, however, is still active in his activities, Garan the Terrible, who was the regent and true monarch of Kaljuria, a kingdom for 1,000 years. Eric was delighted with Addis's story, joking about the gathering of the legendary four, and the magician laughed. Addis said that there would not be a single person capable of uttering a word. After all, they would only gather in a place where there is a war going on, or in a place of special importance. Sunlight and shadow fell on the closed white doors of Zenovia's estate. A dark woman stood with a glass of wine at the window overlooking the square, concluding that the aristocrats who usually tried to look at her could not do anything today. The queen looked contentedly at Garan, noting Regent Kaljuria's rude approach, and he retorted that due to their weak military power, they were trying to borrow power from foreign nobility. When the supposed Hollian's veil lifted, the blonde realized that it was not her in front of them, asking the girl if they had only been gathered to sell the golems. As the spiritualist's maid knelt down on one knee, completely removing her disguise, Garhan squinted at Zenobia, noticing something in her hands. Extending his hand, he asked the woman hovering by the window about the blessing of the Ampalas. Throwing a sly glance at the regent with her yellow eyes, the queen picked up a round stone with a cut in purple highlights, offering to begin due to limited time. In the darkness, among a cluster of stars, muscle tissue of the arm appeared, which gradually began to become covered with skin. In the cosmic abyss, the calves of the legs appeared, which also began to become covered with skin. A girl carrying the will and words of the goddess of darkness materialized in the dark starry space, and her body was wrapped in black stripes of fabric. The dark-haired girl was the incarnation of the goddess Kivriel, named Kyvier. From the dark space, a voice called to the creature, demanding that everyone who heard the call gather together to meet at the altar and carry out the order of Queen Zenobia. Stretching her arms forward, the girl spoke in an unfamiliar language, and red stripes and circles appeared behind her. She stood on the mirror surface in front of the bright light of the altar with her arms outstretched to the sides. Zenobia and Garhan appeared in front of Kyvier, bowing to the deity avatar. Looking at the people with dark eyes, the goddess of darkness said whether they were really the ones who wanted to receive the blessings of the goddesses. The regent swung his sword furiously, cutting off Kyvier's head. He looked at her with contempt, not wanting any blessing. The two legendary heroes stood in the darkness, surrounded by the light of the stars, when a voice concluded that they had come for more than just answers. The man and woman said that 20 years ago, when they were already old, they fought against aliens who were on the side of the demon god. Maybe not for long, but they won, believing that everything was in order to defend peace. After this, the heroes received the blessings of the goddesses, young bodies, rebuilt cities, gained the wisdom of truth, and were even gifted with the opportunity to gain the next level of power and status in society. However, the irony was that the goddesses let them know exactly how long the heroes had left to live, which was very painful. Countless incarnations of the goddess of darkness filled the space, and the voice said that they believed that heroes, gifted with everything, would not greedily desire immortality, but apparently they had too good an opinion. Pointing weapons at people, the incarnations of Kyvier threateningly said that if they received answers to their question, they should leave. Garhan drew his sword and flew furiously through the crowd of dark-haired girls, cutting off their heads and declaring that his disappointment did not lie in the finitude of life. One of the materialized Kyviers flew towards the man, holding out a spear, and he only asked what the goddesses did after the incident when their sons and daughters sacrificed themselves in the fight against the demons. As several dark figures approached Garhan, he continued, saying that they all die unjustly when the goddesses only dispense blessings and watch as the world descends into chaos. He looked contemptuously at the approaching girls and declared that his main disappointment was the goddesses themselves. The regent was surrounded by a horde of Kyvier incarnations, and the voice answered that a mortal cannot understand everything, although there may be chaos before his eyes. In the place where Garhan stood, the colors began to thicken from the endless number of girls attacking him, and the voice concluded that he was not able to see the whole truth. Suddenly, the space was illuminated by a bright flash, rising upward with a blue beam, and dark bodies were scattered to the sides. Holding a sword sparkling with lightning in his hand, Garhan said that this world does not need a god who simply watches, it needs a just hero who punishes evil. Illuminating the space with bright discharges, the king of the sword said displeasedly that this is why they have no choice but to become immortals capable of protecting the world. Suddenly, Zenobia's voice rang out as her body began to evaporate in the endless space. Garhan cast a frightened glance at the woman disappearing before his eyes. The darkness transformed into the form of two faces, and a voice explained that the search for eternal life is not a sin and death is not a punishment. Skin and muscle tissue began to disappear from Garhan's hand, exposing the phalangeal bones, while the goddesses announced that they would grant the hero eternal peace, and the memory of them would remain alive. With one limb missing, the enraged Garhan extended another whole arm forward, shouting that the goddesses of darkness had betrayed the heroes. While the skin of the regent's face was already half gone, he, overcome with rage, loudly called out to the goddess Kivriel. The man turned into a red haze against the backdrop of shining stars, and only his hand remained in the air. Meanwhile, the four arrived in a high-speed carriage to the courthouse in the crater. Eric sat on the steps with a package, asking Addis, who was coming down to him, what he thought about the outcome of the hearing, and he replied that everything had been done to justify Ether. Then the jock asked about Maiden's fate, and the magician, taking food from his hands, said that Emil decided to protect the girl since she was a victim turned into a ghost. Before taking the bite, Addis, who continued to look at his partner, said with a guilty look that if he knew that they were again involved in the affairs of the Great Land, the Order would become suspicious of them. Chewing on his snack, Eric thought that this was true because learning about the Lynch, Alejandro, and the mansion would make it harder for the Order to trust their partners. Sitting down next to the main character, Addis concluded that it seemed that the organization only had the two of them to fight, to which Eric replied that they still had no idea who the partners were. The magician raised his hand with a serious look, saying that if they become aware of the fragment of the Ampala's blessing, then they will definitely come for them, so for now it is better not to report anything about the stone. Addis had a gold bracelet with a stone on her hand, which was a landmark. It attracted the attention of the main character. When magical inscriptions stretched from the bracelet, the red-haired young man explained that new magical spells and skills could be introduced into the landmark. Addis concluded that the work of the bracelet, which allows one to use even spells with which they are not compatible, is similar to the absorption of experience by a dragon. He firmly stated that with this artifact, a person can go beyond the limits of his abilities as a magician. While Addis explained in abstruse words the principle of operation of the landmark, Eric chewed food with a detached look, and his mouth was dirty. He looked at his partner when he said that they were lucky to escape from the mansion and stop the magic. Addis said that due to the possession of only a fragment of the Ampala's blessing, the magic was incomplete, sadly adding that if there was more of it, Eric and Maiden would forever be stuck in a magic trap. During the monologue, Eric took Addis's hand with a serious look, bringing the burrito he was holding to his mouth. The magician shouted with tears in his eyes that this was the only normal meal he had recently, and the jock replied that it was not his fault that the guy was not focused on absorbing food. Adjusting his bangs, muscular Eric dreamily looked ahead, imagining how he would live if he had not ended up here. Turning his head to his friend, he concluded with a smile that there is no if when time passes. When Eric added that it was also important that they be able to stay alive until the right moment, Addis looked at him admiringly, agreeing. Hearing footsteps, the red-haired guy turned towards Ether and Maiden, asking how it went. The broadcast began to say that thanks to Maiden's testimony, she was quickly rehabilitated, when suddenly both girls blushed with embarrassment, noticing the guys very close to each other. To clear up any misunderstandings, Addis showed the burrito, complaining that Eric had taken a bite of it. Ether furiously attacked the jock, taking out her swords, and he was perplexed for what he received. Eric looked furious, staring madly at the girl. She raised her green eyes to him in fear and opened her mouth. Addis, afraid of his friend's terrible reaction, extended his hand in the hope of calming him down. While the magician watched in panic at the evil expression on the jock's face, he calmly put his hand on Ether's head, and she screamed in surprise. Scrolling through an endless film of detailed frames with memories in his head, Garkin concluded that goddesses, unlike people, are beings of a higher dimension, and mortals would in no way be able to understand those who live in the fourth-dimensional world. But this also works in the opposite direction. For goddesses, people are simply figures drawn on a plane. Eternity, which mortals strive for, is just another dimension for higher beings. This is why people cannot attack goddesses. But that was until the current moment, until Garhan acquired the magic of sealing dimensions to catch the goddess. Holding the dimensional cube in his hands, he thought about how amazing it was that a higher dimensional being, Kivriel, would be locked in a lower dimensional field with a constantly repeating future. Garhan asked Zenobia, who was smoking a pipe, if the imprisoned goddess would be able to understand their plans, and the woman replied that she was not sure about it. Holding the pink smoke in her hand, the queen happily concluded that when the man cut off Kivriel's head, she was completely trapped by their magic. When Zenobia added that they had already absorbed half of the darkness's power, Garhan agreed wistfully, noting that the goddess was unable to recognize the Ampala's blessing. Looking at his hand, the regent said that they would not be able to achieve immortality with an incomplete stone, wondering if they could absorb all the goddesses with a full-fledged artifact. After these words, Zenobia asked how Garhan plans to create this, reminding that in order to completely seal the gods, they need to remain in this neutral space. The woman pulled the tube to her mouth, adding that in this space there is no time, which means their lives will not be shortened, and they will be able to constantly absorb the power of the goddess. Suddenly, Zenobia sharply shouted that she heard Kivriel's voice, saying that this is impossible in a small dimensional space, and the regent concluded that it is worth it since it surprises even the archmage. Closing her eyes, the queen asked if her partner had used the absorbed power, which he confirmed, and then the woman noted that even if he wanted to use the Great Land, the Order of Light was watching. In response to these objections, Garkin boldly declared that they would pit religion against religion, which embarrassed the Dark Blonde. The regent said with a serious look that it was only necessary to give a command to the Dark Brotherhood on behalf of Kivriel. In his hand was a picture of a sword in the form of a cross. Ether was overjoyed, surprised that Addis wanted to form a team. While the girl continued to chirp with happiness, Addis, behind the counter, was trying to negotiate the acceptance of a 15th level newcomer into the ranks of hunters, and Eric simply stood nearby. Looking with a languid gaze at the object of her adoration, the employee offered to help, because she was indebted to Walter, and Eric, meanwhile, reminded that he forgot to return the girl's things and even burned down Emil's temple. While the employee was trying to flirt with Addie's, the Musliman glanced out of the corner of his eye at another girl behind the counter near which the swordsman stood. The guy exclaimed that he wanted to become a hunter, and Eric looked at him in bewilderment, assuming that he was from the village. Judging by how clean the equipment was, a level 20 beginner had just bought it. Noticing the large number, Eric thought that with such skills it was too late to become a hunter, looking at the guy dumbfounded. The red-haired young man finally decided to introduce himself, saying that he had arrived from Shanghai. He enthusiastically said that his name is Sana Warrior. This ended the first season of the manhwa. Events are transferred to the 1,000-year-old snowy mountain kingdom of Caldria. Invaders were approaching the northeastern part of the state, advancing towards the local population. The foreigners were outraged that dragons were building their nests in such cold places. The common people under the snow looked dumbfounded at the approaching people, and everyone intended to flee. The Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood with his large army walked steadily towards the local residents, frightening with his appearance. A man could be seen running away on a snow-covered hill. He opened the box, rejoicing at the success of his experiments and admiring the fragment of the Ampala's blessing. He tried to understand why the Inquisitor had come to these cold lands, even if he had guessed everything. As soon as the man decided to speed up, he was tripped and he began to fall. The Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood in a black robe towered over the local resident lying in the snow, specifying where he was hurrying. The man watched with fear the member of the Brotherhood, who until recently had been far away, justifying his life in these places by the fact that people had nowhere else to go. Having managed to analyze only the fact that the leader was standing in front of him, the taken-aback resident began to bow, asking for mercy, and the Inquisitor, throwing up his hands, said that they were not touching the refugees. The masked man then added that this condition applies to members of the Great Land, and a bullet flew into his chest. Rising from his knees, with a malicious look, the resident held a pistol, intending to kill for a guess. He shouted sarcastically whether a stranger could behave boldly at gunpoint, and a fist flew at his face. With a powerful blow, the Inquisitor charged the man in the face, throwing him into the rock. There was a huge hole in the rock from the impact, and the pistol shattered into pieces, and the masked man concluded that the enemy was new to this world. Pulling a bullet from his body with turquoise mana, the Inquisitor explained that everything happens for a reason, such as the fact that men's predecessors did not use weapons. Throwing the crumpled bullet onto the ground, he added that even the enemy was still alive for a reason. Bending over the man, he asked to simply give him the blessing of the demon god. Having opened the blue box and not finding the desired contents, the Inquisitor grinned, noting how confusing everything was. While the masked members of the Brotherhood stood below among the residents, a purple light appeared near the tower. As the fibers wrapped around the body, the man concluded that this was the power they wanted. A huge hand grabbed the Inquisitor, and the resident began to tell him that all his indicators had now increased, and the level was above 80. A giant stood at the tower in a purple glow, asking how Alejandro could lose with such force. The man, who had turned into a huge monster, noted with pity that the enemy of this force was only some magician and healer. The blonde Inquisitor, with the hood of his robe pulled down, warned against touching his mask. To spite the foreigner, a huge finger reached out to his face and in an instant split the mask into pieces. Small and large pieces of the mask with blue stripes rose into the air. The remains of the monster's human face watched the Inquisitor without a mask with bewilderment. His huge yellow eye would also be directed at his hand. The man hesitatingly exclaimed that this could not be, having learned the level of his opponent, and the Inquisitor reminded him of what he had said. Activating turquoise mana, the blonde touched the monster's giant hand. Holding a huge finger and performing metamorphoses, the Inquisitor said that there is a reason for everything. Between the houses of the city lay a deep gorge called the Crater, at the bottom of which there were monsters. While the gigantic insect was preparing to attack, someone shouted to prevent the creature from leaving the dungeon. The girl, standing on the edge of the cliff, hesitantly took a step forward. A body was rapidly falling into the gorge from above, flying over many suspension bridges. Ether, dressed in a blue robe, was now flying at full speed headfirst to the bottom of the gorge towards the monster. At this time, several knights with shields tried to block the fast Scolopendra, but nothing worked. The brave man in the helmet decided to attack the insect alone, informing the boss that he was already on his way. The level 50th warrior was determinedly preparing to show the strength protecting the crater. The giant caterpillar of level 61 rushed towards the arrogant man and destroyed everything in its path. The insect of impressive size did not want to stop, wanting to climb the wall. The knight, raising his helmet, noticed with alarm that the caterpillar was heading straight to the village, and the younger knight turned his attention upward in panic. Next to the giant insect, something was rapidly flying down, emitting light. Seeing Ether's face, the knights concluded that it was a person. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, the girl struck the caterpillar in flight. The girl stuck the blade into the caterpillar's body, and now it was sticking out of the shell, emitting a powerful electric discharge. Etha screamed furiously, pulling the energy thread connected to the caterpillar towards herself. A huge creepy insect reached forward, crashing into a huge stone. While Ether controlled the caterpillar crawling across the bridge with the help of threads of mana, the knights recognized her as a novice hunter who had suddenly appeared 2 months ago and was increasing her level at great speed. The mustachioed knight noted with a smile that there were rumors about the lost sister Ether, to which his young colleague displeasedly remarked that it was disgusting to discuss such things, and the man nearby shouted angrily that this was not the time to discuss other teams. Accompanied by loud words that the monster would not die after such blows, a red-haired magician came out to the giant caterpillar. In his hands was a homemade magic tool with a gem surrounded on both sides by magic circles. Addis, standing right in front of the dark belly of a giant insect, waved the device, releasing mana. The stone in the magic device was broken by a hammer after being hit. The caterpillar, attacked by the magician, was now spotted and decided to get away from the battlefield. The leader of the team of knights watched in amazement at the power of Addis's magic, his mouth wide open and his eyes wide. He looked at Sir Addis standing in the distance, admiring his excellent attack and support, and concluding that he was the best mage for any team. While the red-haired mage looked at the magical device, declaring that no one could resist high magic, the knight continued to praise the young man. The boss, his bald head shining, looked at Addis with rapture, noticing that every time the guy became more and more beautiful, which greatly embarrassed his subordinates. The youngest of the knights recognized Addis with amazement, remembering what he had read about the magician in the newspaper. A man approached the girl and the magician, asking to leave the rest to him, and Ether vigorously waved at him. Martin awkwardly scratched the back of his head, seeing that the two had almost destroyed the monster, and Brad confidently declared that it was not scary because they were on the same team. Noticing a red-haired guy with a spear, the young knight frowned, thinking that he would be taller, and his partner decided to tell about recent events. When the knight began to talk about the incident at the Hunters Guild 2 months ago, Ether sank before her eyes. Hearing about the Walterian warrior, Addis was plunged into sadness. A dungeon prison where the worst criminals live, pumped up hands or handcuffed. Eric sits gloomily in a stone chamber with a shadow on his face, his hands and neck chained. On the yellow screen in front of him, the question, "Do you want to commit suicide?" is displayed. It was a clear sunny day above the Cotton Hunters Guild, and the rays of the sun illuminated the bright building, and a voice asked whether all hunters really lacked a sense of taste. A pompous, plump man in a green camisole, accompanied by the priest Emil, headed towards the building, and the priest explained to him that the technique of constructing the building had improved after the arrival of people from that world. The judge stood on the red rug in front of the entrance, and Emil asked why he decided to visit the guild, to which the mustachioed man mentioned that the blonde girl who had recently been on trial was haunting him. Rubbing his mustache, he playfully declared that Ether was a beauty, regretting that such a girl was engaged in hunting, and explained that he came because he was worried about which team she would end up on. Emil looked at the man with contempt, noticing his greasy look, but he had to endure because he was a local nobleman. Seeing the crowd at the reception counter, the judge asked if the guild was always so crowded. Friction between hunters is inevitable. This is the cost of the profession. In addition, they always have weapons with them, so even minor skirmishes can cost someone their life. For this reason, the use of weapons within the guild is strictly prohibited, and anyone who breaks this rule risks losing their status as a hunter. But this also has an exception. For example, when an alien above level 20 tries to register as a hunter. In other words, when the guild begins to suspect a hunter of belonging to another world, which is what happened with Sana the warrior, whom Eric suspected. Sitting on the floor, the guy indignantly asked why the jock pushed him. Standing behind Eric, the excited Addis asked his friend if Sana was really from another world, and he in response asked the magician and Ether if they had heard anything about Shanghai or Changrishan. Thinking, the girl suggested that we were talking about the name of the dish, and Addis admitted that he was hearing it for the first time, clarifying whether it was a different region. Suddenly it dawned on the magician that this word was used on Earth, and while Ether looked at Addis in bewilderment, he began to explain that Hanbin could be sure of his identity, and other hunters were only guessing. Eric stood opposite San with his arms crossed on his chest, expressing complete dissatisfaction, having the right of a Voltarian to attack first and block other hunters, and the magician from behind encouraged his friend. The main character gloomily asked what kind of Shanghai it was, because 22 years on the Rocky Mountain were too long to remember the cities of other countries on Earth. The fact that a newcomer who had recently come from Earth visited the Hunters Guild was obvious, but in this case the manual would have said that he needed to hide his identity. As he unsheathed his sword, Sana decided that anyone who wanted to become a warrior must demonstrate their abilities by taking on God's ordeal. Holding a weapon in one hand and a wooden shield in the other, the guy confidently declared that if this was fate, he would not hide or run away. Putting his sword forward and intending to attack, he loudly asked to move away, explaining that fighting helpless people was contrary to the duty of a warrior. Standing smugly in front of him was a muscular warrior of the 5th level, to whom Sana addressed. After a second, Eric realized what the guy had just said. He fiercely ran up to Sana and, cursing rudely, hit him in the face with all his might. Spinning, the guy flew across the entire hall, and Eric angrily wondered why the guy had revealed his level to the crowd, deciding that if he wanted to die, then let him do it alone. The gathered people began to discuss with bewilderment the words Sana had said that the Voltarian had only the 5th level, which angered Eric even more. Ether laughed at the jock, and he began to sweat with excitement, asking Hades to do something, but the magician looked no better, panicking greatly. Suddenly, one warrior from the crowd raised his weapon, explaining that if others had seen the Voltarian fight, they wouldn't be talking nonsense about him only reaching level 5. Brad continued confidently, rhetorically asking how a level 5 warrior could destroy a dungeon boss above level 70. Martin agreed, and the people in the crowd decided that Sana was not an alien, but simply crazy. Eric was grateful to the familiar warriors Brad and Martin, but did not recognize them. The main character was suddenly surrounded by knights, pointing weapons at him and ordering him to surrender, while Emil, meanwhile, hurried towards them as fast as he could. Seeing the priest, Eric beamed with joy, asking him to stop these people, but he angrily shouted that they were not from the order. These were the soldiers of the judge, who was lying on the floor unconscious after Sana, who was lying next to his swollen cheek, ran into him. The action takes place in a dungeon prison, which was originally intended for strangers from another world. After the execution of prisoners, this place turned into an accumulation of various garbage. It was designed by Grozny Garkin. The prison was built vertically, 6 floors above and 24 below the ground. Even if someone wants to escape, they will stumble upon a cliff, and if they think that they can fly away, the thickness of the walls is 15 meters and the deepest part reaches 48 meters. As a result of the experiment, even the strongest sword King Bartold could not destroy the thick steel wall. That is, even a Waltarian warrior would not be able to escape from here. The warden held Eric by the shoulders, roughly explaining all this information to the prisoner. He added that the guy was sentenced to 100 years in prison, and he looked up coldly. On the balcony in a dimly lit room stood a judge with a glass of wine, looking at Eric maliciously. Pushing apart the bars of the bars with his force, the main character loudly asked why he was given such a long sentence, shouting that it was an accident. Hades and Ether were sitting in front of the bars, and the magician said that the priest Emil asked for him, but they did not even accept indulgences. Besides, the owner of the prison was the judge himself, and a riot could only increase the term. Ether confidently reported that the judge was rumored to love money, which means there must be a way to make bail, to which Hades agreed and assured his friend that they would find the amount by any means. Eric examined the concrete walls in the dim lamplight, the levels of the building and the rows of doors on each of them. Shielding himself from the blue glow with his hand, he came to the conclusion that even if he escaped, he would have to hide for the rest of his life, and then his plan to receive the goddess's blessing would make no sense. The main character also realized that in this case he would no longer be able to ask the goddess to send him to Earth, which means he could only trust Hades and Ether, while 2 people behind him furiously kicked the third one lying on the ground. While the newcomer was being hit and angry because of his laughter, he said that men were doing wrong, and they responded sarcastically that he was so right for getting here. Sana, holding his head, with a bloody nose and a smile on his face, boldly declared that he was not ashamed of his actions. San's crime was striking a nobleman and attempted murder. He was in custody on the day of the trial without trial due to unknown identity and received a prison term of 100 years. The crime of Eric, who squirmed in disgust, was that he threw sand at the nobleman, which almost killed him. He was protected by the Order of Light for a whole week, but in the end his sentence was also 100 years in prison. When Sana, who was being beaten by 2 men with colorful mohawks, noticed the jock and started waving at him, he put his hand to his face, angrily noting that instead of slapping him, he should have hit the guy on the head. 2 lawless people began to call out to Eric, but he did not turn around, pretending that he did not know San, and then they decided that he also did not respect his elders. Sana chimed in, happily declaring that he too had been careless until he received a hard slap in the face from a level 5 warrior. Eric, making a goat with his hands, concentrated his energy, looking furiously at the 2 men. Standing right in front of the confused Sana, he furiously gave the Iroquois bearers strong clicks, and they scattered in different directions. When the brown-haired boy enthusiastically asked what kind of skill he just had, Eric grabbed his cheeks with his hand and shouted at him to shut up. Looking contemptuously at San, the main character concluded that everything was bad for him, and this weirdo flashed before his eyes, realizing that if he chatted, he could be discovered. Eric imagined how bad it would be for Hades and Ether if that happened. The main character thought gloomily maybe he should kill San. The chatterbox with Eric's hand around his neck smiled widely, noting that he just didn't feel at ease in this unfamiliar place. He was sincerely glad to see the jock again, asking what his name was, and his behavior reminded him of a dear ghost from a past life. Eric curled his mouth, noting such a painful similarity. He sat down on the floor and, holding his head, replied that his name was Felad, and the joyful guy introduced himself as Chanrishin. The main character looked up at his interlocutor with a pitying look, asking how the newcomer was still alive if he was telling everyone that he came from another world. Chanrishin, shaking his head, replied that he was telling everyone about Eric's low level, and other people were treating him like he was crazy, which is why the jock remarked displeasedly that the guy didn't know what to keep quiet about. Leaning on his muscular arm, Eric decided that it was necessary to teach Chanrishin to distinguish aliens from Ratnians, and in the meantime he said that he had a gift for his help. Sana handed the main character 4 turquoise mana crystals, saying that he got them by destroying the monster. Then Eric clarified whether the guy destroyed the monster in this prison, to which Chanrishin answered in the affirmative, looking at the offenders and saying that they were trying to take away the stones. Taking one of the crystals, the main character suggested that if the prison was built in a cave, then it might be possible to get into the dungeon itself, adding that men with mohawks would still not be able to sell the stones in the prison. Then the joyful Chanrishin explained to Eric how crystals work in prison. The main character was stunned to learn that if he gave them to the warden, he could reduce his sentence. Eric furiously shouted to the judge towering at the very last level that he should have said this right away. Standing near a metal box wrapped in leather straps, the nobleman, drinking wine, declared that a foreigner, even if he had killed a warrior once, would no longer be able to forget the taste of this blood. The mustachioed man admitted that he was even a little jealous of them, noticing with pleasure that the man in the box was reacting. Looking at the joyful Eric, the judge designated him as the next prey for the most dangerous criminal of the prison, imagining him tearing apart the proud face of the Voltarian warrior. From the crack in the box, the violet shine of bloodthirsty eyes could be seen and sounds could be heard. The blonde guy inside with his mouth tied with ropes continued to try to say something, and in the end he managed to say Eric Karan. People on Earth are small and weak, and one of the reasons for this is that with the development of civilization they began to move less and became weaker. But the Ratnians are not very different from Earthlings, except for their slightly more athletic figure. Despite the fact that Ratnians train a lot, hunt monsters and harden themselves, the human body can reach a maximum of level 15. However, monsters are different, which is why the level can increase rapidly, and that is why the 15th level that people can reach becomes meaningless. However, in Ratna there are what are called 4 main forces: aura, mana, power, and prana, all of which have different characteristics. Hunters train hard and develop these powers to level up and hunt more powerful monsters. But what if the hunter cannot use the 4 main powers, for example due to magical tools blocking these powers? A hunter's high level is just a number, and hunters look at monsters with fear even if their level is lower. People who cannot use the 4 main powers become food for monsters, even if they are magicians or swordsmen. And there are no exceptions to this rule. Someone's muscular arm cut through the air. The blonde man closed his eyes and bared his teeth, shielding himself from the approaching attack with his palms. Looking at the monster in front of him with eyes wide with fear, the hunter thought that this strong killer bee was like a cannonball. Not far from the man, a wide kitchen knife for cutting meat products stuck into the ground, and he looked at the object in bewilderment. The hunter grabbed the handle of the knife between his fingers, but immediately realized with disappointment that because of the handcuffs he could not use his aura. But Eric, who cut huge bees into 2 halves and held them tightly by the limbs, could do this when he had already been in captivity for 5 weeks. Eric looked at the stricken bees lying around with a satisfied smile, thinking that, despite the selected sword, these kitchen knives are also suitable and even allow, with a little effort and control of strength, not to kill monsters. Looking at Chanrishin with a sword and shield, who defeated 1 killer bee and received 1,224 experience points, Eric came to the conclusion that this young man would help him raise his level. The fair-haired alien had already reached the 35th level, and sighed tiredly with a smile on his face, pleased with the fight with monsters. A man with an iron helmet and closed clothes was inspecting a bag tied with a rope. After examining the contents of the bag, the prison worker concluded that for that amount he could reduce the sentence for Eric and Chanrishin by 1 month, and other prisoners passing by could not keep their envy to themselves. When Eric asked to exchange bread for 8 kitchen knives, Chanrishin looked at the guy doubtfully and suggested choosing a better weapon. Eric calmly explained that due to their cheapness, these knives break quickly, and Chanrishin laughed that he was not going to fight after leaving prison, but he had better weapons. Eric looked askance at the young man, thinking that over the past 5 weeks the so-called Walter had been slowly collecting crystals. And although Eric could cope alone, he simply could not leave Chanrishin alone, because he needs to raise his level and he has a good reference point. Eric looked at the guy thoughtfully when he came to the conclusion that he must definitely leave prison with him, because he might have useful information for a meeting with the goddess. Eric, full of confusion, silently watched as Changrishan, with a stupid smile and a childish blush, extended his finger upward, asking for 100 loaves of bread instead of reducing the sentence. Kneeling in front of a crowd of prisoners greedily eating loaves of bread, a man with brown hair thanked someone in front of him from the bottom of his heart for his help. Eric stood stone-faced as Changrishan awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed, wishing the crowd of men bon appetit, even though their food was not luxurious. When Eric roughly squeezed the youth's face, furious at his behavior, he continued to smile, chalking it all up to the fact that he could not turn his back on those who wanted to become heroes, and even sinners. People in identical uniforms stood in a perfectly even line while the man in front of them marched confidently. When the prisoners saw the dark silhouette approaching, they backed away in fear, and some even began to run away. The mustachioed judge, with an expression of contempt on his plump face, called the picture in front of him a gutter. When a subordinate ran up to him and fell to his knees with his head bandaged and pleadingly extended his hands to the judge, asking to give him a chance to see his family at least once, the guards blocked his path. One of the people in the uniform of prison workers, leafing through the documents, told the judge that this prisoner was here due to non-payment of debt, and the judge, looking down at the man with disgust, said that in order to meet his family he should try to destroy monsters. The prisoner bowed his head when the guard told the judge that he had lost his leg to the monster, and it was eventually decided to give him another chance. The man looked at the judge with horror in his eyes when the guards, on his orders, roughly grabbed him by the shirt and were about to send him to the dungeon. Ignoring the desperate cries of the prisoner, the mustachioed man reminded his subordinate to get rid of the beggars who had nothing to take from, and added that he was looking for another prisoner. A prisoner with a bandage on his forehead panickedly called for help from his comrades named Hans and Charlie. The guards taking the poor man away ordered him not to twitch and at the same time were glad that they did not have to kill him with their own hands. The figure of Eric appeared behind one of the prison workers with hatred on his face. The guards, frightened, released the poor man and sharply pointed their spears at Eric and Chanrishan, who were standing near the prison cell. Even through the helmets that covered their faces, it was obvious that the guards were unfriendly. Eric and Chanrishan began to make stupid excuses that they also needed to go to the dungeon because a monster had just appeared there on the other side. The young men turned their backs to the frozen guards, and Eric asked them what they were doing. The warrior casually reminded the frightened workers in armor that they, too, were about to go into the dungeon. Eric, his eyes madly burning with anger, turned to the men. Northeastern part of the Millennium Kingdom, the dragon's lair in the Millennium Mountain. This was the 6th dragon nest captured, and no aliens were found in the city during the evacuation of residents. A woman with reddish hair and an inquisitor's mask asked a black-haired man in the same mask what was wrong with him, because the emergency operation went without complications and their personnel were not injured. The girl was sure that the general was very worried about something. Another masked man with blonde hair inquired about the whereabouts of the general and remembered that he had gone to headquarters to convey something to the Brotherhood. Headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood, Chapel of Saints. Chief Inquisitor Ethan shared that this time, according to the oracle he received, he stumbled upon the alien laboratory and returned the blessing of the demon god. A woman with black nails, a concealing shawl hanging from her head, looked with admiration at the crystal in her hand, containing such a large amount of sinister energy. Sir Leonhardt listened to the words that the goddess of darkness Kivriel also deserved recognition. The man, whose face was hidden behind a white mask, remained silent. Then he turned to the Holy Virgin, whose shadow was visible through the thick canvas, and asked if this was not strange. Leonhardt said that the goddess was never directly involved in affairs on Earth, although historically she sent prophets to observe the Earth and give them enlightenment. When the Holy Maiden suggested that this meant that the disrespect of the people had touched the heavens themselves, Leonhardt replied that after receiving the oracle and arriving at the site, the number of victims had already exceeded 100 people. Sir Leonhardt sharply raised his tone from the rising anger when he began to say that they would get there faster if the goddess knew where they were. The Holy Maiden, who turned out to be a short, black-haired old woman, shouted out that she had been a saint for 70 years, but she also did not often receive the oracle. The old woman became angry and shouted that the goddess was worried about the disorder in this world and therefore sent an oracle, while noting the excessive rudeness of Leonhardt, who called himself the chosen and blessed. When the man bowed his head guiltily and admitted that he had said too much, the old woman lowered her tone and calmly said that, despite the fact that Leonhardt has young blood flowing into him, he is no longer a capricious child and is obliged to watch his words. When the Holy Virgin reminded the man to take off his mask, he immediately did it, and the old woman laughed, noting the guy's handsome face bestowed by the goddess, which he didn't mind showing. The holy maiden took the shining crystal in her palm, offering the blessing of the demon god to Kivriel, the ruler of darkness. Leonhardt put on his mask again and thought that such a detailed oracle had not existed before, and thanks to it, he was able to return the blessing of Omplis. The man thought that if he asked the goddess about this, she would answer that this should not be told to other orders. Leaving the headquarters, Leonhardt understood that something was happening. A piece of crystal floated above a pale palm with black nails and stripes. Garkan, having received Amla's blessing, decided that the Dark Brotherhood could be trusted. The man held in his hand a fragment of the blessing, which was absorbed. Garin clenched his fist with a grin as the process completed faster and faster. When Zenobia asked how much the demon god's blessing left for her in the dragon's nest had increased, Richard replied that due to the small number of refugees, the increase was only 3%. Holding the Kaiseru between her fingers, the woman said that she did not think that it would be possible to return the fragments with the help of the order, even if the incomplete blessing of the demon god was delivered to the dragon nests with the help of Richard. The woman was sure that at the same time they could easily get rid of the great land, which had already lost its value. Zenobia said with a smile that it would be nice to be a regent and participate in political life, and Garin responded with a laugh that despite his ageless body, his mind was tired. A woman and a man flew between various gears and mechanisms, talking about the destruction of the Great Earth Group, about the Dark Brotherhood Inquisitors and whether they had given them too much information through the Oracle. The man crossed one leg over the other, suggesting that only one person could be involved. Garhin said that there is another holder of the goddess's blessing in the Dark Brotherhood named Leonhardt, whom everyone knows as a handsome young man who will become the hero of the next generation. When Zenobia offered to lure the youth to her side, Garin replied that, despite the goddess's blessing, he abandoned his career for the sake of brotherhood and would commit murder if he found out that the heroes turned back time. Then the woman proposed to remove him earlier, believing that there was benefit from a capable inquisitor, but the man said that the youth's level was too high and they could not resist him, having only the Great Earth in reserve. Leonhardt was the most suitable figure to take aliens alive and extract information from them, because he is the only one who specializes in hand-to-hand combat and healing. The heroes came to the conclusion that the guys from the Great Land could attack at any moment, because they are so weak-minded that they will try to do everything to survive. The man and woman agreed that the members of this group did not even suspect that they could not harm them. Garin said that as soon as they try to uncover the secret of the four heroes, a forbidden magical effect will be activated, from which the whole body will be engulfed in terrible pain, followed by death. The heroes came to the conclusion that this would work, because healing magic does not work on corpses. Zenobia and Garin were sure that those who fell into this trap, like alien strangers, would turn into dust and disappear. The young man, dressed in black trousers and shoes of the same color, kicked the ground hard. Standing in front of the shining cube, Garin marveled at how Zenobia did not remember her own magical inventions, and the Archmage explained that she could not remember some of the magical techniques due to the fact that she was constantly creating them. The woman added that she was also busy unraveling the powers of the goddess, and Garin said that they would be able to absorb her blessing after the Ampla's blessing was fully formed. When the Archmage asked if the heroes had checked all the dragon nests, Garkin replied with a grin that the strangers and the people they were going to sacrifice were not only there. Looking ahead with his azure eyes, the man stated that he had already collected and transmitted information to the alien, who was in the crater prison created by the hero. The man added that they could only wait for Leslie to get there, but the girl was already sitting among the crowd of prisoners on her knees with handcuffs on her wrists. Leslie frowned when she thought about Zenobia and Garin covering their tracks after the deaths of members of the Great Earth at the hands of the Inquisitor, and that the girl needed to find another Earthling in prison so as not to die herself. The spy was thinking about finding the Earthling among the prisoners, taking the Ampla's blessing from him and running away, when suddenly the girl was distracted by loud cries about some maniac. Listening to the two prisoners exchange gossip about the Voltarian warrior, Leslie was surprised, because she remembered that Eric died in that mansion with a ghost. When the girl looked at Changrishan, she came to the erroneous conclusion that Garin had made a mistake when he identified this youth as a foreigner, based on the low level of the warrior and the fact that he was imprisoned later. Seeing Eric, Leslie was amazed that all the assistants of the Order of Light were destroyed, but he survived, and from the 5th level she immediately realized that the young man was not a Voltarian of any kind. The guards, holding spears in front of Eric and Chanrishan, ordered the young men to stand still. Chanrishan was fascinated by the idea of fighting with the guards to save the prisoners, but Eric did not appreciate this proposal, recalling that he already had 2 dragons on his neck for which he must be responsible. Eric became enraged when he looked over his shoulder at the judge, who was imposingly walking around the prison as if in a garden or his chambers. Staring at the man with furious eyes burning with a scarlet light, Eric rhetorically asked through his teeth what the man was doing there. Through the cracks in their helmets, the eyes of the guards could be seen, who widened in horror as they looked at the Voltarian with a very domineering aura. Changrishan, blushing, closed his eyes and pressed his index finger under his nose. Eric went into shock and stood with his mouth open as the young man next to him confidently raised his fist in the air, shouting that they could no longer do nothing, because nothing would change from waiting for rescue. The guards became angry at such statements and mistook the young man for a madman, and Eric squeezed Chanrishan's throat while he, with his hand raised, screamed that those punished would never rebel. Everyone except Eric, who was too busy strangling his new acquaintance, turned to hear someone's voice saying that the prison had gone crazy. It was a prisoner with a bandage who managed to escape and return with a stick in his hands, now screaming heart-rendingly that criminals are not sentenced to death and also have families who are waiting for them. The next moment, the prisoners, who shared this feeling of injustice, vying with each other, shouted that their term of imprisonment had long been exceeded and demanded release. Eric watched with detachment the crowd of angry men shouting in chorus for freedom. Leslie, being in the center of the crowd, watched those around her in complete bewilderment and came to the conclusion that they had all gone crazy. When the judge's alarmed subordinate advised the man to avoid the riot, he arrogantly said that such a respected man as he should not do such a thing. But his words were drowned out by the screams of the prisoners. Cursing the rioters, the judge raised his plump palm and squealed shrilly that he could only use desperate measures and bring one person here. Eric looked with horror at the prison uprising, and Chanrishan, fascinated by this, explained that a hero is not the one who saves people, but the one who forces them to stand on their own feet. Eric dropped his jaw as Changrishan tearfully stated that the warrior had excellent martial arts knowledge and a wonderful character, and that he would follow him all his life. Eric, burning with shame, covered his face with his palm when the fair-haired alien, again raising his clenched fist into the air, began to agitate the crowd to follow the Voltarian hero. Through the coordinated screams of the prisoners, the sounds of metal moving on the ground could be heard as someone with a weight on his leg walked slowly. The criminal's palms were tied with belts and his forearms were shackled with iron rings connected by rods. The crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked with fear at the approaching stranger. The blindfolded prisoner raised his eyebrows, widened his eyes, and opened his mouth in shock. Moving towards Eric and Changrishan between the guards was an alien wearing a straitjacket, straps and metal all over his body, as well as 2 weights on his ankles. Chanrishan expressed his surprise out loud, while Eric managed to keep it to himself. Leslie looked amazed as she looked at the level 61 mage, because he was the same foreigner Garhan was talking about. Judging, happily exposing his snow-white, even teeth, he was glad about the long-awaited end to the rebellion of the savages and declared that for such non-entities, this horror behind him in the form of a stranger would be just right. While the official was saying that after removing the shackles, the magician would wipe out everyone present in 5 minutes, Leslie began to feverishly think about running away due to the fact that she was wearing a 4th level seal, which would complicate the battle process. With a nasty grin, the judge began to boast about his supposedly compassionate heart and announced that he would add 50 years to each of the prisoners for participation in the riot. When the man announced that the instigator of the riot had been given 100 years, Chanrishan began to make excuses and shift the blame onto Eric, who was squeezing the young man's head with his huge fingers, looking at him with a menacing look and clenching his palm into a fist so hard that he was shaking. The judge laughed maliciously as he expressed his surprise that the two had not only attacked him, but started a riot in his prison. The man offered a merciful and equal bet, in his opinion, putting the sentence of all the prisoners present on the line. The judge ordered Eric and Changrishan to have a real sword fight with this white-haired stranger whose face was hidden. The judge clenched his thick fingers with sharp black nails as he seemed to go mad and screamed for the opponents to tear each other apart, and that if they won, he would reduce the punishment of everyone in prison. The judge froze in shock when Eric, who had Chanrishan slung over his shoulder, refused the offer, privately worrying that during the battle everyone would see his level. Eric was ready to leave with the words that he and Chanrishan would cover up their crimes on their own, but the man behind was not so sure that the prison sentence for the warrior's crime could be annulled so easily. Eric stopped when he heard the name he came up with when he first arrived in this world. The young man turned around, looking with fear at the mysterious stranger. The stranger laughed through a kind of gas mask and told the young man to fight him before reminding him of the scars that still hurt. Ignoring the perplexed Chanrishan, Eric began to realize everything. The judge broke into a pleased, disgusting smile when he found out that there was something between Eric and the stranger, because it was even more interesting for him. Suddenly the man decided that the victory of 2 against 1 was not at all interesting, and, addressing the crowd, he asked if anyone wanted to fight a stranger. When the man announced his release regardless of the outcome of the battle, whispers ran through the crowd of prisoners, but their opinions were still divided. One of the prisoners, who did not trust the official's words, said that only a madman would want to fight a Voltarian, and that there was no point in releasing or imprisoning only while you were alive. Leslie, towering over the frightened men sitting on their knees, loudly announced her candidacy with a confident smile. The girl grinned and clearly enjoyed what was happening. Namely, she liked the fact that the stranger, who was in the very depths of the prison, crawled out on his own, and Leslie planned to give him the blessing of the Demon King. Looking at Eric, Leslie decided that she would sacrifice this charlatan and thus cope with 2 tasks at once. The judge chuckled contentedly, and his thick cheeks almost completely covered his little piggy eyes as he rejoiced at this new mortal battle. The 4 people looked at each other, preparing for battle. An arched hole could be seen among the Rocky Mountains. A magical ring formed in the air with a darkening closer to the center, and resembled blue flames. Addis and Ether jumped out of this portal, and the latter's face looked as if she had a bad time teleporting. Ether fell face down into the ground, horrified by such regular raids, while Addis congratulated his partner with a smile on closing the first dungeon. Eric developed this method to increase low-level Addis, and in the first stage, the high-level alien drove monsters to exhaustion, but left them alive. At the second stage, Addis, who had a low level, turned into a dragon and killed all the monsters at once. At the third stage, the magician increased the level, absorbing a large amount of energy with the help of the dragon core, and this time Addis with his high level acted as Eric. Ether muttered that it took her too much effort to raise her level, and at the moment when Addis burst out laughing at such a familiar picture and asked if the girl felt as if she was about to be turned inside out, Ether vomited. Addis began to shower the girl with admiration, noting how quickly she was able to stabilize the dragon's core and absorb the energy, but the pale Ether replied that even after such pleasant words, she could no longer fight. Addis explained with a smile that the level increases if you thoroughly digest all the absorbed energy, inviting Ether to relax now and learn to digest the energy. And the tired girl joyfully raised her shaking hands to the sky. Clutching the artifact found during the closure of the dungeon in his hands, the young man said that he needed to check it. Addis's face was tinged with sadness as he thought that if Eric had been here, he would have been told by his guide how to properly use the artifact and learn about its functions. Ether was calm about Eric being in prison, but Addis was worried whether everything was okay with his friend among the other prisoners. The young man turned sharply and, with eyes shining from tears, shouted in panic that Eric could become a real killer with one wrong move, and prayed that the warrior would simply be beaten. The crater gorge was far from the dragon and the wyvern, but in the end Ether reincarnated and they flew. 20 years ago, after the attack of the goddess Great Earth, strangers became enemies of the Ratnians, and Garkan agreed to create a camp in the dungeon of the crater, which had not yet been fully explored. Foreigners were kept there, as a result of which some of their characteristics were discovered. A huge amount of detailed information about the nuances of the battle between aliens and Ratnians was collected by killing many Earthlings. However, due to the obsession with murder that began to manifest itself in the aliens, and due to ongoing experiments with monsters, it became impossible to control them. Although the site was given over to local aristocrats and was used as a prison for the Ratnians, the facilities for experimenting on foreigners remained the same. And now they were secretly used as an arena for competitions. A man in a black suit with dark hair raised his hand up, and in the other he held a megaphone, through which he loudly informed the prisoners that today's competition would be held according to simple rules. As always, the presenter shouted that the one who gets the most crystals and destroys the most monsters that filled the perimeter of the stadium will win, while the man shouted that the players could take trophies from each other and that the supposedly fair judge, waving his thick palm, would not judge the prisoners for what they had done. The metal doors swung open when the speaker announced that in the blue corner there was a devil sent by the deity Omplis himself from another world, who had not received a single injury in numerous battles. Grabbing his head, Rod froze in one position. Clenching his fist, he commanded the force of darkness that lurked in his hand to calm down. Further, Rod stated that bloody revenge would now begin. Looking at him, the audience wondered if he was ashamed, calling him a crazy foreigner. Rod raised his hand and noted that no one could understand the dark abyss that lay within him. Beside herself with rage, Leslie could not understand why she needed to put the costume on herself, calling it shameful. Taking out the crystal, the prisoner asked what he thought of her proposal. Lost in her thoughts, Leslie felt that she needed to be patient for a while, adding that once she put Ompla's blessing into him, they would not see each other again. Turning, Rod asked if she meant the crystal that gives her strength. Smirking, he declared that her blinding smile was enough for him. Horrified, Leslie thought that in this case, she would need to lightly prick him from behind during the competition. Gritting his teeth, Rod reflected on the fact that he had given up his name after being mistaken for a foreigner and imprisoned. Continuing to think, he noted that he would never be able to forget those sufferings. Looking around the expanse of the battlefield, Rod noticed that he immediately recognized Ryu when he saw him. The judge reported that there was a fearless savage in the red corner, calling him Ratna's strongest fighter. Rod was sure that the main character recognized him too. Having prepared for the fight, Ryu froze in one position. Next, the judge finally announced the main character. Looking at his opponent, Ryu wondered who he was. Continuing to think, he noted that he did not know who he was, adding that he knew his real name. Pointing his finger to his throat, Rod declared that the main character was finished. At that moment, Ryu thought about the Great Land. The main character believed that in this case, his identity would be revealed, noting that if Rod was from a great land, then he could find out about him. Looking at his opponent, Ryu noted that if he knew who he was, he could corner him without a fight. While in his thoughts, the main character was confident that if Rod knew who he was, then he could start hunting for Addies and Ether. Wary, Ryu thought that he needed to kill him as quickly as possible and get out of there. After which, Sana called out to the main character. Looking at the annoyed Changrishan, Ryu asked if he was okay. Addressing the main character, Sana said that he respects his strength and personality. With a worried expression on his face, Changrishan asked if Ryu really intended to kill the stranger. He was sure that in this situation it was not necessary to fight, asking what the main character thought about the conversation. While in doubt, Ryu noted that Sana did not know about the Great Land. Raising his hand, the judge wondered who exactly would emerge victorious. Looking around the expanses of the battlefield, the main character said that they had nowhere to run, adding that there were monsters on all sides. A pair of magicians could be seen above the place of the duel, creating a special barrier. Ryu stated that there was a powerful barricade on top, which was created by about 20 people. Raising his sword, the main character said that they would talk about this later, after which, a crowd of angry monsters rushed towards the guys. The judge announced that they were starting the contest. Looking at Ryu's body, the girl talked about her sculpted, muscular abs and powerful back. Raising his hand, the main character prepared to attack. The girl noted that the pectoral muscles trembled every time he swung the sword, adding that his muscles were as if drawn. Removing the binoculars from her face, she declared that the gods were unfair to give him such a luxurious body. Smiling, the woman suggested that the Baroness liked the main character. On the wall where the duel took place, a red and blue emblem was visible. Baroness said that she was simply pleased to look at him. Laughing, the Viscountess noted that if the Baroness's husband heard this, he would begin to be jealous. Further, the Viscountess revealed that if Ryu won the competition, they would be released from prison, asking what the Baroness thought about hiring him as an employee. Delighted, she stated that she just needed a mansion manager. Smiling, the man said that it would be difficult for the Voltarian warrior to work in the mansion, adding that he did not use any magical items. Surprised, the Baroness asked if it was him. Looking at the man who had a glass of alcohol in his hand, she guessed that he was Lord Felix Prilcis of the Prilcis Trade Order. Taken aback, Felix said that she recognized him, noting that he was honored. The Lord said that he was not such a famous merchant. Picking up the camera, Felix asked if he could take a photo with them. Seeing the object in the Lord's hands, the Viscountess was taken aback. Felix said that this magical item was new to their order, adding that it was called an image recorder. The surprised Viscountess noted that the Lord always carries something with him. Smirking, the Baroness asked if Felix himself used a magic item, suggesting that he had a high level. The Lord told her that his status was low, adding that in his youth he worked as a hunter with his brother. Felix believed that in this situation he had nothing to be proud of. Looking at the magical device, the Lord said that first he needed to check whether it worked well. Looking at Rod, who was preparing for battle, Felix wondered if he was really that same stranger, noting that because of his mask his face was not visible. After which, Elhauer appeared behind the Lord. With a malicious expression on his face, he stated that it would be great if Felix refrained from trading in this place. The Count was sure that a ticket there for such a commoner as Felix was very expensive. Placing his hand on his chest, the Lord said that he had no intention of doing this, thanking Elhauer for worrying about his finances. With a serious expression on his face, Felix said that the Marquis had sold the ticket at a very favorable price. Grinning, the Count asked if he was talking about a bargain price at his competition. Throwing the money aside, Elhauer noted that in this case the Lord's pocket would not remain empty, offering him a bet for fun. The Count asked who Felix thought would win, the main character or Rod. With a distraught smile, Elhauer announced that he was betting on Rod, assuming that the Lord was on Ryu. Lost in his thoughts, Felix was amazed that the Count was making such a bet on a stranger. Approaching the stone fence, the Baroness reported that monsters were climbing from all sides, calling the situation strange. Hearing this, Felix fell into a stupor. The Count's face was filled with joy. With lightning speed, the main character destroyed one monster after another. The judge stated that the Waltarian warrior cuts down monsters with only a knife, noting his amazing strength. The remains of the monsters' bodies scattered in different directions. The judge noted that Ryu trampled them like bugs, suggesting that he had 4th-degree magical devices with him. With an angry look, the main character raised the monster's head above himself. While in his thoughts, Ryu was sure that these monsters were nothing special. Suddenly, an army of maddened monsters appeared in front of his face. Continue thinking, the main character noted that they are not getting smaller. Looking at the battlefield, which was covered in an immense number of monsters, the judge wondered how this was possible, guessing that it was all the monsters of the dungeon trying to devour the Voltarian warrior. Ryu's gaze was shrouded in genuine hatred. In his thoughts, the task was set to slaughter the Peric monsters. Suddenly, with colossal power, the main character made his blow. Heavy dust rose at the sight of the fight. Raising his blade, Ryu froze in one position. Looking at the alarmed protagonist, the judge noted that the monsters simply flew away from him. At that moment, Ryu noted that he was trying to control his powers. In the crowd of attacking monsters, Chanrishin's voice was heard, trying to call Ryu. Powerful claws were visible next to the monster's mouth. The protagonist's face was filled with anxiety. Leslie was shocked by what she saw. Looking at the monster leaving, she was surprised that it simply walked past her. While in her thoughts, Leslie theorized that these monsters only preyed on special ones, adding that it was just an insect with low intelligence. Looking at Rod's hand, the prisoner noted that she had never heard of such abilities in this area, wondering who he really was. Towering over the main character, the dungeon boss prepared to attack. In the past, Rod was turned into a monster by the dungeon boss Tentacle Beholder. The hunter's body was shackled by the monster's tentacles. Usually there is no way to stop such a transformation. Beside himself with rage and controlling Rod's body, the dungeon boss rushed to attack. But in the case of Rod, due to starvation and dehydration, the monster's cells stopped multiplying, and only his left arm merged with him and acquired the skills of a tentacle contemplator. Raising his hand, Rod prepared to attack. The plot introduced us to the fact that the hunter used the mind control skill, which interacts with monsters within a radius of 2 kilometers, allowing him to control monsters of a lower level. Frozen in one position, Rod thought that he did not remember what happened in the dungeon, noting that because of his skill, everyone took him for a stranger. Continuing to think, the hunter said that he was imprisoned in this dungeon and was forced to fight with other prisoners. Looking at the dark cloud that appeared, Rod noted that, ironically, fighting the one who took everything from him would be the last fight that would free him. Wary, the hunter thought that at that moment the main character was only level 5, suggesting that if he trained hard, then his level should be no less than 20. Turning to Ryu, Rod stated that if he admits his guilt and asks for forgiveness, he will spare him. A huge cloud of dust appeared on the battlefield. After the main character finished his attack, his body froze in one position. His gaze was shrouded in confidence and coldness. Seeing Ryu turn his back to him, Rod tried to call out to him. Taken aback, the hunter assumed that he had made a mistake. With lightning speed, the main character continued to eradicate monsters. Covering his head, Chanrishin cried out in fear. Turning to him, Ryu asked if he was okay. Holding his head, Sana said that he was sent flying due to the protagonist's attack, adding that he was fine. Next, Chanrishin asked if everything was okay with Ryu. Taking a knee, Sana suggested that the monsters were only hunting the main character. Ryu reported that it was. Looking at the alarmed Chanrishin, the main character noted that this was happening because Rod was only hunting for him. After which, Sana wondered why Ryu needed Rod. The main character stated that he does not know this, adding that he has many assumptions. An angry Ryu, calling the enemy a dog who was chasing him, said that if only he could kill him, everything would end. Hearing this, Sana fell into a stupor. Many magical weapons hung in the air. An artifact is a source of energy for the dungeon and a powerful tool that can be obtained during clearing. The little pig was wearing formidable armor. In other words, artifacts are a symbol of honor for hunters whose goal is to clear the dungeon. However, without knowing the level limits, available abilities, and how to activate the artifacts, it is nothing more than an ordinary decoration, so hunters come for examination to find out the power and price of their artifacts. The rays of the sun enveloped the building located in the city center. The story takes us to the examination building next to the Hunters Guild. In one of the rooms, a mysterious magical object was visible on the table. Looking at the artifact, Maiden talked about the limitation to level 30, saying that it could be used 10 times a day and the total number of uses was unlimited. She noted that the functions used were undress and dress. Holding her notes in her hands, Maiden revealed that the artifact's ability was to storage clothing and allow the user to change clothes in time. Noting that the number of uses was unlimited, which is why it could be sold for 3 times the price of other artifacts. She said that the approximate price is 5,000x. Overjoyed, Etha thanked Maiden. Taken aback, Addis noted that it was somehow inconvenient for him that they received an assessment for free every time. The plot told us that Maiden works as an appraiser using the experience that she gained in the Great Land, where she saw many different magical objects. Trying to move the wyvern that was stuck to her, Maiden asked Addis not to apologize, suggesting that they needed money for the fellat, who was in prison. Ether stated that for this, Addis even sold his books of spells, which he treasured so much. Inspired, group member Rada said that they could do without them, calling the situation a mere trifle. Picking up the magical artifact, Addis stated that he had stored useful spells there. With a distraught look, Maiden turned her attention to the item that Addis had made, noting that it would cost tens of times more than any artifact. Grasping him tighter, group member Rada tried to object. Interrupting him, Maiden said that she was joking, adding that the blessing of the Demon King was a secret. She stated that she had not said anything about him to the order. Handing something to Addis, Maiden suggested that it would be better not to sell this artifact, but to use it themselves, saying that you can put clothes there at any time and change clothes if necessary in a matter of seconds. Maiden noted that when you urgently need to return to your previous appearance, you have to throw away your clothes every time. Recalling how he turns into a dragon, Addis said that her judgment was correct, adding that with each transformation, the clothes go into the trash. Smiling, Ether noted that although she was a member of the Rada group and a dragon, like her, she was embarrassed to see him naked in human form. Taken aback, Maiden said that she knew this. Hearing this, Addis fell into a stupor. The stunned guys asked if she knew who they were. Placing her hand on the table, Maiden said that this was so, adding that when she possessed the main character, she saw his memories. Frozen in one position, Addis was shocked that she had seen Ryu's memories, asking if she knew who he was. Tilting her head, Maiden stated that she knew this, noting that she didn't want to deliberately pretend that she didn't know anything. She said that she thought a lot about how exactly to say this. Smiling, Etha stated that there was nothing wrong with this, adding that the main character saw her in the form of a wyvern, noting that he did not try to harm her. Inspired, Addis said that he, as a descendant of dragons, could vouch for him. Staring down, Maiden stated that that wasn't the case. An excited Maiden said that she also thought that Ryu was a good person, noting that they did not know what was inside him. An image of many angry monsters roaring appeared in her head. Maiden told them that Ryu had been in that hell for 22 years. Alarmed, Addis suggested that the protagonist was there before arriving in Ratni. Maiden noted that Ryu seemed normal on the outside. An image of the terrifying face of the main character appeared in her head. Maiden stated that Ryu is dangerous. With lightning speed, the main character destroyed the monsters that appeared in his way. The remains of stunned monsters flew in different directions. Ryu continued to eradicate the hordes of advancing monsters. With just one swing of his sword, the main character pierced the maddened monsters. The boss of the monsters appeared behind the main character, after which, with unimaginable speed, the monster rushed towards Ryu. Suddenly, the main character pierced the boss's body with his blade. Then, with his back to him, Ryu cut him into two pieces. Falling into a stupor, Rod wondered if his monsters were really that weak. With genuine fear on her face, Leslie thought that it was not the weakness of the monsters, adding that their average level was above 30. Further, she noted that among them were boss-class monsters. Looking at Ryu, whose body was covered in monster blood, Leslie wondered if he was definitely level 5. With a distraught look, the main character asked if there were any more monsters left. Beside himself with rage, the judge could not believe what he saw, not understanding what Ryu was doing, calling him a pathetic worm. The judge wondered why Rao didn't summon stronger monsters. Holding the magic device in his hands, Felix thought that these were monsters that could destroy an entire city, adding that even they could not withstand the power of the protagonist. From what they saw, the prisoners fell into a stupor. Continuing to think, the Lord noted that their screams had long since died down, adding that those who tasted reality felt it on their skin. Felix reflected on the greatness of Ryu that they had only heard about. Looking at the back of the main character, who was preparing for battle, the Lord was sure that the prisoner's fear of him was crushing the entire arena. Holding his blade in his hands, Ryu asked if Raud wanted to say that this was the end, suggesting that he must have hidden something. The main character wondered if there were still monsters left. Looking at the stunned Rod, Ryu declared that this time he would defeat everyone. Stretching out his hand to make an attack, the hunter declared that the main character has no forgiveness. After casting mind control, Raud unleashed a full blast, after which, a mysterious aura appeared over the place of the fight. Chips gradually began to appear on the ground. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the battlefield. A monster tentacle emerged from the depths of the earth. Horrified, the prisoners froze in one position. Overjoyed, Rod assumed that he had succeeded. An unimaginably huge monster appeared in the vastness of the battlefield, emitting a strong roar. The monster's face showed many fangs. The plot introduced us to the boss of the 31st level dungeon, from the deepest part of the gorge of the city of Crater, Queen Antonina, whose level was equal to 80. While looking around the area, the queen reported the noise in her head, asking Rod how he dared use this pathetic skill against her. Seeing her children, Antonina was shocked. Looking at the main character, she noted his smell, asking if he did this, calling him a pathetic little man. Picking up the stone that was blocking the passage, Ryu declared that it was so. Taking a look at his weapon, the protagonist noted that the queen caused his sword to splinter, suggesting that it was too much for him. Angry, Antonina pointed her paws towards Ryu. After her blow, a powerful explosion was heard at the scene of the fight. The stunned Felix, turning to the judge, asked why he was standing and not evacuating the prisoners. Smirking, the judge asked why the Lord was so cowardly, noting that you couldn't tell. Leaning on the stone fence, the judge said that the prisoners could look at a spectacle that would discourage them from protesting. Further, he noted that in addition to all this, 20 level 60 warriors are guarding the perimeter of this place. The judge said that they would be able to block at least 5 boss monsters, adding that the Lord should just watch and enjoy how they would tear the main character to pieces. After this, an enraged Felix grabbed the judge by his shirt. Beside himself with rage, the Lord called him a pathetic worm, saying that now they need to run away not from the boss of the dungeon, but from Ryu. At that moment, with lightning speed, the main character rushed at the monster. Holding onto the queen's tentacle, Ryu spoke of his broken sword. With a malicious grin on his face, the main character asked Antonina to lend him her hand, after which Ryu used a vertical cut. With colossal power, the main character attacked the queen. Due to unimaginable force, Antonina's body was cut into 2, after which blood sprayed from the queen's body. The barrier enveloping the battlefield has collapsed. The system notified Ryu of the destruction of Queen Antonina, adding that he receives 101,987,547 experience points. With a smirk on his face, the man stabbed his comrade through the chest. The main reason why strangers began to be feared lies in their impulsive desire to kill. The system notified Ryu about a secret quest called Sacrifice for the Common Cause, informing him of the initial conditions and details. The reason for their bloody impulses is nothing other than the leadership that all foreigners have. This quest and reward system were hidden in the manual. The man's brain emitted powerful impulses. The reward for killing a Ratnian is a substance that goes directly to the brain. It gives the user immeasurable pleasure and arouses suspicion in him. With a distraught look, the man froze in one position. Therefore, for the aliens, killing Ratnians has an immediate effect and is highly addictive. This is the greatest drug. With her hands folded, Maiden said that it was for this reason that if a stranger kills a Ratnian at least once, he will no longer be able to avoid this impulsive feeling. She reported that she was subordinate to the Great Land, noting that few people knew about this, stating that it was a fact. Taken aback, Ether stated that the main character had never done anything like this. Hades reported that Ryu never showed signs of this syndrome. Squeezing her hands, Maiden noted that they were right, adding that this had not happened yet. She believed that this was happening because the main character had never killed a Ratnian. Defeated, Sana tried to get up. Since everyone Ryu killed were foreigners, he never suffered from this addiction. There is no pleasure in killing strangers. Chanrishin fell into a stupor from what he saw. How long will luck be on the side of the main character? Having destroyed Queen Antonina, Ryu froze in one position. A memory of the monsters of this world and the dogs of hell surfaced in my head. Monsters that had continually haunted him for 22 years. He couldn't hide or run away from them. All alone, kill or be killed. What is normal for him is not normal at all. With a serious expression on his face, the main character walked forward. He has come to Ratna physically, but he is still on that mountain. An image of a hellhound appeared in his head, which merged with the face of the stunned Rod. If he is being pursued by an enemy, suppressed instincts can manifest themselves at any moment. It would not be difficult for a person like him to become addicted to killing, even compared to other foreigners. Etha's face was filled with doubt. Turning to Addis, Maiden stated that they had felt this at least once, talking about the desire to kill. A worried member of Radha's group said that this was their first meeting, which made him misunderstand. Addis noted that this misunderstanding was immediately cleared up, adding that they later fought together against the Lick. Group member Radha stated that the main character does not kill thoughtlessly. The judge's face was filled with fear. The confines of the stands on which he was located began to collapse. The frightened woman ordered the knights to open the door. Surprised, Felix wondered if there really were no human casualties, suggesting that Ryu was in control of his power. Further, the Lord believed that they might just have been lucky. A tentacle could be seen in the stone wall, which the main character tore from Queen Antonina. Smiling, Etha asked the guys to stop talking about such things, asking what was so good about Ryu killing senselessly. In the main character's hand was his broken sword. Raising his hand, Raud ordered Ryu not to approach, noting that he had no more monsters. Tilting her head, Maiden assumed that there was some reason behind all the murders. Grabbing the mask, Rod called it uncomfortable. Raising the broken sword above his head, the main character prepared to strike. Maiden theorized that Ryu's identity had been revealed and the lives of his friends, who had appeared for the first time in 22 years, were in danger. The protagonist's face was filled with hatred. Maiden felt that at that moment, Ryu did not hesitate. Heavy splashes of blood appeared on the battlefield. She was sure that as soon as the main character killed the Ratnian, he would become addicted to killing. Leslie's face was filled with genuine horror. The hand of the fallen warrior froze in one position. Appearing in front of the hunter, Sana blocked Ryu's strike. Seeing him, the main character fell into a stupor. Turning his head, Changrishan said that he really thought that he could block it. Addressing Ryu, Sana stated that people should resolve issues with words. Rod's face was shocked. Chanrishin noted that if the main character messes up, then things will be bad for them. After which, Sana collapsed into Ryu's arms. Holding his body in his hands, the main character froze in one position. Brad's silhouette was visible on the back of the huge monster. The story takes us 2 weeks after the latest events. Taking the crystal out of the monster, Brad noted that the size of the treasure fully corresponded to the monster's body. Overjoyed, he called it a jackpot. Looking at the crystal, Addie stated that due to its size, it must be worth at least 500-esque. Surprised, Ether asked if they could really take it. Smiling, Martin said that they had a life debt to the main character, noting that they would help. We also received such an artifact, help alone will not be enough, Brad added. With a confused look, he thought that he was doing this for Etha, adding that he would rather die than say that again. Smiling, the wyvern thanked him for his help. Confused, Brad tried to say something to Etha. Suddenly, Elia began to greet Addis, waving her hand. Seeing them, group member Rada noted that they were healer sisters. Raising her hands to her face, Full informed him that trouble had happened, asking him to quickly come up. Having risen into the sky, Ether stated that she had difficulty hearing, adding that she would rise there. Watching the wyvern meet her sisters, Martin asked if it had just flown over the cliff, wondering if it was scared. An annoyed Brad reported that those girls said that they would wait at the Hunters Guild, not understanding why they were there. Looking at the crystal, Addie stated that thanks to their party's help, they were raising money much faster, suggesting that Maiden's words also had meaning. Wary, group member Rada thought that if they were close, it would be much easier for Ryu to avoid unnecessary friction and disputes. Continuing to think, he noted that in order to accomplish this, they too must become stronger. Hearing something, Ether was shocked. The wyvern's face was filled with fear. Looking at them, Martin wondered what happened there. Brad said he couldn't hear them because they were so far away. Horrified, Addie suggested that this was connected with the main character. Putting the documents on the table, Feli said that it was information about strangers from the crater prison, as Hendim had asked. Smirking, the Lord noted that he almost died because of him, asking him to show a little attention and at least offer tea. Hen stated that there was water right next to Felix, asking him to be quiet and let him read for a while. Raising the glass to his mouth, the Lord thought that he could face him, adding that this kind of research would be faster with the Dark Brotherhood, asking why he would do the dirty work. Nim said that he would like to know something about personal goals. Taking out the document, Hen suggested that the main character was a stranger from the prison of Crete. The Lord said that based on the Baron's words, this is so. Taking out a photo of Rod, Nim noted that the guy was not an alien, adding that he personally checked him, which is why he knew for sure. Feliz said that when he checked it, he did not find any information about its origin. Holding his head, Hen stated that the loud noble wanted him to be the highlight of the arena, noting that he got rid of the records and presented him as an outsider. Looking through his fingers, Nim was amazed that there was nothing in the crater either. At that moment, he was thinking about the last message from the goddess about the strangers, guessing that there must be a reason since the goddess was doing this. Hen felt that he had rushed in an attempt to control the situation before it got out of hand. Looking at Ryu's photos, Nim was lost in thought. Looking at the photo, Hen suggested that the opponent in the competition was the main character. Felix told him about rumors that said that the main character killed the enemy leader when the Order of Light attacked the dragon's nest. Looking at Hen's back, the Lord said that Ryu killed boss monsters with one swing of his sword. Felix noted that since Ryu doesn't measure levels, it was impossible to know his level accurately by guessing. Interrupting him with his hand on the table, Hen stated that about a year ago, he borrowed some money from him for an urgent matter. Raising his finger, the Lord said that he remembered this, adding that Hen had arrested that guy and should pay him compensation. Felix assumed that Hen was going to pay him back right now. Putting on a mask, he said that this was not so. Turning his head, Hen said that he needed to catch the main character. Leaning against the barrier, the prisoners began to express their dissatisfaction in every possible way. Looking at them, Hollian assumed that based on their behavior, the prisoners were out of their minds. The Archmage found this uninteresting, noting that their reaction was not as strong as she thought. Holding a smoking pipe in her hand, she turned to Hollian. The ultimate spiritualist asked Zenobia not to laugh at her, adding that after she became queen, on the contrary, she only saw more dirt. Observing the prisoners, Hollian assumed that they behaved rather modestly, after which, Zenobia wondered what the name of one of the prisoners was. At that moment, Leslie sat in the corner of the cell with her knees drawn up. Beside herself with rage, she bit her nails. Zenobia spoke about cases of foreigners harming themselves due to this syndrome. She noted that in the end they choose suicide, although this is of no use. Smiling, Hollian froze in one position. While in her thoughts, Leslie thought that she wanted to die. Her thoughts were related to the fact that she did not want to kill anyone. Due to her strong feelings, Leslie stated that she still did not want to die. Handing her the blade, Hollian asked if she knew that her subordinate had recently died. Leaning towards Leslie, she asked if she wanted to go with her. Taking the blade in her hands, the prisoner was lost in her thoughts. While in her thoughts, Leslie reported that she hated the 4 heroes who locked her in such a place. The prisoner stated that she wanted to tear apart the Ratnian who was standing right in front of her. With a shocked look, Leslie said that for some reason she could not resist Hollian's proposal. The prisoner noted that she understood her by her elegant address and kind voice. Behind Leslie, flower beds were visible, under which lay many corpses. The prisoner believed that for them, someone like her was just a toy that they could kill at any moment. Magical writings were visible on Leslie's back. The prisoner said that containment was a condition of her release from that cell, noting that they were able to suppress their urge to kill with the help of technology. An engraved inscription was visible on the gold-plated coin. Leslie revealed that they took over the four heroes' work, adding that they became a fake Great Land. Seeing something, the prisoner fell into a stupor. Leslie stated that the containment was created by her fear of them. She stated that fear was enough to make her swear allegiance to those she hated. Holding Sin's body, the main character sat down on the floor. Leslie noted that she never thought she would feel that fear again, adding that rebellion would be pointless. Horrified, the prisoner said that now, when she saw this power, sitting in front of Ryu, she asked him to stop. Leslie reported that the levels were meaningless. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand moved towards her body. Suddenly, Ryu tore the shackles off Leslie's hands. Caking Leslie by the shoulders, the protagonist asked if she was a spiritualist. In complete despair, Ryu begged her to save Changrishan. Bowing his head, the main character again asked to do this. Leslie's face was clouded with confusion. Approaching the wounded San, she asked Rod to stop the bleeding on his arm and give him the bandages that he had. The angry judge wondered how Ryu dared ruin his competition by ordering his subordinates to execute them. Looking at the stunned Rod, he again repeated his order for execution. While bandaging Chanrishan's hand, the main character called the judge a pathetic worm. Being in shock that a person was dying there, they behave like that. Looking at San, Ryu begged him to come to his senses. While healing his body, Leslie stated that they had not yet finished first aid, which is why if they stopped, he would bleed to death. Raising his hand, the knight called the main character a monster, asking the party to prepare a ballista, after which the knights fired. Their projectile quickly headed towards the guys. Suddenly, Rod intercepted a projectile flying towards them. Holding a huge arrow in his hands, he brought it behind his back. Next, with unimaginable power, Rod launched an arrow at the squad of knights. Looking at the hunter's back, Ryu wondered why he did this. Outraged, Rod questioned why the protagonist froze, asking if he was going to let Changrishan, who saved his life, die. Looking at the stunned protagonist, he ordered them to jump into the pit. As he prepared to fight, Rod stated that Ryu did not dare die until he himself killed him. Heading towards the pit, the main character asked him for forgiveness. Rejoiced, Rod thought it was cool in his opinion. Suddenly, many knights' projectiles headed towards him. While in his thoughts, Rod noted that he was the noble's secret weapon, suggesting that they would not be able to kill him. Seeing something, the hunter was shocked. A huge hole was visible in the ground. The depths of the cave were shrouded in mysterious darkness. Raising her hands to Chanrishan's body, Leslie reported that the bleeding had stopped for now. The prisoner reported that the most she could do now was to slightly increase his natural healing rate. Worried, Ryu tried to ask her about Sin's hand. Looking at the main character, Leslie noted that she was amazed that Changrishan's body did not split in half from his blow. She reported that attaching a severed hand would be too difficult for her. The protagonist's face was filled with despair. Frightened, Leslie said that she was not lying, adding that with her level. Having set off, Ryu thanked her and asked her to rest. Taken aback, Leslie asked where he was going. Heading to the entrance of the cave, the main character said that as soon as Changrishan gets better, they should escape by closing the dungeon. Ryu noted that since Raud had lured the boss away by force, they just needed to find his room. Looking at the alarmed Leslie, Ryu stated that he would look around the area and return, asking her to wait. A mysterious light was visible in the depths of the cave. Beside himself with rage, the main character hit the ground, after which he froze in one position. An angry Ryu wondered how he could do this. Next, Leslie immediately tried to escape. The frightened prisoner thought about her failure to convey Ampla's blessing, noting that it wasn't important right now. Looking around, Leslie said that if the main character changes his mind, then it will be the end for her. She was sure that she had to run away. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared on her way. The plot introduced us to a monster whose name was the Egg Sower. The monster's tongue quickly moved towards Leslie. There was a brochure hanging on the wall of the room, which stated that Ryu was wanted in the city. Looking at the advertisement, Addis was amazed that the main character had escaped from prison. After which, group member Rada put one of the many crystals into his bag. Counting the money, Addis noted that with so much money and crystals they could last for some time. Surprised, Ether tried to find out what he wanted to do. Group member Rada revealed that he plans to take Ryu and leave the village. An alarmed Addis stated that based on the information that he managed to obtain, the main character fled not to the dungeon, but to a dungeon that is connected to the outside world, noting that if they hurry, they will be able to find him first. Group member Rada was confident that the more monsters, the better for them. Worried, Ether suggested that if Ryu had not yet been caught, then he was hiding. The wyvern stated that the dungeon was a very confusing place, adding that there were only 2 of them, not realizing how long they would search for it. Encouraged, Brad asked if they were planning to go alone. Smiling, Martin said that they could help in the search. Brad asked if they could pay them back this way. Rejoicing, Addis thanked them for this. Standing opposite the guys, Martin said that in this case, they would prepare and wait on the 24th lift. Brad suggested they meet there. Hearing this, Ether said that she would then exchange crystals. Addis stated that he would buy 2 dungeon maps, noting that they would see each other later. Wary, Rod thought that if they continued to hesitate, then external organizations might take care of it. Addis suggested that if this happened, then even Raya would not be able to avoid being killed. Holding the handle, a member of Radha's group thought that they needed to quickly find the main character before a battle broke out. Leaving the room, Addis found a man in front of him. Smiling, he froze in one position. Looking at the stunned Addis, he noted that he did not expect to see him again. Leslie's face was filled with horror. Foreigners have no real comrades, because for them, partners can be more dangerous than enemies because they need to hide their identity. Trying to escape, she discovered a huge monster on her way. Therefore, they are alone all their lives, on the run until they meet a monster stronger than themselves and die. After which, the enraged monster extended a tentacle for its attack. This is the end for the ordinary stranger. With lightning speed, Changrishan pushed Leslie's body away to avoid the monster's attack. San's face showed great pain. Frightened, Changrishan asked her to quickly run away from there, adding that the level of this monster. The monster's tongue moved towards the wounded San. Bending down, Changrishan froze in one position. Suddenly, a magical barrier appeared at the site of the impact, which Leslie activated. Wary, the prisoner prepared for battle. Next, having created a huge magical projectile, Leslie directed it towards the monster. The prisoner's projectile struck the monster's mouth. The claws of the angry monster grabbed the magic projectile, after which, the monster tried to completely devour him. Seeing this, the guys fell into a stupor. Suddenly, the main character appeared before them, preparing for battle. With lightning speed, Ryu pierced Leslie's magic missile with his hand using his spear skill. Due to the unimaginably powerful impact, the projectile broke into fragments. The remains of the monster scattered across the expanses of the dungeon. Having removed his shackles, the main character called them weaklings. The monster's blood slowly flowed down Ryu's hand. Ryu stated that he couldn't even use them as bait to escape. He further ordered them to return to prison and asked the judge for forgiveness, saying that he had threatened them. The main character believed that in this case they would not be killed. Turning his head, Ryu said that if they did not understand him, then they need to quickly get out of his sight before he kills them himself. Leslie's face was filled with genuine fear. Smiling, Chanrishin said that this would not help him, noting that they would not just leave. Looking at Ryu's back, Sana wondered if someone who wants to become a warrior could turn away from someone who is suffering. After that, the main character took him by the clothes. Infuriated, Ryu asked if he wanted to die, noting that it was enough that he was responsible for Changrishan losing his arm. With a smile on his face, Sana said that one arm was a meager price. Changrishan stated that compared to Ryu's help, every time there was a danger that someone might find out that he was a foreigner. With complete bewilderment on her face, Leslie thought about what Sana said about being a foreigner. Changrishan noted that thanks to the main character, he heard a lot about what the strangers did in Ratna. Wary, Ryu asked if Sana knew what would happen to him if others found out about his origins. The main character was shocked that Changrishan still wanted to reveal himself and die. Getting to his feet, Sana stated that it was the other way around. Chanrishin stated that he could help the Ratnians since the Earthlings had brought them a lot of harm. Leslie was shocked by what she heard. Sana wanted to prove that not all people are villains, suggesting that someday the Ratnians and Earthlings will be able to live in peace. Looking at his hand, Chanrishin noted that for this he might have to fight the Earthlings who do evil, adding that he needs a partner to fight. Bowing his head as a sign of respect, Sana began to beg the protagonist to help him. From what she saw, Leslie fell into a stupor. Looking at Chanrishin, the prisoner believed that he was crazy. She couldn't believe in a world where strangers could live peacefully. Taking out the blade, Leslie thought that this couldn't happen. From what he heard, the main character was mired in his thoughts. Leaning over, Ryu smiled sadly. With a serious expression on his face, the main character said that in words it was all easy, asking if Sana could kill an Earthling. Bowing his head, Chanrishin said that murder was unacceptable, noting that he was ready to kill someone who had already ceased to resemble a person. Stretching out his hand, Sana tried to say something. Smiling, Changrishin said that he believed that problems should first be solved with words. After the guys shook hands, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Looking down, Leslie was lost in her thoughts. In her thoughts, she considered it impossible. Leslie was sure that their actions were tantamount to suicide. Looking at them, the prisoner believed that this was just a strange illusion of an Earthling who had recently come to Ratna. Noting that Sana said everything nicely, Ryu asked if he had a plan. Taken aback, Chanrishan said that he needed to think over the details. The main character said that first of all, they need to get out of there. Sana said that if we are talking about a secret escape, then it is better for them to do it at night. For 10 years Leslie has worked in the Great Land, and now she is faced with reality. The main character's face was enveloped in a smile. However, because of the one person standing in front of her, this problem no longer seemed so impossible. After the fight ended, Sana fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping Changrishan, Leslie noted that Ryu's wound was deeper than it appeared, reporting that it had formed on the inside of his hand. Continuing the treatment, the prisoner said that he should not have repeated fencing techniques with his bare hands. Leslie was glad that the aura that protected the body remained. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. With a surprised look, Leslie asked if the protagonist thought that she knew nothing, saying that unused aura strengthens the body. The prisoner told him that healers mainly specialized in defense, noting that it was not surprising to use residual power on the same principle. Raising his hand, Ryu was lost in thought. While in his thoughts, the main character suggested that everything in this world is not like in the game. As the level increases, abilities increase, noting that the whole point is that there is a lot of unused aura left in his body, which is why the abilities have increased. Continuing his thoughts, Ryu wondered why he could only do physical attacks. Turning to the pensive protagonist, Leslie asked him to listen. Reminding the main character of his words, with an inspired look, Leslie asked if she could do the same. Leaning on his hand, Ryu noted that if they found out that she healed him, then nothing good would happen. Afterwards, the main character asked her to forget about everything that happened. Smiling, Ryu said that if they caught her, then she needed to say that he threatened her and she had no choice. Further, the main character asked for forgiveness for getting her involved in this matter. Hearing this, Leslie was taken aback. Turning away, the prisoner said that she would say that he had caught her and forced her to heal. The main character said that they needed to sleep and then clear the dungeon, noting that they should rest properly, after which the guys fell into sleep. Leaning on her arm, Leslie was lost in her thoughts. In her hand she held a magic crystal. A bright shining sun was visible above the city sky. Beside himself with rage, the judge spoke about the prisoners, whom he called pathetic worms. The judge noted that he had promised the hunters a good bonus, wondering why there was no news from them. A subordinate stood at the entrance to his office. He told the judge that the Hunters Guild had said that they would not do anything unless the reward was at least the level of a C rank raid. He assumed that if it was a C rank, then the hunters were interested in the national budget. After this, the judge asked what the guards and prisoners were doing. The subordinate told him that the dungeon was too confusing, noting that they had not yet. Beside himself with rage, the judge thought that if the main character came out and began to gossip everywhere that the stranger in prison was not real, then this might not just reach the court, but the order itself. Suddenly, one of the knights entered his office. The judge noted that it wasn't even about money. After asking for forgiveness, the knight informed him that someone was asking for an audience with him. Indignant, the judge asked if he could see that he was busy. Looking at the knight, he ordered those people to leave. The count's subordinate stated that he told people that he did not accept anyone, but the hand of the unknown person reached out to the office door. The angry judge shouted that if he did not understand the words, then the knight should put him in a cell. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the palace. Entering the office, Addis asked for forgiveness for disturbing the judge since he was very busy. Looking at the judge, scared to death, he asked him to assist in the investigation. Seeing an inquisitor from the Dark Brotherhood in front of him, he fell into a stupor. The man said that they came in a hurry without an order. Raising his head, he thought that it did not matter. Standing in front of the guys, Leonhardt, before personally confronting Addis, hoped that this was just his delusion. The Inquisitor recalled how the magician looked at him with large red eyes in amazement, suspecting that he was looking for Felad. During Addis and Leonhardt's conversation about Eric, a perplexed Ether appeared from behind the door. She stopped, listening in fascination to the conversation about a stranger who had appeared in the city and looking warily at the masked man. After listening carefully, Addis clarified whether he had any evidence. Leonhardt replied that he was led by intuition, and he wanted to get evidence from Eric personally. When the Inquisitor turned around, intending to leave, he invited the guys to join, and they looked after him with suspicion. The judge's office was lit up by a bright flash that overturned all the furniture, and the Baron hid in fear behind his fallen table, screaming. The Inquisitor, accompanied by Addis and Ether, appeared at the entrance and bowed in greeting, apologizing for barging in without a warrant. Seeing Leonhardt in the office, the nobleman was seriously frightened and even turned blue, suspecting that he had found out about the fake stranger in prison. Clenching his fist, the Inquisitor in a serious tone asked for assistance in the investigation and asked the judge where the escaped prisoners had gone. The window behind the overturned table shattered, and the sky was clearly visible. The judge jumped into it in a panic in an attempt to escape by climbing down the rope. holding his head like a mustachioed man lamented that he was missing, deciding to find the fake stranger as soon as possible. A satisfied Ether appeared behind him, flying upside down. The girl nonchalantly asked the fleeing judge who the fake stranger was, which only frightened him even more and made him scream. From such an unexpected meeting, the Baron fell from the rope to the ground, got up and began to run away in panic, while Ether landed safely. Seeing the boss heading towards the door in panic, the two guards were taken aback, and he shouted that they had been captured, hastily ordering all entrances and exits to be closed. Quickly entering the building, the judge ran along the wooden flight, located at a height. The man's face was covered with beads of sweat from the intense running, and he, taking a breather, looked back nervously, not understanding why the hunters had appeared with the Inquisitor while a hole was being burned in the ceiling behind him. An angry Addis descended from the ceiling through the famous hole. Pointing a homemade magical weapon at the judge, he angrily ordered to tell what he had done to Felad. When the magician decided to find out where his friend was now, the frightened judge jumped down to where the rails with trolleys were located. The man dove headfirst into one of the trolleys, and Addis was looking down on him when he was suddenly loudly ordered to stay put. Two knights carefully approached the magician along the rails, pointing their crossbows at him, and he concluded that things were bad. Sitting in the trolleys, the Baron furiously ordered the soldiers to stop them, pointing his finger to the side. Opposite stood these armed and ready to attack Addis and Ether, with displeasure asking the knights not to interfere. Two swords were stuck into the ground near the soldiers' feet, sparkling with blue lightning of power. The knights found themselves in traps, and many discharges emanating from Ether's blades passed through their bodies. The girl apologized, observing the suffering of the warriors, making the reservation that they should be grateful that they remained alive after Addis' techniques. As Ether got down on one knee, the mage turned to her and asked where the Inquisitor was, to which he received the answer that he was following them. The guys decided to catch up with the Baron and at the same time jumped from a high flight into the trolley, and Addis in flight decided that they had missed the Inquisitor. When the judge, leaving on a trolley at full speed, heard the guy's intentions, he turned back in panic. Ether and Addis fought furiously with the judge's knights back to back, while discussing what would happen if the Inquisitor found Eric first. Looking intently at the soldiers, Addis unshakably decided to stop Eric from committing the murder in any way. Meanwhile, Leonhardt stood among the mountains in an open area, and prana glowed under his feet. Standing in a turquoise translucent circle, the Inquisitor noted that it takes time to go down into the dungeon. Illuminated by prana, Leonhardt put his hands in his pockets and concluded that he had not thought about the Baron's escape so soon. The small town of Onfros, where the Inquisitor arrived in the wake of the lick from the Great Land. However, soon traces of the lick disappeared, which most likely meant that the skeleton simply died. After this, Alejandro's dragon nest was destroyed, but all the Demon King's blessings obtained through the goddess's oracles were still in the dragon nests. This means that there is a high probability that Alejandro invented the Ampala's blessing, and Eric, who was involved in all this, had a level much higher than the fifth. His companions Addis and Ether, now chasing the judge in the trolley, were also unusual people. Rising in the air in the middle of the mountains, the Inquisitor came to the conclusion that there was something from strangers in the guys, and at that moment the knights were preparing ballistas. The fire signal was heard and many spears flew towards Leonhardt, and he continued to calmly think, concluding that there was still no oracle of the goddess. The Inquisitor defended himself from the attack with an energy ball, and the spears flew down one after another. Protected by the yellow barrier, he stuck two fingers forward as the weapon continued to fly towards him. The man, being in the depths of the gorge, waved his hand, and all the ballistas, being blown up, immediately failed. A bright orange glow appeared on one of the many doors in the dark corridor. A huge hole melted in the iron door, through which a strong stream of fire came out. Looking through the huge hole made, Addis with a magical tool in her hands looked gloomy, and Ether looked perplexed. Looking at the room where the door led, the unpleasantly shocked magician concluded that an arena had opened up in front of them. Walking along deep cracks in the ground, Ether assumed that huge monsters fought here, and Addis was afraid to think that Hanbin also took part. The hunters froze when loud insults and accusations were heard from above. Standing in the room with a stun gun in his hands, the judge looked at his arriving partners with a malicious smile, and next to him was a bound, screaming man. Addis looked at the captive in amazement and recognized him as the founder of the Rod Guild, and Ether opened her mouth, not even knowing who he was. The judge furiously ordered the hunters to shut up, shouting loudly that he was in charge. In a fit of anger, the Baron shocked Rod with all his might, and he, rolling his eyes, screamed in pain. An eye appeared on the prisoner's dark hand, covered with electric discharges, and the judge announced that this time the strongest monster in the dungeon would deal with them. The Baron screamed heart-rendingly that the previous monster that the Walterian dealt with was just a queen. When the obese man revealed that he was the king of underground Crete, the space shook, and a huge crack formed in the stone wall, at which the hunters began to look back in panic. Finally breaking the thick walls, the monster furiously climbed out of them. Addis and Ether did not take their worried glances away from him, and the magician remembered that he had heard about Queen Antonina in the Eastern Gorge, adding that in the Western Gorge there was King Antonino, superior to her in strength. Now, in front of the shocked guys, a colossal insect-like monster towered, emitting an evil roar. The creature with tears in its red eyes and a stench from its open mouth was the king of Crete. Addis and Ether stood with their heads raised up, eyes wide with fear, looking at the monster. At this time, the Inquisitor hurried to the guy's aid, realizing that the judge had called the boss of the monsters. Concentrating green prana into his fist, Leonhardt raised his hand, preparing to attack. He struck the insect-like colossal creature with all his might, kicking up dust around him and leaving a bright turquoise trail amid the destruction. The Baron watched in amazement at the powerful attack of the Inquisitor, and behind him, Rod was unconscious after a strong electric shock, remaining chained. The Inquisitor, once again concentrating the energy to attack, was the hero of the next generation, chosen and blessed by the goddess. At that moment, Addis, covering his face with his hand, realized one thing. He looked at the Inquisitor shrouded in prana and realized that there was no point in risking his life. Ether with Addis and the Inquisitor stood nearby, watching the figure in the distant opening of the arena. The wounded, bleeding knight, with his last breath, informed them that there was a fugitive in the boss's room in the Eastern Gorge. Having uttered the last word, the soldier slid dead down the stone wall, leaving a bloody trail on it. Addis and Ether's eyes widened in shock after hearing what they heard. Insects with glowing red eyes crawled as the voice scolded the Baron. Two men with Iroquois defended themselves from huge ants in a dungeon, having originally come here in search of fugitives and not suspecting that there were still monsters. A man with an orange mohawk with a mischievous expression on his face said that they had spent so much effort that they should have received enough reward. In his hands he had a huge Walterian sword, with which he chopped down huge ants, standing with his back to his friend with a blue mohawk. The man with the ball backed away while the ant with red eyes crawled towards him. When the insect made a sound, the guy, swinging, concluded with displeasure that the blade was not even sharp, but only heavy. A friend behind him was furiously yelling at the ant, holding an axe and a shield in his hands. He waved his weapon, screaming with huge eyes for the insect to get away from him. Now the guy with the orange mohawk was lying disarmed on the ground, and his friend was sitting next to him while the ants crawled towards them. One of the giant insects towered ferociously over the guy with the orange mohawk, jaws open. The man looked in panic at the artifact in the form of a ring on his finger, hoping for the magic of the attack. While he was absurdly shouting spells and asking the blue-haired guy how to use the ring, he shouted indignantly that he was not a stranger. Above the red-haired man, who covered his head with his hands, the jaws of huge ants could be seen. While he continued to sit with his eyes closed, all the insects were blown away. The main character stood next to the guys who had fallen into a trap, cutting monsters with a sword. He looked good-naturedly at the guys, declaring that the sword obeyed him and clarifying that the Baron had sent them for him. Behind the jock, a crowd of armed people appeared, some of whom were cripples. At the head of the procession was the one-armed Chanrishin, who fiercely ordered to attack the monsters, pointing his sword forward. The prisoners were promised that if Eric, Chanrishin, and Leslie were not found, they would be released, but Chanrishin quickly won them over to his side. He stood behind the stone, as if behind a podium, telling them the plan for clearing the dungeon and escaping outside, and the prisoners sitting on the ground agreed with him. While the crowd looked at the speaker with hope, the guy said that they should tell all the townspeople what was really happening in this prison. Standing away from the crowd with a satisfied expression on his face, Eric said that the best way out would be to resolve everything peacefully. At this moment, one of the prisoners, bursting into laughter, stood up and clarified whether they really wanted to condemn the Baron, calling those gathered crazy. The person who doubted the success of the plan and suggested that they just run away was a guy with an orange mohawk. Chanrishin rudely asked what the guy planned to do next, declaring that the Baron was just waiting for a battle. He angrily told the crowd that if their hands were stained with blood, then none of those gathered would be able to live an ordinary life. After these words, the entire crowd began to be indignant at the guy with the mohawk, and he angrily took out a knife, not wanting to put up with criticism. He noted that the people did not dare say a word to the prison, but now they started a racket, and meanwhile his knife broke. The guy looked in bewilderment at all the weapons he had left, while Eric stood far away with his hand raised. People were born free, especially since they had the advantage of being a Walterian warrior. When the crowd began chanting the name of leader Changrishin, the guy with the orange mohawk froze in bewilderment and indignation. Chanrishin, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, thanked the crowd for their support. The jock, watching the young guy with a soft gaze, noticed that he had overcome his excitement and was now making a speech in front of the crowd, and Leslie displeasedly remarked that now they just had to get out of here. The girl was biting her nails from tension. The main character looked at Leslie and, noticing that she had not been looking very good lately, asked if anything was hurting her. The red-haired girl stopped biting her nails and froze. The next moment she turned to Eric, saying with a frown that this sometimes happens to girls, and the guy began to apologize for his question. Leslie felt bad and went to the cave to rest, asking the jock not to bother her. The guy with the mohawk looked like he was contemplating something devious. The dungeon offered a view of many caves, from which a blue glow emanated. In the blue light, Changrishan's face looked sad. The guy was sitting on the edge of one of the glowing caves when Eric came down to him, asking why he was not sleeping and receiving a counter question. The main character, sitting down next to Changrishan, said that tomorrow he was waiting for a meeting with his friends, and this was making him unable to sleep, and the guy asked if we were talking about people from the guild. The one-armed guy noted that the jock's team consisted of only beauties, to which he replied that one of them was male, which shocked his interlocutor. While Changrishan thought dreamily about his colleagues being a loner on Earth, Eric looked at him with pity. The stranger was deaf and looked at books more often than at people, and it was because of books that he once even died. The main character, with a perplexed look, clarified whether the guy came to this world after death. Changrishan blithely said that at first he wanted to commit suicide, but then he slowly reached the 5th level and met people who also died and were reborn. All these people were from different countries, and the guy saw them for the first time, but these harsh conditions made them friends. Changrishan happily said that perhaps these were his first friends, which is why he is still happy remembering that time. He said that then they reached the 20th level, and when he got to Ratna, he was left alone again. The guy did not wear a mask and used his real name, hoping to become a famous warrior and find his comrades. Under cover of night, he admitted to the jock that he wanted peace between the Ratnians and Earthlings, doing everything in the name of justice, and Eric added that in the end it turned out to be only the fruits of selfishness. Afterwards, the main character asked a rhetorical question, "What's wrong with this?" crossing his legs. In each luminous recess, a person was dozing, and Eric, meanwhile, reported that everyone has the right to a dream. The jock said with a smile, and that in fact there are no people who are planning something without looking for personal gain. The only difference is whether you are looking for gain only for yourself or for someone else. Everyone who is in 5th place here at least owes their lives to Changrishan's egoism, so everyone understands his dream of creating a world without hostility. The guys continued to sit on the edge of the glowing cave, surrounded by other similar recesses in the rock. Eric felt a little awkward after this conversation, but a moment later he thought that he was old enough to talk about such things. Kneeling down, Changrishan bowed his head in front of the main character as a sign of respect. Now the young guy considered Eric his idol, promising that everyone would know the name of this hero, which greatly irritated the Musliman and made him regret what he had said. There was no more blue light in the caves. Leaning against the stone wall, painful Leslie tried to crawl forward. She could no longer walk, having fallen to the ground, but continued to encourage herself that there was only a little time left. There were bloodstains hidden under the hair on the girl's back, and someone called out to her, Zenobia. With anger that they wanted to abandon her, Queen Caldria, disguised as a member of the great land of Leslie, took out a knife. Having almost pulled the weapon out of its case, the girl concluded that she would die in any case, deciding to take a desperate step. A guy with an orange mohawk walked steadily towards her from behind, looking everywhere for Zenobia, who only asked him not to come near. The man put his hand on her shoulder, clarifying that she also did not want to remain these crazy people. The guy happily said that he had agreed to meet with the military nearby, and it turned out that they were offering a good reward. At this moment, the red-haired girl in Barnaul hit the man in the stomach, but he did not understand the reason for her actions. A person with Leslie's appearance looked with delight with her crazy yellow eyes as the guy writhing in pain. She concluded that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out of here because she was just a toy and bloody traces appeared in space. The yellow screen showed that the girl made a sacrifice for the sake of a great cause, destroying the Ratnian and receiving not only experience points, but also the delight of the Ampalas. 2 knights with spears appeared in the cave, observing a frightening picture. The red-haired girl sat on the corpse of a guy bleeding, bursting into laughter, and one of the knights concluded that she was a prison escapee. She raised her head up, wanting them all to die. Eric, with the sword behind his back, looked forward intently. When the Walterian and Changrishan went to look for Leslie, it was already too late. The fugitive and the guard were dead, and the problem was that the guard was killed by a prisoner. Changrishan picked up a bloody knife found next to the girl from the ground. While attempting to revive Leslie, he concluded that she had probably attempted suicide but was still alive. Carefully examining the dead guard, Eric came to the conclusion that he was killed with a knife, and it was presumably Leslie who struck the blow, but the question was why he was alone. Turning the last question over in his head, the guy turned his head to the side in surprise. A little further into the cave one could see a bloody spear stuck into the ground. Changrishan was still shaking the girl by the shoulders, complaining that she had not told about everything in advance, and Eric called out to him. "I was heading to the cave club, and without turning around to look at the young guy, the jock asked to wake up all the prisoners and go to the boss's room, and he with the girl in his arms looked at him in bewilderment. Looking at the blood stain left on his palm, the main character concluded that one of the guards was still alive. When he warned Changrishan that help would soon appear, it dawned on him. Taking out a magical artifact that was now emitting a green glow, Eric decided to track the second guard and block his path. Glancing back with a smile, the Musliman offered to meet in the eastern part of the gorge after clearing the dungeon, finally asking if the young man could handle it. The one-armed guy began to be carried away by a whirlwind, through which he could not see anything. He only tried to call out to Hyunam, who, armed with a sword, was rushing into the depths of the cave at full speed. Cutting through all the obstacles in his path, the man was at the same time very worried due to a bad feeling. Swinging his sword in concentration, Eric believed that he needed to return. When a dark silhouette thrust a sword into him from behind, the main character thought that if he had returned, he could have avoided the worst. Eric looked up with astonished eyes at the stranger who had struck him. He quickly flew back, causing a dust storm to form. Examining the wound site, where there was now not a scratch, the guy was perplexed. Suddenly, a figure in a dark robe with a masked face appeared in front of him and called his real name, and then corrected himself while Eric, standing on one knee, prepared the sword. With a look full of awareness, the main character came to the conclusion that this was not an accident. Towering in front, the Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood confirmed the man's guesses, declaring that he had come on business. Meanwhile, the crowd was leaving the previous place in a hurry. Chanrishan ran ahead of everyone, carrying Leslie on his back, and one of the prisoners asked in bewilderment where the Walterian warrior was. He turned around and with a smile asked not to worry about him, explaining that he was distracting the guards so that the crowd could get out of here unnoticed, and they would meet outside on the train. People in the crowd really liked this plan, and there were loud exclamations of satisfaction. Against the backdrop of a cheering crowd, Changrishan, with Leslie on his back, looked more serious than ever. As he approached the exit, he noted that he must not hesitate, if only for the sake of all those who believed him, deciding to bear responsibility when it was all over. No matter how times changed, heroic behavior always had an effect on people, and the hero's eyes were widened by what he saw. The crowd led by Changrishan was met by an ambush of knights with catapults. The world would not be welcoming to heroes. After meeting with his comrades and the Walterian warrior, the young man believed that now everything would work out, watching in shock the picture that opened up. Changrishan turned to the crowd, shouting at the top of his lungs for everyone to take cover. At that moment, blood sprayed from his mouth, merging with the scarlet space. One after another, the prisoners died from the blows, sprinkling their blood all around. Seeing how people's legs gave way before falling dead, Changrishan blamed himself for everything. The helpless extras, who were trying to do justice, were now screaming in their death throes. The frightened prisoners tried to escape. That's how the story ended. Closing the book, the reader concluded that the script was cheap and moderately intriguing. Changrishan sat at his desk with a dissatisfied face, concluding that in the end everything ended without any meaning or reason. The book was snatched from the perplexed guy's hands. Leslie, sitting opposite, looking at the guy strangely, said that there was still an afterword. A bright projection of Chanrishan and Leslie from another world illuminated their bodies lying in blood in the dungeon of the Ratni world. The red-haired girl who woke up looked with pity at the young man, realizing that he would blame her for everything and die cursing her. She touched his lips with her fingers. First, Leslie took out from a hiding place in the book a fragment of the Ampala's blessing, sparkling purple. Opening the mouth of the dying Chanrishan, the girl placed a magic stone there. The knights, meanwhile, scoured among the corpses of the finished ones, trying to find evidence of the death of the Walterian. One of the soldiers discovered a surviving criminal with an artifact in the form of a ring hanging around his neck. In a sitting position, leaning on the wall with his broken head, a guy with a blue mohawk begged to spare him, but the knight said that it would not be possible to do this because of the master's order. However, the soldier noted that if the fugitive helps them find the Walterian, they will save him. The blue-haired guy only hesitantly repeated pleas for salvation, which the soldier in front of him could not understand at all. Right behind the knights at the entrance, the dark silhouette of a monster could be seen, contrasting with the bright light breaking through the arch. This was a man with the features of a monster. The man was wrapped around and consumed by dark muscle tissue. At this time, Eric looked contentedly at the Inquisitor, rejoicing at his intervention. The blonde man in the mask opposite the guy said that there would be an appropriate punishment for the defense, adding that this concerns the fact that he was passing off a Ratnian as a foreigner. Having given a philosophical speech, the Inquisitor concluded that the Dark Brotherhood is not concerned with vile deeds. Eric at that time stood motionless with a sword at the ready. The masked man said another metaphorical thought, and at that time the jock put his sword in front of him, covering his eyes. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, wondering if the fact that he was pretending to be a Walterian was important. The smile turned into a serious expression, and Eric decided to leave, leaving the Inquisitor alone. A blonde man in a mask thoughtfully said that he would have to ask Sir Addis and Ether about the blessing of the Umpalas. The main character, standing a little further away, at that moment put the blade of his massive sword to the Inquisitor's neck without turning to look at him. Eric looked at his interlocutor with caution, not understanding how he knew about his comrades. When asked what happened to Addis and Ether, the Inquisitor replied that he had not done anything with them yet. When the masked man clarified that he had better get to know Eric first, he gave him a contemptuous look full of distrust. The man put away the sword. The Inquisitor began to grow a shoulder, adding that the interlocutor may not answer right now. Turning straight to Eric, the blonde guy concluded that there was no point in continuing this conversation because there would be no truth and trust anyway. Leonhardt sharply rushed to attack the jock, and he reflected the quick blows with his blade. When the Inquisitor was in close proximity to Eric, he fiercely raised a huge sword above his head. The masked man quickly dodged the attack, moving his blade to the side. He knocked the main character's sword away with his hand, forcing him to lower his weapon to the ground. Crashing into the ground, the blade cut it in the huge stones further away, raising dust. The Inquisitor noted the enormous destructive power of the sword, adding that this is where its properties end. Again raising my weapon to strike, Eric stated that the masked man was the first to start this fight, indignantly noting his carelessness. When the blade was already flying towards the Inquisitor, he again stopped the powerful blow with his hand. Leonhardt dodged, moving forward, and the rising whirlwind lifted his cloak, hiding his head. Eric's sword was firmly stuck in the wall, and the guy looked up, frowning at his weapon. At that moment, the Inquisitor flew towards him, intending to punch his sculpted, dark abs. Leonhardt threw a powerful punch that sent the big Musliman flying back into the wall. Eric glared angrily at his opponent as he held out his fist, noting that the aliens only relied on landmark skills, but this did not look like a technique acquired after long training. Stretching my gloved hand forward, Leonhardt threatened Eric not to even think about fighting half-heartedly, confidently adding that habits do not lie. At this moment, the main character, holding the hilt of the stuck sword, kicked the enemy in the stomach with all his might. Grasping the guy's leg with his hand, Leonhardt concluded that it didn't look like a skill. Continuing to hang on the handles of the ball, the jock leaned his feet against the wall, furiously declaring that he was glad to hear this. The next moment, Eric shouted with all his might that he had never studied anything like this. The main character pulled the sword with all his strength, tearing it out of the wall along with a huge stone piece, which fell with a roar directly on the Inquisitor, raising dust. A piece of the wall was covered with deep cracks, from which turquoise light oozed. Under the force of the prana drill, the stone shattered into small pieces, and thus Leonhardt was freed from its oppression. Assuming that Eric was not a foreigner, the Inquisitor asked where he got such strength at the 5th level. Admiring how his opponent broke the stone, the jock sarcastically replied that he just beat the dog a little, and this is the result. Saying that the guy was out of his mind, the Inquisitor furiously raised his fist to strike, raising a whirlwind around him. Eric was preparing for an attack and parried, clarifying what to say about a person who mistook the 5th level for a sign of an alien. The men fought again using the power of prana and a massive sword. The whirlwind from the blows swirled around their figures, rising high into the air. The Inquisitor, striking, said that there was nothing strange in the fact that the stranger had the 5th level, and Eric put his sword in front of him, repelling the attack with it like a shield. Leonhardt continued his explanation, saying that in this world created by the 6 goddesses, a foreigner is not an ordinary creature. Noticing with shock how the Inquisitor forcibly healed his broken arm with turquoise energy, Eric said that he was also unusual. The masked man swung, but missed the jock, who managed to jump back, sliding along the ground. Holding his sword forward, Eric furiously asked if there weren't any good strangers. Having revealed that he no longer knows who is a villain and who is not, the main character cut his opponent's cloak. Now Leonhardt, wearing only his jacket, was approaching the jock, raising his fist for another blow. The Inquisitor menacingly said that only those who have real power can talk about evil, after which he issued a philosophical saying. After these words, the blonde guy hit Eric on the jaw with all his might, and he flew up. Staring down at his enemy with hostility, the protagonist, with blood flowing from his mouth, came to the conclusion that the Inquisitor specializes in single-handed combat. He grabbed the enemy with his pumped arm, realizing that he did not benefit from a long one-on-one battle. The man then violently headbutted Leonhardt in the head. Both opponents, standing on the destroyed ground, grabbed their heads after the blow. The blonde Inquisitor lowered his head, noticing that a piece of the broken mask that had been hiding his face all this time had fallen into his hand. Eric, looking at Leonhardt with hostility, began to swing a huge sword. The blonde, who turned out to be a level 120th plus alpha spiritualist, looked at the jock with bright green eyes, holding an object made of prana in his hands and informing him that he was late. Eric's astonished face was illuminated by a turquoise glow that filled the space. Leonhardt squeezed the magic object tightly, and cracks appeared on it. The body of the jock from such an attack flew through several thick walls, breaking through them. A strong whirlwind carried the main character further into the darkness. Then Eric stuck the sword into the ground and stopped, holding tightly to the hilt, while simultaneously talking about the strength of the enemy. The jock remembered that he swung his sword, looking in bewilderment at his hand, which was damaged in several places. Leonhardt flew towards him sharply, appearing with a powerful explosion, accompanied by rising debris and dust. Concentratedly watching the enemy, the Inquisitor, surrounded by a turquoise barrier, explained that Eric could not break through his blocking with his sword. Rushing into the fray again, Leonhardt explained that the jock had superior physical strength, while he himself had superior prana power. While striking, the blonde guy concluded that the entire force of the sword's blow remained in Eric's hand, to which he was indignant at the enemy's meanness. To the main character's comments, the Inquisitor replied that for him it was trying his best. As I kicked the sword out of Eric's hand, Leonhardt again used a suitable metaphor, comparing himself to a predator on the hunt. Turquoise prana emanated from the leg, and the blonde warrior finished his speech by saying that he accurately assessed the weak points of the victim and confidently attacked him. While Eric tried to reach the hilt of his sword in a panic, Leonhardt stated that it was surprising to him that the Musliman could not use the power of his aura to attack. When the Inquisitor swung his leg for a new blow, a translucent turquoise cube appeared on it. Prana emanated from the green eyes of the blonde man in threads, and he noted that Eric also smelled like a predator. He struck the pitcher with all his might, and he flew through the rocks. Eric's body rushed across the entire huge arena, breaking through the walls in its path. The main character rolled her eyes, letting out a scream as his back collided with the rocks, breaking them. Having destroyed the arena wall, the main character froze in the air, arching his back from the shockwave. He gritted his teeth with tension, looking very aggressive as stone debris rose into the air. Suddenly his body was pressed against the rubble by a huge strip of prana. Multiple turquoise magic cylinders were aimed straight at Eric, pressing him further against the wall. The prana weapon was controlled by an Inquisitor who rose into the air. He secured all the turquoise cylinders in one place, not giving Eric a chance to escape, and his sword fell down, piercing the ground. Narrowing his eyes at the enemy's location, Leonhardt concluded that it did not look like he was using Ampala's skills or blessing. Turning his back on his prana weapon with the intention of leaving, the Inquisitor concluded that no signs of an alien were detected in Eric, casting Chanrishan under suspicion. The disappointed blonde young man took a step. At that moment one of the cylinders fell to the ground. A gnarled, muscular arm emerged from the rubble. From the powerful impact, the remaining cylinders, along with debris and rising dust, were scattered to the sides, and glowing red eyes could be seen. Leonhardt turned around with a malicious smile, watching Eric get out. He happily concluded that this was the real face of the jock standing behind him. Leaning forward, Eric stood with a sword in his hands without a single scratch. He raised his head, revealing his blazing red eyes. Eric prepared to attack, breaking the ground under his feet. Holding the sword, he rushed at his opponent with all speed, leaving indentations from his feet in the ground as he ran, and a destroyed wall was visible behind him. At this time, Leonhardt was concentrating on building a barrier of honeycombs of turquoise energy. When the sword hit the prana shield, a bright flash appeared underneath it. The Inquisitor parried the jock's blow by blocking with his shield, and a whirlwind arose around his opponents. Bleeding wounds appeared on the hand holding the hilt. The blonde guy stated that the protagonist's aura had no meaning in front of the power of his prana. Bathed in turquoise, Leonhardt concentrated his energy into his outstretched palm, seriously asking Eric if he was that desperate, calling him pathetic. The main character, Savage, with a furious cry, ran towards the enemy with a predatory gaze, shrouded in a bloody aura. He slammed his huge fist into the prana barrier with all his might, punching through the turquoise honeycomb with crimson energy. Confusion was easily visible in the Inquisitor's green eyes as he looked at the powerful blow. The energy of the turquoise barrier mixed with the scarlet aura as Eric angrily extended his hand towards his opponent. Watching the jock's hand, Leonhardt was perplexed how he managed to break through his barrier with just the residual aura in his body, concluding that in any case this would only harm Eric himself. The main character with glowing red eyes confidently continued to reach out to the enemy through the fragments of the barrier, while the Inquisitor made the assumption that the warrior no longer felt pain. The prana shield shattered into turquoise pieces, and Eric raised his sword to strike, being very close to his hated enemy. The guy with glowing red eyes and a grin put all his power into the blow, raising a powerful energy wave in the air. Leonhardt managed to dodge, moving Eric's sword to the side with his hand and noting that this could no longer even be called a sword technique. The Inquisitor with glowing green eyes noted that his opponent now resembled an animal, and raised his fist behind his back, on which an energy cube appeared, preparing for a powerful attack. The blonde young man hit the jock right in the face, raising fragments of the barrier in a whirlwind. He cast a smug look at the main character, declaring that if you fight monsters for a long time, you yourself become like them. When Eric fiercely grabbed his opponent's hand with his teeth, Leonhardt wondered who the Muslimman was fighting with in this case. Without releasing the Inquisitor's fist from his mouth, Eric grabbed his face. A powerful explosion sounded from the underground, throwing up stone fragments mixed with sand and dust. The rocks of the gorge shook violently. Addis and Ether walking along it were amazed by the sounds from which sand fell from the stones, suggesting that their friend had met with the Inquisitor. The guy and girl found the shortest path into the gorge leading to the boss's room, where Eric and Leonhardt were supposed to be, and quickly hurried there. Listening to the sounds, Ether was afraid that their friend was losing this battle. In response to the girl's concerns, Addis gloomily stated that the main problem is not even this, but that if Eric is fighting against the Inquisitor, it means against the entire order as a whole. While the magician was guessing the possible outcome of the battle, Eric, gritting his teeth from tension, with burning eyes, tried to strike with his sword. Leonhardt, with a smug look, did not allow this to be done, putting his hand forward with a clenched fist, and Addis said in the gorge that as a result of the battle, Eric would either kill the enemy or die himself. Then Ether fearfully asked the question, if their friend wins this fight, will he become addicted to killing? Addis confidently replied that he would never allow such a thing to happen. The magician ordered to speed up, and the hunters quickly ran towards the boss's room. The warrior in red armor rose to his feet again. The skeletons stared at him with black empty eye sockets, from which a blue glow emanated. These were monsters who did not hesitate to kill people. The warrior destroyed the monster with one blow of his sword, cutting off its bony head. The warrior with the bloody helmet had no reason to sympathize with the monsters. The skeletons called the enemy a monster in a human voice and wished for his death, attacking the man. The warrior cut off the head of every monster without hesitation. He had no doubt that he always stood on the side of justice, without hearing the screams and groans that would make even his heart tremble. If he had heard them, he himself would have been disgusted with hunting monsters. The man froze, watching the spear fly at him. The weapon pierced the hero's chest, pinning him to the ground. Due to the low level to use the Ampala's blessing, the user switched to automatic hunting mode. The spear passed through the hole in his chest and remained in the ground as the warrior stood up. The chosen hero, who was not stopped by anything, existed only in the book that Changrishan was now reading. Reading page by page, the guy agreed that it was just a story. Now the chosen hero himself turned into one of the monsters he had fought so hard against, and his cloak fluttered in the wind. The creature roared ferociously, its demonic mouth opening wide and its violet eyes flashing. While the monster standing among the corpses was bathed in a purple glow, he was continuously gaining a huge number of points, increasing his level at a breakneck speed. The words Ampala's Delight 805 mg appeared on the yellow screen. The guy with the blue mohawk looked at the creature in fear, not understanding what it was. He looked around and saw the corpses of prisoners lying densely on the ground. In addition to them, there were also corpses of warriors. The monster with a terrifying grin was getting closer and closer to the confused guy. In one movement, the creature tore the ring-shaped artifact from his neck, and the completed survivor closed his eyes in fear. While the monster was putting on the ring, the guy with the mohawk screamed in fear that he would give away a magical object that he didn't even know how to use, begging him not to kill him. The frightened survivor covered himself with his hand, and at this time a yellow light of healing began to emanate from the artifact. The deep cut on the arm of the guy with the mohawk healed in an instant, leaving not a trace. The prisoner looked at his shoulder in surprise, realizing that all this time he had had a healing artifact, and the monster began to move away. While the creature carried the unconscious Leslie in its arms, speculation arose that those who knew the spells were strangers. The monster said intermittently that everything was safe and there was no need to fight anymore. Looking at the saber in the center of the circle, surrounded by a turquoise glow, the monster added that the clearing of the dungeon went according to plan. Suddenly, a stream of fire appeared in front of the creature's feet. From the ledge above, a voice ordered the monster to move to the side, threatening to shoot if it approached the center. Addis contemptuously called the creature a foreigner, holding a magical device, and a concentrated ether was squatting next to him with two swords in her hands. Looking at the frightened guy, Sana thought that from the very beginning he suspected that he was somehow strange. After which, the prisoner immediately tried to escape. Continuing to think, Chanrishan noted that he could not even think that the guy was a foreigner. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Ether caught up with the guy and prevented his escape. The excited wyvern turned to Addis and asked if this was really so. Taking the magical artifact into his hands, group member Radha stated that this is so, adding that this can be found out using the blessing of Omplas, which is contained in his staff. Looking at Changrishan's body, whose body was filled with a powerful aura. Addis reported that he had used it, noting that he had lost his leading position. A member of the Rada group stated that the stranger managed to kill too many soldiers and thereby raise his level. Alarmed, Ether wondered if the Great Land was hunting the city's inhabitants. With a serious expression on his face, Addis noted that in the past they experimented on the Ratnians to make monsters out of them. Turning to the guy, group member Rada asked if the Voltarian warrior was with him. Further, the guy said that the warrior was with them, noting that at some point he disappeared from sight. Wary, Addis assumed that they had missed him. Smirking, Ether stated that it was for the best. Looking around the expanses of the dungeon, which contained many corpses of knights, a member of the Rada group said that they could be sure of the soldiers' intention to kill all the escaped prisoners. He was glad that this horror was not created by Ryu. Pointing to the blade, shrouded in mana, the guy asked the guys to stop talking about what is good and what is not, adding that they need to get out of there as soon as possible. Looking at Chanrishin, in whose hands Leslie's body was, the guy said that he was very tenacious. He told the guys that Sana had dismembered the warriors, who were in armor from head to toe, in one movement. From Changrishin's helmet, his eyes could be seen, completely shrouded in aura. The guy assumed that the guys didn't believe him because they themselves didn't see what Chanrishin had done. As they prepared to fight, the members of Ryu's group stated that they knew this. Raising the blade above herself, Ether noted that if Sana was allowed to go outside, then other hunters could suffer because of this and then he would become even stronger. Having activated the magic seal, Addis said that of all the hunters, only they have experience in fighting such monsters. Group member Rada noted that if Sin has Ampla's blessing, then they will be able to remove all suspicion from the main character. Having taken one step, Chanrishin froze in one position. After which, with lightning speed, Sana rushed towards the stunned guys, asking if they were talking about Ryu. Raising his hand, Chanoshin asked the guys not to attack him. Looking at Chanrishin, Addis thought that he still had some remnants of his mind. Group member Rada stated that they are also looking for the main character, which is why they are in a hurry, noting that if Sana helps, then they would not want to fight him just like that. Listening to him, Chanrishin was lost in his own thoughts. Addis noted that it would be easier for Sana to escape from there, taking on her original appearance. After which, a mysterious glow appeared from the magical artifact of the Rod group member. Looking at him, the excited Ether asked what he was going to do. Group member Rada stated that he had assumed these events, which is why he simplified the magic of sharing Ampla's blessing in advance. Having activated the magic seal, Addis noted that he had not checked whether it worked in reality. Observing her comrade's technique, Ether was amazed that Ampla's blessing was being separated from him. A mysterious aura gradually emerged from Changrishin's body. Leslie was unconscious in San's arms. A memory arose in Ether's head of how Alai, holding blades in her hands, was preparing for battle. The shocked wyvern thought about the Great Land. Suddenly, the guys saw how the guy pointed the blade towards the magical portal. The guy, scared to death, said that he did not want to die here. Seeing this, the alarmed Addis asked him to stop. Next, Ether rushed towards the guy in order to stop him. Watching all this, group member Rada was shocked. Addis' magical artifact was filled with an ominous aura. Turning around, the frightened Ether called out to him. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above the wyvern's head. Turning around, Ether discovered that she was in some part of the city. Being in genuine shock, the wyvern thought that she had missed Addis, noting that they had moved to different places. Suddenly, someone called out to her. An excited Martin asked if they had just cleared the dungeon, adding that they never showed up at the appointed place, saying that he was looking for them. Seeing her comrade, the wyvern was confused. Trying to get up, the guy reported about a stranger who had appeared in the dungeon, adding that he had destroyed everyone. Looking at the strong explosion, he stated that they needed to quickly call the hunters there and destroy the stranger. Looking at the resulting explosion, Ether fell into a stupor. Frightened Martin said that there was a hunter's guild in that direction. Hearing this, the wyvern's face was filled with genuine fear. Looking at the magician, an angry Brad asked where he shot. The alarmed magician noted that there was a monster in that place, after which, Brad said that in this case, you need to aim at the monster. At that moment, unconscious, Addis hung on Chanrishin's shoulder. An agitated Brad tried to bring band member Rod to his senses. Looking at Sam, he informed the hunters that he had a hostage, asking everyone to step back. Wary, Brad thought that he had been worried about this ever since the Inquisitor appeared, adding that such monsters had never appeared there before. Slowly, Chanrishin tried to bend down in order to place Addis' body on the ground. Brad couldn't believe that the monster came out after clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, the hunters surrounded the mutated Chanrishin from all sides, pointing their weapons at him. Furious, Brad asked what they were doing. Baring his teeth, the knight declared that the stranger was holding people with his tail and hands, ordering the hunters not to miss such a chance. Smiling, the hunter noted that he looked big, but peaceful. Rushing into the attack, the stranger said that he would hit him in the head. Suddenly, blood spattered on his face. Bending down, Sana stabbed him with his stinger. Next, wings emerged from his back. Watching this, Brad was shocked. The angry Chanrishin called the hunters vile monsters, ordering them not to interfere. The defeated bodies of the hunters were located throughout the area. Looking at this, Ether fell into a stupor. Her gaze fell on the frightened Martin, who rushed to Brad. Greatly frightened, the wyvern tried to call out to him. Turning his attention to her, Brad said he was glad she was okay. Many wounds were visible on his face. After asking for forgiveness, Brad said that Addis had been captured, adding that San was stronger than they thought. He stated that their enemy had wings. From what she heard, with a frightened face, Ether froze in one position. The amulet on her chest began to emit a glow. Rushing off, the wyvern declared that she would bring healers as quickly as possible. Taking her hand, Brad said that there was no need to do this, adding that Martin had bought artifacts in advance for restoration. Looking at Martin, who was barely holding back tears, Brad asked if it was true. Taken aback, Martin noted that he always puts himself in danger. Smiling, Brad said that it was for this reason that Ether should find Addis faster, noting that if the hunters try to destroy the monster in any way, then Addis would be in danger. Looking at the alarmed wyvern, he asked if she had chickened out, adding that she herself called herself a brilliant beauty. After which, Ether pulled her hand out of Brad's bonds, thanking him. Watching the wyvern immediately set off, Brad asked how he looked. Martin reported that it was normal, noting the rustic nature. With a thoughtful look, Brad said he couldn't keep her here, adding that she had to do better. Using his technique, the wyvern rose into the sky. A pin was visible on her cloak. The night sky of the city was shrouded in clouds. In the vastness of the sky, Chanrishin was visible, in whose arms Leslie was. Hanging in the air, Sana spoke of the edge of the eastern gorge and the promise. Remembering the promise, Chanrishin froze in one position at the moment when a mysterious blue light appeared on his way. Flying to the side, Sana saw the trail left by a wyvern flying at colossal speed. Watching this, Chanrishin was lost in thought. His gaze fell on Ether, from whose wings streams of mana emanated. With a serious expression on her face, Ether stated that she was not surprised by this, adding that they were strangers and she was a wyvern. Heavy snowfall began in the mountainous areas. The angry wyvern ordered Chanrishin to release Addis, calling him a monster. Looking at her, Sana called her a monster. Holding Leslie's body in his hands, Chanrishin tried to clear his throat. Unconscious, Leslie tried to mutter something. Wary, Sana spoke about the promise again, declaring that he was coming. Suddenly, Chanrishin quickly began to fall down. Seeing this, Ether immediately set off in pursuit. The enraged wyvern asked if Sana thought she could outrun her in the sky. After which, with unimaginable speed, Ether rushed towards him. Blue flames were visible from her mouth. After freeing him, the wyvern declared that he better try it. Blue flames were directed towards Leslie. At that moment, alarmed Ether was thinking about Addis. Stopping the eruption of flame, the wyvern tried to clear her throat. Looking at Chanrishin flying into the distance, Ether noted that if she shot from behind, it could hit her comrade. The wyvern's gaze was fixed on the body of Addis, who was restrained by San's paws. A notification appeared in Chanrishin's head, informing him that the regeneration limit of Amplace's blessing had been reached. Watching him, Ether wondered why he was running away. Hanging over Chanrishin, the wyvern directed its paws towards his wings. Grabbing it, Ether prepared to attack using blue flames. Opening her mouth to erupt, the wyvern thought that in this case, she only needs to aim for the head. There were many spikes on San's head. Suddenly, a huge number of magical projectiles were formed from Chanrishin's body, which were directed towards the wyvern. After which, Ether tried to evade them. Continuing the chase, the wyvern noted that she had almost turned into a wasp hive. Many stone pillars were hit by Chanrishin's magical missiles. Suddenly, the stone columns began to collapse. Their debris began to fall towards Ether. The head of a wyvern was visible from a pile of stones, which tried to avoid it. Seeing something, Ether was shocked. Her gaze fell on Addis, whose hair was blowing in the wind. In the hand of group member Rod, a magical artifact was visible, from which a powerful stream of aura emanated. Addis apologized for spying on his memories, noting that when he heard about the existence of a stranger, he thought it was Sana. Hanging in the air behind Chanrishin, group member Rada noted that he knew this was not what he wanted. The alarmed Addis, screaming, asked him to stand before it was too late. With his hands to his ears, Chanrishin said he wouldn't do it, adding that nothing had changed. Placing her hands on Sun's face, Leslie said that pages had passed, and what would happen in the future had already been predetermined. Leaning towards Chanrishin, she noted that if you were going to die, it would be better to live in illusions. Turning to the stunned Addis, Sana asked for his name. Suddenly, the hands of group member Rod were bound with magical chains. Pushing off from the boulder, Ether prepared to jump. Grabbing the chains, group member Rada tried to free himself from them. The blue aura of Ether could be seen in the rubble of the stone columns. Crossing her blades, the wyvern prepared to attack. With lightning speed, Etha managed to cut off Chanrishin's tentacle. Wary, Sana froze in one position. Adiz's body quickly began to fall down. Immediately, Etha rushed towards her comrade. Letting out an unimaginable roar, Sana prepared to launch an attack. A huge number of magical projectiles were aimed at the wyvern. At the place where Ether flew, a trace of her blue aura continued to remain. The excited wyvern did not give up trying to save Adiz. Her gaze was directed towards group member Rod, who was unconscious. From the strong fall, dust rose on the ground. Many magical projectiles were aimed at the cloud of dust. Watching all this, Changrishin hung in the air. Sparks from his attack could be seen from the dust cloud. Lost in her thoughts, Ether reported that she was very cold, adding that her body was cooling down. The wyvern's eyes were closed. Opening her eyes, Ether was shocked. Continuing to think, she noted that she was enveloped by the feeling that she was dying. Seeing something, the wyvern fell into a stupor. A huge block of ice appeared at the site of the fight. Looking at Sen soaring in the air, Adiz raised the magical artifact above himself. Wary, group member Rada said that it was time for him to wake up from his sleep. His gaze fell on Changrishin, whose helmet showed cracks. During a fierce fight, Ryu and Leonhardt clashed fists. After the impact, a colossal shock wave arose. Raising his hand above his head, Leonhardt thought about the habit of retreating to long distances after an attack, which testified to the protagonist's experience in hunting huge monsters. Looking at the angry Ryu, he noted that other habits also indicate many years of work as a hunter. Leonhardt reflected that despite Ryu's thoughtless actions, he could see that he was used to this struggle with himself. Genuine rage was visible in the eyes of the main character. Raising his sword, Ryu prepared to attack. With lightning speed, the main character rushed at his opponent. Watching Ryu attack, Leonhardt was shocked. With colossal power, the main character pushed his body to the side. Due to Ryu's blow, Leonhardt was thrown into a stone wall. Holding his hands to his face, he noted that the main character was repeating his techniques. Wiping the blood from his face, he thought that he didn't know this only because Ryu used two different methods of fighting. Leonhardt believed that the main character was simply looking for something that would work in an attack. Raising his blade, Ryu prepared to launch his next attack. Continuing his thoughts, Leonhardt noted that what he should really be afraid of is that the protagonist is not a monster, reflecting on instinctive adaptation for the sake of survival. Having created a magical barrier, Ryu's opponent felt that it was too dangerous for him to continue hand-to-hand combat. Raising the sword above his head, the main character froze in one position. Ryu's body was enveloped in streams of red aura. Looking at this, Leonhardt was shocked. His gaze fell on Ryu's blade, which he believed was shrouded in an aura. The protagonist's face was filled with hatred. With lightning speed, Ryu struck Leonhardt's arm with a vertical slash. Swinging, Chanrishin prepared to attack. His hand was directed towards Adiz's face. Trying to block his attack, group member Rada used his magical artifact, which was covered in ice. While in his thoughts, Adiz noted that Ampla's blessing had already reached its limit. Looking at Sen's body, which was shrouded in powerful streams of aura, group member Rada understood that they could still take some time, adding that it would not stop until all the user's energy was absorbed. Changrishin continued to strike countless times in an attempt to destroy Adiz. Group member Rada was sure that it was impossible to get rid of the blessing now. A strong magical seal formed around Adiz. In the middle of the seal, a block of ice appeared and struck Changrishin. Raising his magic staff, Adiz asked Sen to pull himself together. While Changrishin was holding onto the ice block, the system notified him that he did not have enough strength to recover, after which, he stated that he was continuing the hunt. Wary, group member Rada froze in one position. Next, using his magic, Adiz activated a fire spell that was directed towards Sen. Holding a book in his hands, the pages of which were empty, the system reported that this user was not allowed to participate in the battle. Squeezing it in his hands, he asked them to stop, wondering how many people had already suffered because of him. Chanrishin's body was enveloped in tentacles. The book in his hands began to emit a mysterious glow. The system announced that this user had no desire to survive. The eye in this book was shrouded in red. The system reported that from this moment all user rights are transferred to the blessing of Amplas, after which Changrishin let out a piercing roar. Shrouded in flames, he rushed towards Adiz. Leslie, sitting on the bridge, watched their fierce battle. Wary, she suggested that Ampla's blessing was on the brink, adding that this would be the way things would end up in the end. Heading towards it, Ether asked if it was a great land. Leslie was taken aback when she saw her. After removing the rope from her hair, the wyvern's hair began to flutter in the wind. With an angry expression on her face, Etha asked if she knew her. Hearing this, Leslie became lost in her thoughts. Smirking, she stated that she did not know, noting the large number of Ratnians who wanted to kill her. Next, Ether brought her blade to her face. Beside herself with rage, the wyvern shouted at her to stop joking. Turning away, Ether said that she didn't really hope for it. The image of the deceased Ali appeared in her head. Wyvern was sure that people like Leslie did not remember those who sacrificed their lives because of them. Ether believed that it was for this reason that they used people to achieve their goals and then abandon them. The image of a distraught maiden surfaced in her memories. The enraged Wyvern asked how dare they do this, suggesting that for them it was some kind of trifle. Looking down, Leslie stated that the Outlander who just survived was the true embodiment of evil. Looking at the distraught Chanrishin, she noted that if they were not like this, they themselves would become the subject of a hunt, adding that or they would be discovered and killed. With a worried look, Addis continued to rebuff Sana. Leslie considered it all pointless, saying that nothing would help. After which, she said that it was for this reason that the alien who was able to survive in this world was truly evil. Looking at Etha, who continued to hold the blade to her face, she assumed that this was why they had gotten there. Leslie stated that she was destined to die in pursuit of the pleasure of killing, which came from nowhere. Smiling, she asked the Wyvern not to interfere, adding that such a death was fate for them. Shouting out indignation, Ether stated that these were all excuses, noting that if she was a person, then at least. After which, Sana appeared before them. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to strike the stunned Wyvern. Next, he threw Ether's body off the bridge. With a shocked look, Addis watched her fall. Concentrating, group member Rada pointed his magic staff in her direction. At the last second, Addis managed to save Ether using his technique. A worried group member, Rada, asked if she was okay. Lying on the ground, the Wyvern assumed that nothing had hit it. Looking at the place where Changrishin was, Addis asked if it was just a threat. Ether reported that this was not the case. Holding the magical seal in her hands, the Wyvern noted that she did not know why this was so. Pointing her hand towards San, Leslie sent streams of her aura towards him. In her thoughts, she could not believe that this could even slightly atone for her sin, noting that all of this was the work of Alejandro. An agitated Leslie asked Chanrishin to leave this place, saying that the Inquisitor would arrive there soon. She stated that she alone would be enough, adding that she was a great land. San's gaze was filled with true hatred. Next, grabbing Leslie by the throat, Chanrishin lifted her up. While in his bonds, Leslie was shocked. Looking at her, Sana let out a high-pitched roar. The system announced a change in goal to the nearest highest level, reporting that energy was being replenished using the given goal. Wary, Leslie assumed that Ampla's blessing wanted to kill her and become bigger. She was amazed that despite all this, she still wanted to help these heroes. Smirking, Leslie declared that it was the worst ending. From what they saw, the stunned guys froze in one position. Leslie's gaze was shrouded in genuine shock. Trying to break free from the shackles of his armor, Changrishin declared that this was not the end. Baring his teeth, he did not stop trying to get out. After which, Sana was still able to leave them. Smiling, Chanrishin said that anyone who wants to become a warrior cannot be content with such an end. Turning to him, Leslie could not believe what she saw. Turning around, Sana watched as the crazed armor, under the influence of Ampla's blessing, tried to attack them. Horrified, Leslie said that the blessing was still there. Suddenly, Ampla's equipment threw the guys off the bridge. While falling, Sana pointed his hand upward. With emotion on his face, turning to Addis, Chanrishin declared that Ampla's blessing should no longer be spared. While under the influence of the technique, the armor was enveloped in streams of mysterious aura. Having created an unimaginably powerful seal, Addis said that thanks to Sana, he had gained time. Pointing the magic staff to the side, group member Rada used fire dragon magic using an ignition beam. The place of the duel was covered with many magical seals that were directed towards Ampla's. Addis activated the triple overlay of circles. With an angry look, group member Rada stated that he could not control the power of fire. After which, Addis waved his magic staff, the trace of which dissipated at the place where the technique was activated. Suddenly, his magic item began to crack. The colossal power of technology spread throughout the dungeon. Fiery tongues of flame enveloped the armor, which was under the blessing of Ampla's. Due to the influence of the technique, the armor let out a piercing roar. An unimaginably powerful explosion was heard in the vastness of the dungeon. The beam from Addis' technique was visible from the depths of the dungeon. The length of this ray was so great that its trace was visible in the vastness of the night sky. Due to its use, a hole appeared in a huge block of ice. With a surprised expression on her face, Ether asked why Addis hadn't used this technique yet. Group member Rada reported that she was above his level, noting that for this reason, he could not control her power. Holding Addis's exhausted body, the Wyvern asked if he could fight. Group member Rada said that his strength is at its limit. Looking at the guys standing nearby, Astiz said he hoped that their strength was at the same level. Their gaze fell on Chanrishin and Leslie, who were frozen in one position. Looking down, Leslie announced that their fight was over, adding that there was no point in them fighting any further. Looking at the alarmed guys, she noted that they had no strength left for battle. Excited, Addis asked if Leslie would now run away. Having heard about this, she said that they themselves wanted to free the main character from the Inquisitor. Raising the emblem in front of her, Leslie stated that if they managed to defeat her, the Great Land, then the Inquisitor would have to go back, adding that he was simply chasing the blessing of Omplas. Surprised, Chanrishin asked if she really wanted to be caught, noting that if she fell into the hands of the Inquisitor, there would be more problems. Turning, Leslie reported the Inquisitor's belief that there were strangers there, stating that it was for this reason that there was only one way out. She stated that San needed to save Ryu and follow him. Wary, Addis asked if she would really repent like the last coward. With disgust in her eyes, Ether believed that Leslie simply wanted to escape from fate. Smiling, Leslie noted that perhaps this was so, adding that this is why she did not want to end everything so meaninglessly. Suddenly, when they saw something, the guys were shocked. Their gaze fell on a huge block of stone that was falling in their direction. Horrified, Addis assumed that it was an aura. The main character's blade became covered with chips. At that moment, Leonhardt tried to touch his wounded shoulder. Raising his hand to it, he tried to use the recovery technique. Clenching his fist, Leonhardt noted that the healing was too slow due to the aura remaining in the wound, adding that he should just increase the effect. Leonhardt's body was covered with streams of powerful mana. While in his thoughts, he assumed that he was mistaken that Ryu would not be able to use aura, noting the thought that it was too strange not to use it. While observing the main character, he stated that he did not think that the aura would be used to counteract her prana. Looking at the distraught Ryu, Leonhardt noted that he was unable to control what escaped from his body. Blood slowly flowed from the nose of the enraged protagonist. His body was filled with a powerful aura emanating from him. Its streams enveloped the place of their duel. Holding his head, Leonhardt thought that it was huge, noting that in such conditions Ryu's body should have completely collapsed. Under the influence of a powerful aura, the main character let out a piercing roar. Leonhardt believed that then Ryu's aura would completely come out and destroy half the city, after which, he folded his fingers to apply one of the techniques. Leonhardt thought that he would like to catch Ryu alive and get the necessary information. Taking a fighting stance, he noted that he would not be able to do this. Putting his sword behind his back, the main character prepared to attack. His eyes glowed a bright red, after which, with lightning speed, Ryu rushed towards his opponent. Having dodged the powerful attack, Leonhardt moved on to his attack. His fist was directed towards the protagonist's face, after which, Leonhardt's prana collided with Ryu's aura in a fierce battle. With unimaginable speed, the guys rushed towards each other. After their collision, a terrifying explosion was heard in the dungeon. Hanging in the air, the main character prepared to launch a new attack. Placing his blade in front of him, Ryu used the piercing technique. Due to the colossal power of the blow, an explosion was heard on the battlefield again. At that moment, the guy's gaze was riveted on their fierce battle. Horrified, Leslie wondered who the main character really was, that he could fight someone who had received the goddess's blessing. The excited Addis noted that he himself did not know the full strength of the main character, adding that it turned out that he also had an aura. Looking at Ryu hanging in the air, group member Rada assumed that he had summoned her during the battle. Addis was glad that the Inquisitor could not do anything to the main character. With a malicious grin on his face, Ryu froze in one position. Continuing to think, group member Rada wondered whether the anger that was transmitted through the aura actually belonged to the main character. With a worried look, Addis stated that there was only one way left. Clenching his fist, Changrishin froze in one position. Looking at the battlefield, turning to the stunned Leslie, he reported ignorance of what she had done in the past. Further, Chanrishin stated that he only knows that he survived only thanks to her. With a look full of madness, the main character collided with Leonhardt's face. Sana noted that at the moment, Ryu is fighting while bleeding, adding that his opponent is also not a criminal. Clutching her face, Full tried to hold back her tears over the loss of Brad. Chanrishin said that those who died due to his fault were not criminals. Sana noted that those who grieve for the dead were all his fault, saying that he must be held accountable. With a serious expression on his face, Changrishin asked for this reason to given to him this time, adding that he must pay for all his sins. Looking at the stunned Leslie, Sana declared that her place of atonement was not here, after which, Sana took off, heading towards the fierce fight. Due to Ryu's powerful attack, blood gushed out from Leonhardt's mouth. At that moment, his foot was directed towards the protagonist's face. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. In the cloud of dust, Leonhardt's eyes were visible, which were covered with a mysterious glow. Putting his hand behind his head, he cast evocation. Using his technique, Leonhardt created a giant right hand that exuded streams of prana. After forming the technique, Leonhardt pointed a giant hand towards the protagonist. Holding his sword behind his back, Ryu activated one of his skills. Having pierced Leonhardt's technique, the protagonist activated cutting. Suddenly, cuts appeared on the fingers of Ryu's opponent, from which blood began to ooze. While in his thoughts, Leonhardt noted that he knew that Ryu would use this technique. Stretching both arms forward, he cast evocation, creating a giant left arm. An airflow seal was activated on Leonhardt's giant hand. after which he clenched his palms tightly. Suddenly, blood began to ooze from Leonhardt's palms. Bending down, the main character used the infinity skill. With lightning speed, Ryu used a longitudinal and vertical slash. Screaming, the main character pierced Leonhardt's technique. Raising his blade, the protagonist rushed towards his opponent. Smirking, Leonhardt noted that he knew this, adding that he should have taken the artifacts with him. After a colossally powerful blow, an explosion was heard in the dungeon. Leonhardt clenched his hand into a fist, and blood sprayed from the fresh cuts on his fingers. To increase his strength, the young man focused on the most basic defense techniques, which helped him receive the blessing of the goddess. Therefore, when Eric cut the Inquisitor's attack in 2 planes with a powerful aura, Leonhardt felt this destructive force and realized that this technique had been honed in battle a million times. The distraught Eric created huge streams of black and purple aura. As the alien's murderous attacks rushed towards Leonhardt, he realized that he needed to dodge and that he could do it. However, Leonhardt, with a smirk on his face, was very curious if he was truly the strongest. Scarlet streams of aura filled the airspace, moving at unprecedented speed. Dense, black smoke rose, making it impossible to see anything in the air. In the middle of this fog, Leonhardt stood motionless, Eric's sword resting on his bare chest. The aura made wounds on the body of the black-haired youth, from which blood oozing mixed with magical power. Leonhardt looked down with a distant expression on his face. The Inquisitor, looking at the enemy's broken and cracked sword, concluded that he could not resist the aura. Eric fell to his knees and powerlessly lowered his head when Leonhardt said dryly that neither the young man's body nor his weapon could withstand the aura. Eric coughed up clots of blood as the Inquisitor wondered if the aura had destroyed his opponent's insides in battle. Leonhardt coldly stared at the young man with his cold emerald eyes, coming to the conclusion that there was no point in fighting further. The Inquisitor, whose torso was striped with 2 elongated scars in the shape of a cross, thought about Eric's sword. The alien weakly held his crumbling weapon. With his fists on the floor, Eric desperately begged Leonhardt to spare them. Without raising his head, the young man assured that Addis, Ether and Chanrishan were good guys who would never have contacted the Inquisitor on their own. Leonhardt frowned thoughtfully when Eric asked him to pretend that the Inquisitor had not seen his comrades. Closing his eyes, Leonhardt agreed. Then he raised his hand, collecting prana in it, and said that he could not trample on the name of the goddess and allow himself to lose as someone who had her blessing. Leonhardt created a cone directed towards Eric's head and said that today there was no stranger with the 5th level, no Inquisitor, no one with the blessing of the goddess. Eric only quietly expressed his agreement, and that was enough for Leonhardt. The Inquisitor, looking straight at the stranger, introduced himself as Leonhardt Cattle Francis. Eric raised his head and, smiling weakly with bloody lips, said his real name. The Inquisitor flexed his fingers, creating more prana. Chanrishan roared deafeningly, calling for Eric. The young man turned around at the sound, and Leonhardt looked puzzled. Chanrishan ran up to his comrade, but Eric powerfully hit him with the top of his head, and he flew several meters back, leaving his feet up. When Chanrishan, not paying attention to the pain in his head, told Eric with a joyful smile how much he was worried, he only screamed, spitting blood, that the young man had come to deliver the finishing blow. When Leonhardt unobtrusively inquired about the identity of the young man who had come running, Eric tensely replied that he was just a crazy fool. Leonhardt looked at Chanrishan, who introduced himself, revealing his alien identity and talking about the murder of those innocent people. The young man, looking seriously at the Inquisitor, showed him his hand modified by the blessing of Almapas and declared that he was ready to take responsibility for what happened. Eric, enraged by these words, did not understand why Chanrishan should be responsible for this. Leonhardt directed magical blue cones towards both strangers, ordering the guys not to move. The Inquisitor frowned, causing wrinkles to accumulate on the bridge of his nose, and said that this situation required an explanation. Eric looked at Chanrishan with disappointment and irritation. The young man bowed his head and said that he would say everything he knew, after which he would receive any punishment. Chanrishan pressed his hand to his chest and raised his tone as he asked what would be left if he had to kill and fight to survive. When the young man shouted to stop fighting pointless battles, weapons were thrown into the air. Eric and Leonhardt froze in shock when a spear flew from behind and pierced the body of the young alien right through. Chanrishan coughed and drops of blood sprayed from his throat. Eric looked intensely at Leonhardt, who did not change his position, but was looking towards the wounded guy. Chanrishan fell to his knees. Vartan was the one who threw the spear at him. Tears accumulated in his eyes, and his face was twisted in horror at his action, but the people behind him looked aggressive and hostile. One man from the crowd wanted to make sure that Chanrishan was definitely a stranger, and another man, holding out his index finger, confidently shouted that he had seen everything with his own eyes. Someone in the crowd shouted that the alien was still breathing and could escape, and the rest, as if maddened, screamed, wanting to kill the young man. People raised their weapons, shouting slogans about killing the stranger and saving their comrades. Chanrishan hung on a spear in a pool of his own blood while a crowd of armed men quickly descended from above. Eric, realizing what had happened, called out to Chanrishin with a piercing cry. The young man hurried to get up. However, he immediately fell heavily to the ground with a pop, baring his teeth. Eric tensed with all his might and screamed that he couldn't move. Meanwhile, the crowd was already brandishing their weapons, preparing to stab the stranger to death. Eric, who was lying face down on the floor, opened his eyes when he heard a familiar address. The young man propped himself up on his elbow, watching in horror as Chanrishin pulled out his modified forearm and said that he had behaved too shamelessly. While people obsessed with the thirst for death were approaching the young alien, Chanrishin smiled radiantly and said that he wanted to become a hero, no matter what. Leonhardt intervened in the situation, releasing a powerful magical stream that stopped the angry crowd, but at the same time touched the stranger's body. The prisoners looked stunned at the burning Chanrishin. In his free palm, Leonhardt clutched the fragment left from the young man. Leonhardt raised his spear, which wounded Chanrishin, and the crowd cheered, raising their weapons with satisfied smiles. Leonhardt turned to Eric with a cold gaze and said that it would be better if he continued to lie in place. Eric rose heavily from the ground, indignant at Chanrishin's behavior. Suddenly the young man screamed, filled with rage, and blood began to flow out of the wounds on his body again. Leonhardt tensed and stood in a fighting pose, preparing his spear to attack. Suddenly Addis appeared in front of Eric, and Ether appeared in front of Leonhardt. The girl screamed shrilly, demanding to stop, because they had already achieved what they wanted. Addis bowed his head bitterly and softly told Eric that now he had to stop. Eric, clutching a piece of his sword, listened with his teeth exposed in anger as Addis asked him to stop. The young man's weapon fell to the ground with a clang. Leonhardt also threw his spear, and Eric fell to his knees with a deafening cry, and Addis fell with him. Leonhardt, with a steely gaze directed at Eric, said that a promise only works once. While Addis carefully stroked Eric's hair and Ether sat silently on the floor, Leonhardt turned to the crowd and said that there would be no next time. Leslie stood on the roof of a tall building. Her face looked worried. Blood oozed from the girl's clenched fist. A week passed, and that battle left its mark throughout the city. However, the residents immediately began to repair what had been destroyed and bring the city back to its previous form. Over time, they began to forget the stranger, because of whom the riots began. Such an end was his choice, but not his desire. There was an illusion of temporary calm, but his death did not change anything. In the courthouse of the city of Crater, someone loudly asked the Baron about a stranger who had escaped from prison. The Baron sat in a wheelchair, surrounded by intrusive journalists, and answered one of them that no illegal actions had been committed on the territory of the prison, and the accusation of the brutal murder of escaped prisoners was not enough. The Baron clenched his hand into a fist and cried, remembering the guards who, in an attempt to protect the escapees, themselves suffered and were killed, and mentioned that he himself risked his life for the sake of the prisoners. When the man revealed that he was alive thanks to Rod's courage, and because of this, he appointed him commander of the Night Corps, Rod introduced himself non-verbally with a grin. The Baron shouted that he had already punished the stranger for the lives of those numerous hunters, and also gave his word to punish all those involved in these atrocities. There was a spear in the grass, next to which lay a bouquet of flowers in a white wrapper. Ether, intertwining her fingers, sat by the grave while Martin, along with Elia and Full, thanked Addis for coming too. Martin asked worriedly if the Voltarian warrior was still unconscious. Addis replied that Eric had already come to his senses, but the magician looked very sad and worried. The young man added that the wounds were too deep, recalling how Eric left a small note. Addis said it will take Eric some time to recover. Ether, who shed tears on her hands, apologized for pursuing this stranger that day. Ether stood up, thinking about what would have happened if she then followed the guys. Suddenly, the sobbing girl was grabbed by the cheeks. Elia and Full assured her that Brad had foreseen this outcome and believed that she would become a strong hunter. Addis and Martin watched with smiles as the healer sisters said that Brad would have doubted this if he saw Ether in such a state, even though he had little understanding of people. Ether wiped her wet eyes with her hand, saying that she was the most beautiful in the world. The girl put her hands on her hips with a smile and said that she would raise her level and defeat all the bad guys. Martin took the spear out of the ground, saying that he wanted to give it personally to the Waltarian warrior. Martin asked Addis and Ether to take weapons. Ether looked at the spear in shock and realized that it was a Brad artifact. The girl remembered that this spear also pierced Chanrishin right through. Addis politely refused, explaining that it would be better to leave this spear with Martin because they were on the same team. But the young man, without lowering his weapon, replied that Brad had borrowed it from a Waltarian warrior and always said that he would return it when he became as strong. Martin said that Brad would not want this spear to sit and rust, and instead it would better help Addis and Ether. It was a sunny day. Ether talked about how she and Addis couldn't refuse the young man, and the magician replied that they didn't need the extra load either because there were no spearmen on their team. Ether said that they should become even stronger, noting the weight of the spear, and Addis, who was carrying it, curtly agreed. Ether sincerely asked Addis if Eric hated Martin. The magician hesitantly suggested that Eric disliked Martin, and Etha said that it bothered her that the young man could not hate him. The young man and the girl approached the blue door of the brick building, deciding to ask Maiden if it was possible to exchange this artifact for another. Etha called Maiden as she walked into the building where there were drops of blood on the floor. Addis and Etha froze in horror, their eyes widening. Maiden sat on the bloody floor, where a thin knife and a scroll with drawings lay. Etha rushed to the girl, worried about her condition. Maiden raised her eyes to Etha and Addis in fear. Etha and Addis listened intently as Maiden reported that that girl had come. Maiden clutched the knife in front of her while someone in front of her said that she could not attack this person. Leslie held the golden scrolls, telling a tense Maiden that the band inside her belonged to Leslie. The red-haired girl crossed her arms, reminding her that the scheme, stained with Maiden's blood, was still working. Leslie said with contempt that this ban was still in force and that Maiden would die immediately if he betrayed her. Maiden screamed that because of this ban, she could not even calmly pronounce Leslie's name. Maiden didn't understand why Leslie left her when she was so devoted to her. Maiden's eyes widened when Leslie coldly replied that such was the fate of used items. Leslie clutched Maiden's knife in her palm. Her blood splashed onto the scroll, and Leslie said that now Maiden has no inhibitions and can live a free life. Maiden fell to the floor, stunned by Leslie's behavior as she walked away. The girl stopped in the doorway and turned around, answering that it was because she was the same. Ether asked if it was a fake, and Addis, carefully examining the scroll, replied that it was also the first time he had seen the magic of the ban, but the scheme was most likely real. Addis looked closely at the diagram when Ether suggested that it was some kind of repentance. Snow-white clouds swirled against the background of a clear azure sky. Below it stood the house of Addis. Eric, wrapped in bandages, sat on the edge of the bed and said that before everything became clear as soon as he picked up a sword. The young man looked at his hands, remembering how he destroyed a white dog on a rocky mountain and how he caught monsters in Latna. Eric covered his face with his palm, realizing that when he swung his sword and walked towards the enemy, everything was resolved by itself, but now he does not know how to get rid of this vile feeling. Eric opened his eyes through his fingers, thinking about killing the Inquisitor, because of whom Chanrishin died, or Martin, who threw a spear at the murdered stranger to avenge Brad. Eric's gaze became wild as he contemplated another option. He turned to Leslie standing behind him, offering to kill her because it was she who put the Ampla's blessing into Chanrishin's body. Leslie honestly admitted that she was to blame for Chanrishin's death. Eric punched the wall next to the girl, and her crimson hair flew away from the gust of wind. The young man broke the wall and remained standing in his original position, filled with anger. Leslie listened intently as Eric said that they all walk around with sad faces, but it was this girl who made sure that he died. Eric let out a deafening cry when he declared that Leslie did not keep her promise and remained alive in place of the deceased Chanrishin while she wasted her time on pointless battles. Eric remembered the one who should be sad the most and complain and blame everyone. The young man shouted, but Chanrishin smiled instead, as if there were no one to blame for his death at all. Leslie stood silent and motionless, and Eric lowered his hand, moving a little away from the destroyed wall. Turning away, the young man calmly ordered Leslie to simply disappear because Chanrishin wanted to end this battle. Eric looked back with contempt on his face as Leslie replied that the battle is not over as long as there are those who rejoice in death and force them to kill each other. The girl stepped towards Eric, dropping drops of blood on the floor and saying that she had no intention of finding out their plans to use the Ampla's blessing and was simply doing all the terrible things they ordered her to do. Eric became angry when he heard Leslie say that her behavior was not fair or kind. Blood ran down the girl's face, which she wiped with her fingers, saying that she told Eric about their existence and would not hold a grudge if he refused. Leslie clenched her hand into a fist and frowned, strictly saying that she was not going to repeat it a second time either, so the young man had better remember everything well. Leslie, who had purple seals on her back, told Eric about people who forced them to fight and kill each other and rejoice in these deaths. Eric tensed when he thought about the Cardinal of the Great Earth faction and realized that there really was someone behind this. Eric grinned sinisterly as he contemplated killing just them. Leslie, raising her tone, clenched her hand into a fist and told Eric to listen carefully and remember her words. Eric froze and opened his eyes wide, dumbfounded by something. He remembered how, before his death, Chanrishin asked to help him become a hero. The young man's wide palm cut the air with a whistle. Leslie even flinched in fear when Eric slapped his hand in the face. The young man's face was distorted into a crying grimace, and rare tears splashed in the air. Leslie froze awkwardly and asked in a trembling voice what was wrong with Eric when he sat down and began to sob loudly. The young man tore his hand away from his face, revealing a broken, bleeding nose, with a smile apologizing to Leslie for cutting off mid-sentence, arguing that he had not been himself lately. When Eric apologized again, Leslie turned around and saw the stunned Addis and Ether in the doorway. However, then the dragon and wyvern smiled at the same time, looking at Eric warmly. Meat and vegetables were fried on the grill. The meat pieces were perfectly fried, and there was a mark from the grill grate on their surface. A sharp knife quickly cut the meat into small pieces. Eric, focused on cooking, sprinkled salt onto the dish with an elegant gesture. The table was laden with gorgeous, delicious-looking dishes, including meat, vegetables, salad, and bread. Addis even turned pink with pleasure when he tasted the meat and began to praise its taste at the ideal temperature. When the young man said that he was not capable of this, although he was a fire magician, Ether said with a radiant smile that the young man should master such a technique. Eric said with a smile that he had been eating only meat for more than 20 years, and Addis suggested that after so much time it should have become boring, and Ether, throwing her hand up, offered to overeat in honor of Eric's release to freedom. Suddenly, women's hands loudly slammed the table on both sides of the plate. Leslie rose from her chair, lowered her head, and asked irritably what the others were doing here. When Eric calmly replied that Chandrasen dreamed of foreigners and Ratnians living peacefully, Leslie asked with contempt whether the young man was therefore offering to play at friendship. Addis and Ether looked down and were upset when Leslie doubted such friendship, adding that it was not difficult to pretend. Leslie screamed that if they killed them, nothing would change, and that the guys didn't even know who it was. Addis coldly said the name of Archmage Zenobia. Leslie looked at the young man with wide eyes in surprise, who said that foreign magicians only use existing techniques and do not know how to create new magic, and added that all the magic that he had seen so far was created here. Addis seriously stated that when he saw Heju's technique, he was convinced that only an archmage could use such magic. Amazed Leslie, thinking about how long they had been looking for how to free themselves from the ban, asked if Addis understood that technique. The magician answered with an awkward smile that due to his low level he could not yet use such magic, but Ether and Eric loudly declared that Addis had rid the maiden house of magic into which Alejandro had invested the blessing of Omplas. Leslie stood silently, eyes wide and mouth open, while the trio talked about Alejandro, his dragon's nest, and Garin. Eric, Addis, and Leslie, engrossed in their meal, turned in surprise at Leslie's cry when she realized that Garkin was also involved in this. The girl could not recover from her stupor, and her silence confirmed that this assumption was correct. While Leslie was shouting that Garhin was not one of those who could allow himself to be discovered so easily, the rest of those sitting at the table devoured their dishes as if nothing had happened. Ether frowned and reminded Leslie that she herself had recently mentioned how Ratnians and foreigners simply could not sit peacefully and talk. While Eric swallowed a huge piece of meat, Addis added that this would be unthinkable for the heroes who had fought so many times with foreigners. Leslie was shocked that it was all a lie. Eric began to drink from the bottle when Leslie started talking about how level 5 aliens, and even the Voltarian himself, in principle, could not get into Ratna. Eric seriously asked the girl if she knew what kimchi and K-pop were. Leslie responded to the young man with only a dumbfounded expression on her face. Addis explained that kimchi was a food from the land of Eric, and the young man explained that it was like a spicy pickled salad, causing Ether to assume that kimchi was like the food of elves. Leslie sat back down at the table when Eric said that kimchi doesn't fit with elves, but Addis would be more likely to like it since he's a dragon. Eric asked Leslie where she was from and she replied that she was from France. Night has come. The four heroes created the Ampla's blessing for some of their own purposes, unknown to Eric. It was good that Sword King Beatold was not in the mood to cooperate with them. The Fairy Queen is the only heroine whose location is known. Holian, transcending life and death. On the way to the Fairy Kingdom, which takes about 2 months on foot, you encounter dungeons with very dangerous and powerful monsters. While Eric was packing up his luggage, Leslie dryly said that her information wouldn't be much help and that fighting them would be suicide. The girl crossed her arms, and Eric agreed that now they could not defeat them, so they needed to become stronger. The young man meant not only himself, but also Addis and Ether, who were talking to the sobbing maiden. Leslie glanced at Eric when he said that the more there were, the better. The young man asked the girl with a smile what she would do in the end. Leslie opened her amber eyes, looking at Eric in surprise. Rod, cleaning his ear with his little finger, made a grimace while talking to someone. Sitting on the throne in front of the Baron, bowing deeply, Rod said that in an ordinary court he would have paid to find the prison owner innocent, but he made him out to be a foreigner. Rod, looking out the window at several people, said that as luck would have it, the Brotherhood of Darkness found out about this and asked if the Baron suggested pretending that all this was a misunderstanding. The Baron raised his pitiful face and grabbed Rod's leg, reminding him that he had made him the head of the army and begging the man to help. Rod put 2 fingers to his forehead and said that he was called to do justice, but he could not watch someone say goodbye to life because of this justice. With a malicious smile, Rod announced 20 million X's every month, and the Baron screamed in fear because he did not have that kind of money. When Rod ordered the Baron in the name of the goddess of darkness Kivriel to open the door, he accepted the order with a stutter, looking fearfully at the commander of the army. The Baron sent Rod out the door, asking him to tell the Inquisitors that it was all a misunderstanding and a mistake. Rod leaned against the door with a dissatisfied face, while the Baron, with fear in his voice, asked him to wait a little. Rod smiled widely, euphoric about starting life over again. The man thought contentedly that now there was no need to worry about anything, because everything was going smoothly, and with that kind of money, getting artifacts of full restoration would not be a problem. Hearing exclamations outside the door, Rod tensed and assumed that they were inquisitors. The door swung open with an exclamation. Rod, dramatically pressing one hand to his chest and throwing the other in the air, asked the inquisitors to listen to him and reported a misunderstanding. Two men in long black cloaks silently looked at the blonde in stunned silence while between them the Baron lay in a pool of blood on the floor. He lay face down and did not move. Seeing this, Rod fell silent and froze with an expression of complete bewilderment on his face. The unknown people escaped by jumping out the window, but Rod shouted after them that it was all a misunderstanding. Leslie was sitting on the red roof of a yellow brick building. Leslie thought that she could not live like Eric because of her ban, which obliges her to return to them. Eric, Addis, and Ether set off without her, but this was not scary for Leslie. She realized that the world the young man dreamed of was not just a dream. The girl smiled softly when she thought that now she could at least do something. Leslie disappeared from the roof. 2 killers have been arrested for the murder of an important suspect. Rod's thoughts contained only obscene words. The Ampla's blessing shard shone brightly, surrounded by a purple haze. The Holy Maiden sat in the lotus position, stretching out her hands to the precious object, which shone more and more every second, and thought about Kivriel, who would definitely be happy about this. The old woman arched her eyebrows sadly when she said that the crater would not overlook all the damage that was caused by the investigation without the knowledge of the Order. The Holy Maiden turned around, telling Leonhardt, who was standing nearby, that enforcing the sentence in front of the villagers was not at all like the young man. Leonhardt calmly explained that the stranger with the blessing of Amplas who was there had almost given up. Remembering the enraged Eric, Leonhardt added that he had no choice but to take measures to ensure that other hunters did not get hurt. The young man raised his eyes and frowned, saying that he had some news related to this stranger. Against the backdrop of the blinding light of the blessing fragment, only a small silhouette of the Holy Maiden was visible, and she briefly praised Leonhardt. The old woman opened her mouth in a wide smile, her eyes widening and filling with purple light as she said that Leonhardt had done everything right and was right. The young man suddenly became stupefied when he realized that someone had possessed the Holy Virgin. The handmaidens fell on their faces, and Leonhardt knelt, greeting the goddess of darkness Kivriel. Kivriel, in the body of an old woman, opened her eyes wide and stretched her mouth in a frightening smile, noting that Leonhardt had proven that he was the owner of the blessing of the goddess and her faithful servant. Leonhardt did not feel an ounce of pride or joy when Kivriel praised him for not only returning the blessing of Amplas, but also destroying that foreigner. Kivriel did not understand where such a strong warrior came from who dared to challenge the one who had the blessing of the goddess. Zenobia, who was wondering why Eric was fighting with the boy, asked with a smile if Leonhardt knew anything about him. Leonhardt, without raising his head, clenched his hand into a fist. The young man said that Eric is a descendant of the Voltarians. The Inquisitor grinned lightly, saying that Eric had recently arrived in Ratna, so he was ready to fight anyone with power, and Leonhardt had to put pressure on him because he was interfering with the performance of his duties. Zenobia pulled her dark lips into a small smile, considering what the young man said to be true. The old woman's face was distorted with violent emotions, and her hand was thrown up as exclamations came out of her mouth that Leonhardt did not even wait for the goddess's oracle. Although it was certainly not easy to fight with a representative of the Sword King clan. The old woman's voice authoritatively shouted that Kivriel now forbids the young man to enter into battle until she allows it. Looking at the floor with cold eyes, Leonhardt was forced to only agree and obey. Zenobia, stretching her arms after briefly shifting into an old body, expressed her gratitude for the blessing of the goddess that granted her youth. The Archmage smiled, concluding that Leslie's words about a Voltarian and a stranger suddenly appearing, who were not in their plans, turned out to be true. Looking at her hands, Zenobia said that without their excellent Leonhardt, the plan would have failed, and Garhan, holding the shard in his hand, called the young man the best Inquisitor. When the man added that this is not always a good thing, Zenobia's mouth fell open in shock as she looked at the object in his hand. The woman frowned tensely and bit her finger, surprised by the almost unchanged size of the Ampla's blessing, and Garin annoyedly explained that it was taken away too early due to the fact that Leonhardt began to act without instructions. The man furrowed his brows as he summed up that the young man was out of their plan, and Zenobia bared her teeth in annoyance, saying that the Ampla's blessing should have been fully formed at this time. Zenobia said that absorbing all of Kivriel's divinity would be too much, and besides, without her divinity, this intermediate dimension would not last long and might disappear. Garkin clenched the fragment of blessing into his fist, saying that there was no other way out. When the man said to open Kivriel's seal slightly and absorb her divinity little by little, Zenobia even screamed, stunned that he actually wanted to do this. The Archmage warned that with the help of the unfinished blessing, Ampla's Garhan would not be able to control the goddess's divinity now, and the balance of the world could be upset. Garkin responded decisively that it is necessary to absorb all the divinity before the world collapses, but a destroyed world can always be repaired. The man extended his hand towards the magic cube, declaring that this would be possible after he became a god. A luxurious carriage rode between high rocks, from which a conversation about the punishment of Leonhardt could be heard. Lord Felix said with a serious face that it was an unusual situation for the holder of the goddess blessing to receive punishment, but the young man's joke confused the man much more. Leonhardt, resting his head on his fist and looking down, listened as Felix recalled his words that the goddess of darkness did not exist. Leonhardt raised his head, touching his chin with his fingers, and replied that it was not a joke and he really wished it were true because due to recent events there were too many reasons for doubt. Leonhardt said that the last time the man in the red hooded cloak called himself a Voltarian, the goddess did not notice the lie in these words. Felix jumped out of his seat, shouting that the 6 goddesses knew everything down to the number of grains of sand on the shore, and that the goddess of darkness might have senile dementia, but Leonhardt immediately refuted this assumption. The young man pointed his finger at the man, ordering him to calm down and listen, and said that he would never do such a thing without having a reason. While Leonhardt was saying that the man was doing this because he had proof, Felix stood up and turned to look at the young man with blonde red hair. Changrishan looked at the man uncertainly and asked if he was okay. Leonhardt said that no one would know about the essence of the young man if only he remained silent. Changrishan threw up his hands, not understanding how he managed to survive and why he was saved. Leonhardt answered with a narrowed eye that the young man was asking such obvious things, and the purpose of the Inquisitor was precisely to interrogate. Leonhardt explained that the Inquisitor's goal was to neutralize the stranger and take him prisoner, but those angry hunters could no longer be stopped. The Inquisitor explained that they were already seeking revenge, so he used a powerful technique. This technique blocked visibility, and at that moment Leonhardt opened the window, covering Changrishan with a protective layer. However, Leonhardt was already in an exhausted state due to the fight with Eric, so his strength was not enough to make Changrishan invisible. Therefore, Leonhardt threw the stranger down. Changrishan jumped when he realized the reason why his whole body ached, as if all his bones were full, but Leonhardt sternly replied that thanks to this the young man remained alive, and also the problem of him being an alien was solved. Felix confirmed that aliens turn to dust when they die, so this was good evidence for the prisoners, but the man was not sure if this was good evidence for the goddess. Leonhardt, looking out the window, answered irritably that a person can be deceived, but a real goddess cannot. The Inquisitor remembered how she had claimed that he had killed a stranger. Leonhardt came to the conclusion that the one who is in the Dark Brotherhood is not the goddess Kivriel. The Inquisitor suggested that they want to get not even the entire Dark Brotherhood, but divine power. When Leonhardt suggested that it was God's providence that he was entrusted with dealing with the stranger, Felix shouted that in this case the young man should immediately return to the Dark Brotherhood. Leonhardt said that it was necessary to act in secret from the Dark Brotherhood, because there might be a traitor among them and someone might find out the information. When Felix carefully reminded that, due to his punishment, the young man could not conduct an investigation now, he was loudly indignant because he had just settled in and another smaller carriage drove past theirs. Leonhardt tensed as Felix tried to console the young man with a trembling voice. Rod rode in that small carriage, his hands clenched into fists while his face was contorted with worry. Leonhardt saw Rod pointing his finger at himself, frightened by something, while liquid flowed from his nose. When the Inquisitor turned around and said to turn around, Felix was surprised at such an unexpected order. Leonhardt called out to the slightly frightened Changrishan and said that he should have died, but he survived, and there was a reason for this. The Inquisitor with a kind smile asked the stranger to help him, noting that this was his chance to become a hero. This is how the first episode of the second part ended. In the middle of the forest, a small wooden building with a broken door could be seen in the night. Someone said that people turn to the goddess Kivriel when they pray for the repose of the soul, because she controls darkness and the end of everything. A man with blue hair and a beard, holding a sword, said with a grin that they had just discovered the sanctuary of Kivriel nearby and suggested that the elves also pray to her. 3 men who resembled bandits cornered a pink-haired boy with elven ears named Leondel and Trances. The boy raised his bruised face and said with contempt that human beings were so boring, marveling at the behavior of these men towards the representative of the Atrances clan. A metal box fell to the floor, from which gold money fell out. Leondel with a grin told the robbers that they had better take the money and leave, for they would risk it if they demanded a ransom for the boy from his clan. The men began to cackle with joy when they saw gold that could buy several houses. The blue-haired bandit with a knife kicked the elf in the stomach. He said that they had already received payment much more than the boy was offering, and stabbed him in the back. The man lifted Leondel's head by her short hair, aiming a knife at her throat, saying that it would be on the road. The elf closed his eyes, preparing for death, when suddenly a red magical flame appeared behind him. The magic formed a crimson ball of intertwined ribbons. Blinding red rays of light streamed out from the shack. Even the night sky became several shades redder. Leondel collapsed exhaustedly on the floor while the frightened robbers quickly ran away. Human legs appeared on the floor, on which muscles were visible in places without a layer of skin on top. Kaiwir, dressed in black ribbons, stood with her eyes closed against the backdrop of a scarlet glow. The girl opened her eyes, saying, Ryu Han Bin. Eric, Addis and Ether were riding in a carriage drawn by a robotic horse. Ether, lying on the roof of the carriage, asked Eric what he didn't understand, and he, resting his cheek on his hand, spoke about the 4 heroes who destroyed the King of the Sword. When Eric asked why they needed a stranger, because that man was a hero and a warrior, Addis, who was in the role of coachman, replied that 20 years ago the Great Land was the enemy of the 4 heroes. The magician added that no one could have thought that now it would be she who would be standing behind them, and Ether said that they would not have believed it either if they had not experienced it themselves. When the girl yawned so hard that tears pooled in her eyes, Eric wanted to mention something else. Eric asked when they would arrive in the Kingdom of Fairies, because he had been seeing the same landscape for 2 days already, and Addis replied that they had been in this kingdom for these 2 days. The magician explained with a smile that the territory of the fairy kingdom begins from the roots of the world tree. Eric turned away from Addis, looking at the road with admiring eyes. A huge world tree opened in the middle of green flower fields, and this was the kingdom of fairies, namely Elendia. The fairy kingdom is a united state of 4 nations, at the center of which stood the world tree, and each nation had its own culture and its own ruler. The capital of the fairy kingdom is located at the foot of the world tree. This tree has many roots. If you follow those that stretch across the mainland, you can get to the capital of the Elven Kingdom and the largest city. Sarandia is the road to the capital of the Kingdom of Fairies and at the same time a trade route, so various tribes of elves, as well as people, gathered here. Due to the mixing of different tribes and races in one place, equally different problems arise. Even before the advent of human guilds of hunters, fairies founded their own guild, which dealt with various issues. Many hunters came here and became heroes, but there were also many who died. A white-haired elf in round yellow glasses sat on a wooden table and wrote something on paper. He was the head of the guild. When the man looked at the newcomers who arrived in the form of Addis, Eric and Ether, he realized that these newcomers were not ordinary guys. Eric stood with his arms crossed, a confident smile on his dark face. The head with a fountain pen in his hands jumped up from the table, clearly happy about something. The man was fascinated by Addis, who was a magician of the 52nd level and possessed both moderate charm and at the same time fortitude. When the head looked at Etha, a level 38 swordswoman, he was delighted with her pretty appearance, despite the fact that sometimes the girl looked stupid. The head sat back at the table and jabbered that people like these two should not rot in dungeons, and they could become the best in the secular world. And so the man decided to write letters of recommendation so that they could get the support of influential people. Ether turned pink with joy and was about to come up with a name for their group when Addis covered the girl's mouth with his hand with an awkward laugh and answered the head that they would register as simple hunters. The magician was glad that the level of Eric, who was looking at the sheet in his hands with stunned eyes, was not measured. While Addis was talking about how the hunter exam was cancelled about 10 years ago, Eric was staring at his 0 out of 10 points. Ether, seeing this result, laughed until she cried and offered to study with the young man, jokingly saying that he could call her teacher. Eric squeezed the girl's face, and she screamed in panic about her hairstyle, while the head of the guild calmly said that he would clarify about the cancellation of this exam. Addis told the man to register Eric as his guardian, and the young man fighting with Ether immediately confirmed this information, and the head of the guild mentioned separate rules for guardians. A huge, heavy, blue-bound book slammed onto the table as the man said he would check to see if there were any exceptions. Eric and Ether looked dumbfounded as they looked at the book, and Addis listened with a smile as the guild leader told them to come back in 6 months when the test was completed. A green-blue sky with billowing clouds spread over the kingdom. Eric, carrying a fragment of a sword on his back, was depressed and completely at a loss for what to do for 6 months, and Ether suggested that this was all because elves sleep longer and time flows differently for them. Eric, hunched over, stared blankly at the ground, while Addis explained with a smile that the elves must not yet have gotten used to the modern guild system that appeared only 100 years ago. Addis supported his comrade with the words that 6 months would quickly fly by, and Eric weakly said that the magician, who was 151 years old, was exactly the same. Ether, noticing pink flying petals in the air, turned around. The girl, pointing her finger at the crowd of elves in the middle of the decorated city, happily suggested that something was being carried out there. A muscular man in a black t-shirt and a pink elastic band on his head tensed so much that his veins stood out and his forehead turned red. The man stood in the center of the arena and tried to pull a sword that was as tall as him out of the ground while the audience and the presenter carefully watched his efforts. When the man was unable to draw his weapon and fell exhausted to the ground, the crowd of spectators laughed loudly. Eric, looking at the situation with a smile, suggested that it was a fair, but Addis replied that it was more like Thanksgiving. Addis, with a smile and an outstretched index finger, informed Eric that the elves were created by the earth goddess Sarandi. The magician said that in the distant past the land of the elves was barren, and when the king of the elves offered his prayers during a famine, the goddess Sarandi heard them and gave him a sword. As soon as the king stuck this sacred gift into the ground, it began to be fertile, and the elven state began to prosper. Addis summed up that this is why they organize a holiday once a year as a sign of gratitude to the goddess, and Eric was surprised. The young man, looking at the silhouettes on the balcony above the arena, asked if they were elven nobility. Suddenly Addis asked about Ether's whereabouts, and Eric replied that she had just been with them. The magician opened his red eyes in horror, realizing that they had lost the child. When Addis ran off in search of Ether and asked Eric to stay in place, he was indignant, but the magician shouted back that the pitching was visible even from afar. When Eric turned around after Addis and said that Ether in this case could see the alien from afar and approach him, another participant in the competition lost in the arena and fell to the ground. Eric became interested when he heard the presenter loudly shout that no one would be able to pull out the sword this year either. The weapon gleamed in the sun, as if winking at the young man and inviting him to try to pull it out. The elven nobles, drinking alcohol, sneered about the stupidity of humans and their short lives, because of which they should try their best. One of the elves stood up, saying that the number of people made up for their low longevity rate. When the long-haired young man in the crown added that without people no one would cultivate these fields, the elf knocked the glass over himself, fearfully greeting his highness. All the elves fell to the floor in bow while the long-haired elf admired the beautiful city. The young man said that the king also wanted to come, but because of his health he could not, and added the end of the holiday to him. One of the elves looked up at his highness in shock. Ether, with a toy helmet on her head and a package of elf cookies, was upset that they were already leaving, because the holiday continued until the sword was pulled out. The girl, throwing cookies into her mouth, said that only the king of the elves could pull out the sword, but Addis replied that this was just a legend. The magician explained that in fact the sword was stuck into the ground with the help of magic, and many people tried to pull it out, but could not. Addis said that the king would appear, remove the magic, pull out the sword and stick it back into the ground, for this is an ancient tradition to show the justice of the choice of the goddess who chose him. Ether, who initially noticed that it was all for fun, now understood why there was no one who actually put in enough effort when trying to pull out the sword. Addis smiled softly and replied that no one would have been able to pull out the sword anyway, and if they could, then this man would have been dealt with quickly. Eric held a sword in the air, split in half. Both Eric and the crowd looked in amazement as they looked at the divine weapon in the air. Ether and Addis looked at what Eric had done with empty eyes and open mouths. The stranger began to sweat, looking up excitedly. His highness in the crown closed his eyes. The population of Sarandia, the capital of the Elven Kingdom, is 100,000. Now in the largest city of the Elven Kingdom, connecting Faerlin to the mainland, two people were getting out of a stopped carriage. Standing in the middle of the paving stone path, the tall and short girls simultaneously exclaimed that they had arrived in Sarandia, looking at the landscape that opened before them, where mountains coexist with buildings. The brunette looked at Leandel in the robe and thanked her for her help, and in the meantime, she looked around worriedly and asked her to be quieter. The girl with pink hair turned to the brunette, whispering a reminder that no one in this city should know about her presence. Then the tall girl repeated Leandel's gesture and, leaning over, whispered well. The girl with pink hair looked at her interlocutor in bewilderment while a blush covered her cheeks with embarrassment. Leandel went forward, asking the brunette to be more careful and quickly look for the right person, because now she was accompanying her, and she, remaining in place, continued to whisper. Flushed, Leandel concluded that people could not be trusted. They know neither honor nor nobility, but her companion was very strange. The elf Leandel recalled how she was in the world, lying on the brunette's lap while she stroked her head. Looking at the girl on her lap, the brunette in the moonlight confirmed that Leandel Atrances was alive and asked the goddess of darkness Kyvir for protection for her. Recalling that night, Leandel concluded that even after the girl became her escort, she still seemed strange. The brunette, who was now very focused, always answered questions about herself that she was a separate creature from the darkness, and repeated incomprehensible words that were impossible to believe. The girl was squatting under a carriage with a mechanical horse, looking for something. Having found a red hair, the brunette began to sniff it, which shocked the elves standing behind her and her companion. Looking at the brunette with a disappointed expression on her face, Leandel said that she thought so, and she was simply not herself. She unwittingly overheard a conversation between two passers-by about the situation that occurred at the sword drawing competition at the Thanksgiving holiday. When the men were discussing that some hunter had broken the sword, which created a big fuss, a girl with pink hair, shocked by what had been said, looked at them with huge eyes and an agape mouth. Meanwhile, the incarnation of the goddess of darkness, Kivriel, was holding a red hare in her hands. Kyvier detected the scent of a young dragon, as well as 2 of his companions, who arrived in this city together, concluding that the next destination would be the Hunters Guild. Sitting on her knees in front of the carriage, the brunette decided to go there, and then turned to the name of her companion, which was revealed by 2 passers-by. Eric held in his hands a broken sword that he managed to get at the competition. Now he was up to his head in a pile of earth, realizing that something was wrong. The main character stood with his hand extended upward, in which there was a sword, grabbed by huge earthen hands, and elves with staves gathered around. One of the silver-haired elven aristocracy shouted angrily from the balcony that this was no place for a Walterian, suspecting that someone had sent the man, while the blonde elven king stood at a distance. Eric destroyed the earth that bound him and calmly walked forward, admitting that the competition simply seemed funny to him, and to the side the elf in the hat gaped in horror. Small pieces of dirt flew next to the fair face of the elven king. One of them left a small dirty spot on the face of the blonde youth, and the silver-haired elf watched in horror. He loudly declared from the balcony that the heir had been attacked by a Walterian. Everyone gathered at the celebration began to run away in panic, calling Eric a terrorist, which made him very perplexed. Among the crowd, holding the hood of a green robe, stood Leondel, looking intently at the jock and not moving from her place. While the frightened people were quickly running away, someone hit the girl. Leondel, left alone in the square, fell face first into the ground, and Eric rushed to her aid. Bending over the rising elf, the guy asked in a panic if she was okay. When the main character asked where her parents were and extended his hand, wanting to help, Leondel sharply hit her with her fist. The girl was very angry because the main character mistook her for a child. Leondel suddenly fell to the ground out of great fright and screamed at the sight of the monster, and Eric was indignant at why she was calling the man a monster. Trying to say that this was too rude, the jock turned back and saw a giant stone hand flying towards them. In front of the elf and the Walterian stood a stone giant with sparkling red eyes, created with the help of the unique magic of the elves. The king's assistant, bowing to his majesty, said that this golem is connected to the roots of the world tree, which is the pride of the clan, asking the monarch not to worry. No matter how strong a Walterian is, he will not be able to do anything when strong roots bind him hand and foot. It is impossible to inflict even a tiny scratch on the roots that are filled with the energy of the tree. Eric struggled to hold back the stone golem's hand so that it could not harm Leondel, who lay unconscious. Seeing that no one cared that another person had suffered, the protagonist scornfully called the aristocrat scum. A red glow flashed in his fierce gaze, and a scarlet aura filled the space. The blonde king, without opening his eyes, stood shrouded in red light. A powerful stream of aura hit the giant, lifting debris into the air. From the strong pressure of scarlet energy, the stone giant began to fall apart. The king's assistant watched in panic as the golem's stones were separated from the roots of the tree. The heir calmly noted that Walterian warriors who know how to use aura are not so easy to meet, while his assistant shouted, "How is this even possible?" Watching the guy standing in the middle of the scorched earth, the silver-haired elf exclaimed in shock who he was. Eric, surrounded by an aura and debris, asked with a menacing look to listen when something was said. At that moment, blood gushed from his mouth. Then the king's assistant hoped that the attack had worked, but the jock replied that he had only bitten his tongue, realizing that because of the aura, the load on the whole body was still great. Concluding that it was not yet possible to adjust the output of the aura, Eric turned to Leondel, calling out to her. He wanted to say that he needed to run faster, but he found only a mark on the ground from the body of the rescued girl. Then the guy closed his eyes, trying not to frown. Eric looked in the other direction with a grin and angrily threatened the 2 figures bringing in the elf, but immediately recognized them as Addis and Ether. Putting Leondel on the ground, Ether angrily noted that they almost died because of him, and the magician reminded the guilty jock of the request not to use the aura until it was fully mastered. Looking up, the green-eyed girl said displeasedly that it seemed Eric had already killed them. Elven archers from above aimed sharp arrows at the trio, sparkling in the sun. A whole army of armed soldiers walked towards the hunters from behind. The elven king turned to the Walterian warrior, apologizing for standing aside and observing his behavior. However, he noticed that the man had not answered for the broken sword, and even if he surrendered now, he would still receive punishment for refusing interrogation. Eric looked questioningly at Addis, and he said with a serious look that it was better for them to surrender than to fight with all these warriors, warning that the minimum term of imprisonment for the elves was 3 years. The main character said with a smile that he had no desire to leave the heroes for 3 whole years. Ether looked at her friend with a sly smile, declaring that the elves would only be grateful if they found out about the conspiracy. Looking at the magical instrument, Addis said with some confusion that then they need to change their plan. The Elf King expressed his pity. Opening his blue eyes slightly, the blonde man chuckled questioningly, noticing something strange. Long black hair fluttered in the wind, wrapped in energy. Kyvier was approaching the company of hunters, who stood fully armed in the square. With a bored look, she advised them to listen to the elves, noting that otherwise Ratna would have no future. Eric looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding why the unarmed girl got in. Looking at the brunette with purple eyes, the main character assumed that she had a high level, and when he decided to look at the information, the user manual began to glitch, showing one yellow screen after another, each of which reported an error or lack of access. Eric grabbed his head, screaming in pain, and Addis anxiously tried to find out what it was, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder. The muscle man said that there was some kind of error in the oracle, displeasedly asking the brunette who approached who she was. Kyvier looked at Eric with a cold gaze while she was enveloped in a red-pink glow. The brunette's eyes glowed purple, and her face showed no emotion. Passing by the disgruntled Addis and Eric, Kyvier said that now was not the time to share information, deciding to decide everything after this hostile situation. The girl approached the body lying on the ground, calmly lowering herself towards it. She started to wake up Leandel, but she wanted to sleep a little more. Kyvier took off the elf's hood, signaling that it was time to leave. Hearing the name Leandel, the Elf King frowned. He could not believe his eyes, seeing the prince among the people surrounded by guards. The king displeasedly asked where he came from, while his assistant, in a panic, realized who he was attacking. While Leandel, who turned out to be the prince of the elves, looked discouraged at Kyvier, a loud order was heard from the balcony to lay down his arms and ensure the safety of the prince. Eric cast a frown at the prince and the brunette. It was clear that Leandel was very angry with his companion for taking off his hood and revealing his identity. The action moves to a snow-white elven castle, shining in the sun. Next to it there is a garden with many trees, along which there are stone arches overgrown with flowers. On the set table there were cups of tea and various sweets to go with them. The king sat next to the gloomy Leandel and with a smile apologized for having made an unforgivable mistake in relation to those who saved his younger brother, and thanked the saviors. Addis and Ether smiled warily, and drops of sweat appeared on their faces, and the magician replied that it was an honor for them, and the girl added that the invitation to the palace was a double honor. The table with a white tablecloth was located in the garden under a large tree, behind which there was a stone fence. Eric, crossing his arms, carelessly clarified whether the prince was the son of the fairy queen Holian, and Ether and Addis looked at him in shock. The girl, in a panic, began to beat the jock, scolding him for asking such a question, but he did not understand what was wrong, and then the king laughed, explaining to the Walterian warrior that he could have misunderstood everything. The blonde young man, holding a mug of tea, explained with a smile that the fairy race includes elves, nymphs, gnomes, and sylphs, adding that the number of their race is extremely small compared to others, which is why the Union of the Fairy Kingdom, or Elendia, was formed. Holian is one of the 4 heroes who received the blessing, as well as a representative of the 18 fairies and also the queen of the nymphs. Eric realized with a frown that these were not Holian's servants. He glanced at Kyvier, still trying to figure out who she was. Ether with a guilty face noted that they do not have the right to such hospitality, because they split the sword of the king of the elves, and Addis added that they did not dare to even imagine its value. The blonde elf, in response to the concerns, said that it was just a copy for the festival, and the real sword, sent by the goddess herself, could not be broken since it was a sacred relic. Leandel indignantly noted that because of the jock the whole festival had collapsed, pointing at Eric and adding that such an offense was unforgivable. The king angrily interrupted his younger brother, reminding him that the people opposite had saved his life. He also reminded the confused pink-haired boy that he had forbidden him to go outside the castle. The king said dissatisfiedly that before asking these people, it was better to explain to the prince how he ended up in this place. Standing behind the elf, Kyvier admitted that it was not his fault, while he furiously shouted that his older brother was always trying to lock him up. The brunette looked sadly at Leandel without saying a word, while he shouted that the king forbade him to go out even during the holiday, so he decided to go and see in person. The blonde young man looked displeasedly at his younger brother, who lowered his gaze guiltily, angry because of such a reason, and at that moment a maid with a veil on her face approached him. She whispered something to the king, and he asked about her father. He rose from his chair and, having informed about urgent matters, bowed to the guests before leaving, and Addis, who stood up, reassured him, saying that they would inspect the surroundings for now. The magician and Ether saw off the royal family members with tense smiles, while the jock sat gloomily with his arms crossed. After they left, Addis sat down and exhaled with relief, and the girl slid down her chair, reporting that she was very worried during the reception. Addis and Ether looked at their disgruntled friend, and the magician said reassuringly that the elven royal family would help them get close to Holian, and the girl curiously asked what he thought about the prince's escort Kyvier. Ether landed on the table. Eric replied that this was just an ordinary warrior of the 80th level, and Addis said with a thoughtful look that most likely there was a mistake in the leadership of the pitcher. Continuing to frown, the main character outlined another problem, saying that his bladder was about to burst from drinking tea. Ether, in a panic, shouted to be patient, but the guy, leaning on his sword, began to get up, answering that he had already endured it while they were coming here. Gritting his teeth, Eric walked with small steps in search of the toilet, and Addis asked to be faster. 20 minutes passed, clouds were floating over the garden. Making his way through the tree branches, the main character bit his fist and at the same time scolded the elves. Trying to restrain the urge and fearing prostatitis, he was indignant that there should be many toilets in the huge garden, but he never found anything. Suddenly, he moved one of the branches and discovered something that could help him in this situation. In front of him stood a mystical tree hidden in the depths of the garden. The untouched nature of the place indicated that no one had looked here for a long time. It was in this place, where no one had come or would come, that Eric decided to relieve himself, and relief appeared on his face. When he finished, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, afraid that he would burst and die, and an old man appeared from behind a tree, asking who was there. Noticing the elderly man, the frightened Eric screamed in surprise. The old man looked at the jock with a smile, mistaking him for Beabao. The main character smelled an unpleasant odor and his eyes widened in realization of what was happening, while the elderly man reported that the toilet had run out of paper. Eric covered the old man, naked from the waist down, who began to rise, shouting about his pants. Now the old man was sitting on a log with a red jacket tied around his hips, realizing that this was not Beabao in front of him. Left in only shorts, the jock curiously asked the pointy-eared old man why he was in the land of the elves, and he indignantly replied, "Is there a master of the land?" When the guy sat down next to him, the elderly man said that tending and protecting the territory where the world tree took root was just a mission of the earth goddess for the elves, concluding that in the end the flesh in the form of dust returns to the earth. The old man raised his head to the sky and sadly declared that the earth was crying. Eric stuck his sword into the lawn next to the tree, and the old man asked in bewilderment what he was doing. By burying natural waste with a handful of soil, the jock replied that he was returning the food they took from the earth and also fertilizing it. Turning towards the old man, Eric smiled broadly, noting that they, as accomplices, must keep everything secret. Then the pointy-eared old man laughed, asking rhetorically what could happen to someone like him. The elderly man stood up and approached Eric, telling him that the earth rewards those who work, and suggesting that that is why the Musliman appeared here at such a turbulent time. The old man, holding the sword in his hands all this time, finally drew it. Eric looked in bewilderment at the blade that appeared. The guy sat to the side while the old man stuck his sword right in front of his weapon sticking out of the ground. As soon as the deed was done, a strong wave swept through the garden. Roots appeared from the ground and began to wrap around Eric's sword on all sides. They pulled the blade with them deep into the earth. The main character grabbed the handle and, gritting his teeth, began to pull the weapon towards himself with all his might. He continued to try to pull the blade out of the ground, sitting on one knee and marveling at the incredible strength. The jock strongly strained his large tan muscles, on which veins appeared, afraid that he too would be sucked in. He didn't want to give up and held the hilt with a death grip, pulling out the sword a little. Eric screamed from the intense tension, exerting as much effort as possible. Eventually, he was able to pull out his weapon, flying backwards, and massive roots came out along with the blade. The jock raised his sword, which was hidden by the rising dust and dirt. A brown haze hid the lawn near the world tree. Eric, covered in pieces of earth, noted that sand had clogged his pants. With a concentrated look, he picked up his sword, hidden by the soil. Picking it up, the guy was very stunned. His massive blade turned into wood. Eric tried to swing his weapon, and pieces of earth flew off him. The wooden sword fell to the ground, and the main character concluded that it was heavy. Examining it, the guy came to the conclusion that the blade was simply draining energy from him, wondering what the old man had done to him. Eric sat on the grass and shook his head in different directions, calling out to his grandfather, who, meanwhile, was buried in the ground, from which only his face with a long nose protruded. When the main character came across this species, he was struck by a severe shock. In a panic, he began to dig out the old man with his sword, like a shovel, while shouting that he must first tell about the wooden blade, and in the bushes a black crown could be seen in the leaves. The figure of Kyvier appeared from the foliage while Eric stood over his grandfather, asking why he did this. Having stopped the excavations, the jock froze, not expecting to see the brunette at such a moment. Under the end of the sword one could see the face of a buried old man with rolled up eyes. Kyvier concentratedly put one hand forward and clenched the other into a fist, preparing for a fight. The girl jumped in the air and flew straight at Eric, who asked him to stop, swinging his leg. Having made her blow, Kyvier flew forward with great speed, and the guy screamed in pain. He furiously shouted for the girl to listen to him because she misunderstood everything. Having landed and taken a fighting pose against the backdrop of her buried grandfather, Kyvier clarified whether the enemy wanted to say that the Elf King dug his own grave and climbed into it. When the girl put forward the possibility that the old man was buried in the ground through no fault of his own, Eric, surprised that he had met the king, admitted that he accidentally buried him. Crouching and preparing for another attack, the brunette sarcastically concluded that the guy had mistakenly buried the king alive. She rushed towards the jock at full speed. As Eric looked at her cold, emotionless face, the user manual displayed numerous yellow lag screens indicating an error. While the black heels of the boots were pointed at the main character, he wondered why, over and over again, an error was displayed on Kyvier when requesting information. The brunette kicked straight at the jock's face, and he pulled back. Standing on her hands, the girl looked up at her opponent. Eric held her legs and tried to find out who she was, reporting that Kyvier's skirt rode up in this position. The brunette held her skirt with one hand, and with the other she punched the impudent man right between the legs. The guy screamed in pain, looking at the place of the impact, and Kyvier, landing, called the guy a scoundrel. Eric was shaking in pain and, bulging his eyes, said that if someone else had been in his place, he would already be dead. Looking at the guy, the brunette gave out all the information about his appearance in this world, about 22 years of isolation in a similar world, as well as about the 5th level, which was actually much higher. The girl introduced herself as Kivriel, noting that she was created by the goddess of darkness Kivriel and is her representative. She also said that the proof of her words was the leadership of the jock, stating that she was not affected by the leadership of the Demon King. Eric asked with bewilderment whether the goddess Kivriel herself decided to kill the stranger, and the girl noted the incorrect wording. Kyvier informed Eric that the goddess orders were to find a candidate for Ryu Hanbin's assistant and test him. The main character was surprised how the goddess could choose a stranger as an assistant, because she and the Demon King are enemies. While creating a magical portal, the brunette agreed with the guy's bewilderment and added that the error in the leadership and the uncertainty of the interlocutor put her at a dead end. Kyvier's brush disappeared into the portal, and she continued, saying that she began to doubt the competence of the jock after he attacked the Elf King, and he, holding his hair, repeated that it was a misunderstanding. The girl took out a weapon from the magical portal, pulling it out by the wooden rod. Putting forward her polearm glaive, Kyvier stated that right now she would test the personal qualities of the candidate for the goddess's assistant. Eric looked at the girl with round eyes, realizing that she knew how to summon weapons. When the girl pointed the glaive with its sparkling tip at the guy, the shine of steel was reflected in her cold eyes. Yellow screens with an error filled the entire space next to Kyvier while the main character looked at her. Meanwhile, the girl, swinging her weapon, flew up from behind. The glaive headed straight towards the jock at full speed. Eric had no problem stopping the edge, disgruntledly asking if Kyvier thought he would fall for her tricks for the 3rd time in a row. The girl widened her eyes, remaining in the air when the main character said that he could simply turn off the manual. Holding a glaive in his hands, the guy asked if the brunette didn't know that you shouldn't take someone else's property. He looked at her with a frown, adding that it didn't matter who sent her, but Kyvier insisted that she take her hands off that weapon. She bit her lip, and a scarlet glow filled the space. The glaive was now covered in red bolts of lightning. Removing his hand from the weapon, Eric was surprised to notice the aura covering it. A powerful shockwave swept across the lawn, raising a cloud of dust along its entire path. Shrouded in rising dust, the main character, gritting his teeth, tried to stand in place. He looked at his palm, exhaling in relief, because he almost lost his fingers. Eric cast a dissatisfied glance at the sword, attributing to it the decrease in defense due to the absorption of the aura. Kyvier again attacked the jock, intensively swinging her glaive, and he asked her to stop. The focused brunette, swinging, noted that the opponent did not understand the importance of the situation because the representative of Kivriel needed to test his skills. As Kyvier dealt blow after blow to Eric, she was amazed that he didn't want to really fight using his aura. The main character was angered by the girl's chatter, and he decided to fight for real, although he did not completely trust her. While the brunette flew at Eric with a frown on her face, he prepared to fight back with his sword, at the same time thinking about the need to control his powers so as not to waste his aura and at the same time not kill his opponent. Kyvier landed, lowering her spear, and the guy behind her continued to stand with his sword outstretched. The wooden weapon in his hands was cut in half, and part of the blade fell to the ground. Looking indignantly at the damaged sword, Eric remembered his grandfather, and the girl said that she understood. She turned on the main character, looking horrified, concluding that the guy wasn't going to take her words seriously. Then the girl collected a concentrated aura on the tip of the weapon, which frightened the hero. She glanced at her opponent, frowning with displeasure. Then a cloud of scarlet energy flies towards Eric at full speed in a powerful stream. He noted with apprehension that it seemed like a cutting aura, deciding to dodge first. At that moment, an old man with a rose on his bald head rose from the ground, asking whether he was in the next world. The guy watched with a shocked look at the powerful flow of aura illuminating the space. Kyvier watched with curiosity the direction of her blow. The aura hit the world tree directly, and the whole thing turned scarlet, shaking from the power of the blow. After this, the tree increased in size, becoming even more beautiful. Eric shielded himself from the bright light while the old man explained that the world tree absorbs energy and begins to grow, depending on the type of energy the character of the tree changes. Continuing to sit with the flower on his head, the Elf King explained that a high-quality aura makes the roots of a tree stronger than steel, noting that this cannot be achieved with the help of an ordinary aura. Eric pointed his absolutely intact sword towards the old man. The king said with a sad look that the jock was the first after Baobao. Eric was stunned when the old man said that the goddess had sent the hero to the place where he was needed. In the gloomy forest, near the trunk, a corpse was visible, overgrown with roots. Red precious stones hung on the tree like fruits, glistening in the darkness. A black silhouette, blinded by a scarlet glow, stretched to the very top. In a